Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Family, this is Bomani Tyehimba, and I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis. Greetings, brother. How you feeling?
Feeling great.
Yes, family. And tonight, our incredible topic is going to be, and we're just going to do a little touch up right here real quick. And there we go, family. All right, let me fix this again. That's it right there. Better. Topic tonight, family. Are we going to Africa to build Black excellence or fail being unorganized? Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. So that's it right there, family. Live and raw. And before we get into it, family, want to let you know, family, we're about our business and professionalism. And this is one of the website on business that we have. You know what I'm saying? Because in our business operation, we have to produce.
Yep. We gotta bring something to the table.
That's it right there, family. Building our Black excellence, energy, and actually building business. So this is my Bomani technology business enterprise that's been around from 2005, and you just build from the ground up and then expand. And the future of our expansion is our expansion and our community, Black Star Pan African community, when we can literally take it to another level and build our own infrastructure for our own technical business. So these are some of the things that we have in store for you and letting people know that this is what we're doing.
Uh-huh.
And that's all the contact information. And this is just more than just your basic site. Whole lot of different services. And then also on the left side, you see our Black Star community. You'll see the BAIO social network, Black African Infrastructure Organization social network. So you click on a link that takes you there. So where is, and right there, Africa for Africans. And just like that, family, back at Africa for Africans, tours and investment. And then when you scroll down, this is the incredible schedule coming up, family, of all the wonderful countries that we have, ready to take you on a journey of a lifetime. So from technical operation to Africa tours and investment, showing you, family, that we're about business and looking to connect with more people about business. So once you're on our website and you want to find out about all these countries, you just click on the link and it'll give you a world full of information as far as itinerary, tour overview, general terms, and things like that. And me and Kyle have been pushing our incredible Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour. That's March 29th, April 9th, 2024. So we're giving people time to work on it, and then we have it for a very special price of $3,800 because the next one won't be that price. But at the same time, too, it's a nice luxury journey because we want to make sure that we give you the best. So that's what we tell them, Kyle. We're just making sure we step it up for them. And then while you're on the website, family, if you want to enjoy the music, that's it right there. All the wonderful world of ventures. Yes, Kala. One day you're gonna see me, you, and the rest of the folks that's going to Liberia on sliding by and galleries information.
And also Angola. I can't live for that day, man. But by the time we get to Angola, we're gonna be so built up and so strong. You know what I'm saying? That we're just gonna be an irresistible force, man. So we have to get to Liberia and all these other countries and unpack, bring our investors in. We got people joining us, that have businesses on the ground, just signing up with us and connecting with us and everything. Because, like I said, we want to be that place, the BAIO and Africa for Africans. We want to be that connection and that people can rely on. That people realize it's professionalism and serious people and serious stuff being. You know, so this is what tonight we're going to talk about. What we mean by organize. What it means to have organization, and why organization is so important. The black race is disorganized. Okay, Garvey said the one thing he said. The reason why we're in a situation is because he said in bold word, we're not organized. If the people who are organized will enslave and oppress people who are disorganized. By the time people figure out that they're disorganized, it's too late. They've been conquered, enslaved, and everything. But when people throughout history realize there's a threat, they organize themselves. That's why you have the emergence of this thing called the republic, the state. Okay? Inside the state, people realize that they're common people. They may organize around their hamlet, their city, their town, their village. Everything has to be ordered about organization. Everything has to be systematic. Everything has to have a common set of rules, common set of laws, a common purpose, that people can buy into, that have safety and protection. When I see people take their time to say they're going to Africa and they don't have any organization set up, right? They have no community that they're going to buy into. There's no way of protecting their investment. We're the only group of people on the planet, black people in America, who don't care about their investment. This is because we're so used to giving the white man our blood, sweat, and tears and getting nothing out of it, right? So we go to Africa with the same mentality. Other people, when they come to America, right, they check out the laws. They in with the police. They're in with the civic league and everything. They're protecting their posterity, their future in America. We don't seem to understand that. We have civic leagues in America we don't join. Okay, we have institutions that get government funding that we don't do anything with. We have churches, we have mosques, everything like that. But we always say, "Oh, we have nothing," because we refuse to go inside these institutions and make them work. Okay, because the black person in America, right, is the most unruly, the most disobedient, the most reckless people on the planet. It's the white man's got put it in us that we can live by our own rules. We don't have to obey nobody. We don't have to respect nothing. That's why it's hard for people to come and organize. Every time you see a black organization, what happens? Next thing you know, they split. What happened? What happened? Well, they had an argument one time. Then people who believe Malcolm X put his right shoe on first split against the people who said Malcolm X always put his left shoe on first. So there was a split. They went that way, and they went that. We look for any way to split each other up, right, and disorganize, right, because we don't think about a common purpose. A common purpose is for people who have an end game, people who are focused on the sole end game, and people not only have to have an end game, you have to have a beginning. You have to really believe you're a people. If you don't really believe you're a people, then anything could split you apart because you don't really take this seriously. Okay, so that's why people are so fragmented. Everybody doing their own thing. Nobody wants to come under one network and banner. So we created BIOs where different organizations can come together who are different, have different ideologies, but we have a shared thing where we can interact with each other, cross paths and everything on different things, and we set the social network up for that purpose. Your organization can join. You can plug into different people from different organizations and everything, and you're working together. And we have a common set of values, a common set of rules, and a common end game. So this is what we mean by being organized. Okay, when you live in a foreign country, you have to be organized. That's not a suggestion. That's not a maybe or maybe. That is a mandatory that you be organized. Because I'm seeing too many people going to the continent and they're not coming back. It failed, and you just wasted it. Now, if you're in your 20s and 30s, that's fine. But me, I'm in my 50s. I don't have time to waste 5 years of my life. And I see people in their 50s and 60s, right, going over to the continent and failing and everything. You got to come back. You just wasted. You got to basically, if you're in your 30 years old and say, something, I'm gonna give 5 years to the continent and everything, go there and have a good time and everything. You got 5 years of your life, okay. But let me tell you something about other groups of people. when you talk about the ages and everything, right? As soon as they turn 18, 19, they become adults. They know by the time they're 23, they're like, wait a minute, I'm not 18 anymore. I'm 23. I should be at this benchmark right here. So they make life decisions based on, okay, if this is going to be, I'm going to be somewhere at this level, right? In our community, since we're so used to failure, we're so used to not having anything, that we'll sit around and be in our 30s and 40s still looking for ourselves, still not married, still not with any serious relationship, still not with any sort of business, a solid business, just hustling, scamming, proselytizing, and stuff like this. They go into their 40s, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, when they turn 60, now they're serious about life. They want, listen to me. Well, what you do with all those years? You had from the time you're 18 to the time you're in your 20s to make some sort of benchmark. Did you get your college education? No. Did you get your can you go to where's your resume at? Did you work this job? Did you accomplish anything? No. Did you build anything? Did you write any books? Did you build anything? What do you have to show for yourself in all these years that people could take you seriously about a life altering decision? And a lot of these people have nothing. They just have this idea that, it's Pan-African. Look, the bottom line is this. And we're going to talk about this tonight, the Pan-African movement is still an experiment. It's not reality yet, okay? We have to make it reality. It's not going to fall from the sky. We have to make this reality. We make this reality by being absolutely serious about what we're doing and make this our business, okay? This is not fun and games, right? When you talk about going to a foreign country, you talk about leaving the United States and everything, that's serious. That's as serious as you're going to get. And you talk about building on another country, another land, and everything like that. Are you safe? Are you got protection? And all this kind of nonsense. And these questions need to be asked. And so, therefore, don't be dismissive of people who have concerns about what you're doing. Don't believe everything you say about this. And then when stuff does happen and everything, that was just you. That was just you. That was just your situation. Don't put that on everybody else. And then when you ask the person, well, what exactly do you have? I have absolutely nothing. I still live in the United States. So don't tell anybody what to do. And so, therefore, like I said, being organized means you're preemptive in problems, okay? You're organized. You have people that can handle problems before they happen. The only group of people who basically think that they don't have to worry about problems are people who never had anything in their life. They never owned a business, right? They never owned anything where they had responsibility, okay, and everything. You could tell, you could walk up to somebody and you could tell when somebody owns, I could go into a room, you go to a work site, right? There's a whole bunch of guys who are serious, right? But I could always tell who's the boss. The boss is the most serious person on the job site. His job is to get the other guys as serious as he is to get the job done, to make it work. What makes you successful in any job and everything is your enthusiasm to getting the job done, to seeing the vision of the boss and taking his leadership, right? And not only doing what he says, but doing without even being told. You know what to do. We got a mission here. We got a mission here. We got to construct this building here. We got timetables. We got charts. We got stuff like this. Don't tell me about, everything's all good, and then something collapses because you didn't see the foresight of something happened or something got delayed, something didn't get delivered. Now we're gonna have cost overrun because you just think everything else. This is what I'm telling you when we start talking about Pan-Africanism and build a nation building in Africa, right? We got people over here that don't really have any sort of experience in building anything, right? And so they don't think that they always say what can go wrong will go wrong. And so they basically throw people out there. Oh yeah, just go to Africa. And blah, blah, blah. Do you have any supply? Do you have a supply chain? Do you have any agreements with the government or the local government? What you're talking about? Do you have backup? If let's say you're building something, right? Well, who's supplying you with your stuff? Where are you gonna get the electricity? Where are you getting water from? Where all the stuff like this gonna come from? Okay. If that doesn't work out, right? You have workers. What if they quit? What if they don't work? Do you have a backup plan? Do you have people organized that could basically take care of something, a contingent, if something doesn't go wrong? All these things are what other groups of people come when they come to America, the Indians, everything. They got networks of businesses and everything that they could plug into to make it say, well, how's the business, the gas stations run so? Because not only do they have their own people that they network with, right? They also got other people that can step in and say, yeah, okay, such and such family will step in and supply you with this so you can get to this port right here and everything like that, and they'll guarantee this and the other. That's what it means to be organized, okay, on a higher level. And therefore, if we're going to be succeed on the African continent, we have to do the same thing. We're told that, okay, we're not citizens, we're in a foreign land. Okay, then that means we have to act like that. So you can't go over there talking about I'm going to be a citizen and all stuff like that. You're not a citizen, so therefore you have to act like a foreigner. When foreigners come to this country and everything like that, they're unified, realizing that there's disadvantages. You have to have lawyers, you have to have accountants, you have all those things in place, a system, a network, an organization, that an infrastructure that you could plug into that makes things seamlessly. I don't think we as Black people understand the idea of what systems mean. You know, everything's systemic, systematic, that it works without even thinking about it. Okay. Okay, you need this. Okay, we got this. We have a banking system. We have money transfer system. We have this right here. We have our own storage things. We have our own shipping, all stuff like this. We have those things in place that's verified, and your investment and what you're doing is protected. Okay, at the highest level. We don't have that. And so therefore we're going over to the continent. Oh, when I was there, I met this person right here, and they do this and they do that. And then, so you go to a foreign country and you don't know anybody. You don't know anybody on the ground. You don't know anything what you're doing. So you're just winging it, you know? And so therefore, what I'm trying to say is this. When people start talking about Pan-Africanism and they look at Black people from America making these fundamental mistakes they would never do when they go abroad to a foreign country, right? They look at us like we're weak. They look at us like we're incompetent. They look at us like we're stupid, like we're suckers, we're dumb, you know? And this is the reason why nobody takes the Black people in America seriously when it comes to Pan-Africanism, because we're not this. If you're an American citizen, right, you should have the U.S. Embassy on speed dial, right? You should know what talk to your local embassy. Oh, I'm coming to Africa. No, no, no. You're a U.S. citizen. You're coming to a foreign country, right? You carry a U.S. passport. The way the world works right now, you have to check in with your local. In some countries, you have an embassy, and also you have consulates. You know, and be on the same page. Don't mean you do what they say, but be on the same page. Say, this is what my objective is, this is what I'm doing, and this is what I'm doing in this country. This is what I'm thing. I was told that years ago by a good friend of mine, Lenge Yango. He was a Cameroonian brother, you know, and Yembe, man, he was a good brother, man. But I understand why he had to cut me loose, man, because, you know, he's doing different types of business with all different types of people. And I was just a little too radical for him. So I understood. He said, man, he told me, he said, yeah, just go to, you Black America, just go to Ghana, man. Ghana will help you out a little bit better. He said, Nigeria is too much of a culture shock for you guys. You know, you go to Cameroon, Nigeria, that might be a culture shock for you. And he just told me Ghana probably be a better country for you guys, or South Africa. He said South Africa and Ghana probably better countries for you guys than Nigeria is. He said Nigeria is a culture shock. I don't think you fit in there. But he says always, if you're a U.S. citizen, and he was always stuck with me. He says I never understood that until recently. You know, he says always basically make sure you check in with your U.S. embassy and stuff like that, and make sure you tell them that you're a U.S. citizen when you're in these countries, right? Because there's a certain amount of reserve and respect you're going to get, that if they know that you're a U.S. citizen, that you're going to access the U.S. Embassy, whatever like that, or file a complaint with the U.S. Embassy, they're going to take you more seriously. You know, you're less likely to get scammed. You're less likely to get into trouble over there. You know, but a lot of our people don't do that. They go over there and they're just hard-headed and they just want to do what they want to do. They're not organized. They have nothing on the ground, stuff like that. So therefore, if you are serious about building it and settling in Africa, you're serious about building on the continent, we have to do things differently. Also, when you're in a foreign country, you know, and there's other groups of people over there that you might want to talk to. You cannot ignore the Indians, the Lebanese, and all these other people, the Chinese is on the continent. A lot of these peoples have major contracts. They got major stuff. and stuff like that going on, everything like that. The Ghanaians and Nigerians are using these people and everything. So we might have to swallow our pride and plug into some of these networks too. So what I'm saying is this. So I'm not going to candy coat this anymore, right? And I'm going to tell in the future of the show, I'm going to tell you why I came to this conclusion. After years of doing SimCity, AutoCAD, and stuff like this, right? And I realized that Black people aren't really serious about building. They want the end result. They say, "Oh, Afrikstan's thing," but do anybody join the BAIO and get into our STEM groups? To get into our land development agency? We had the CD AutoCAD that we're going to pay $500 for until COVID hit, right? But we still have the makeshift free stuff like that, software engineering stuff, and we do design smart cities ourselves and everything, and we get people acclimated into building stuff. And years ago, I was in the CD AutoCAD groups, right, and on YouTube and other places, and I used to see these young Asian and white kids and everything designing futuristic cities. I'm like, dang, and I'd be like the only Black person in there, And I'm saying to myself, where are the so-called African nerds? Where are the African geeks? Where are the people like that's doing this stuff? These guys are saying, yeah, and they're gonna pitch their ideas to sit up and coming cities. And some of these people pitch their ideas, and they got smart cities being built in places like Pakistan and everything by these young guys who basically software engineers, and they basically talk about cities. And I learned a lot about city planning and stuff like that. And that's what we built the BAL around. City building, city planning, and infrastructure building, and building everything. It's amazing what you could do with this sort of software. But I don't see that sort of enthusiasm in the Pan-African world. I don't see anybody taking things seriously. We used to have discussions in groups about power. We had serious debates on what type of energy is best for a nation state. Nuclear. Then we discovered about micro nuclear power plants, micro hydroelectrical dams and everything. We just talked about geothermal energy, all the stuff we were learning and studying in the BAO based on the fact that we have an end game, building modernizing and building Africa, for the future. And so building Africa and building new city states and everything for the future. This is what's going on in the Arab world, right? Who do you think that city they're building in Egypt is? That's young people sitting around saying, something, we can do this. And then they eventually pitch it to the right people in the government, and they say, something, let's act on this, And how do you think Dubai got built? Young people in the Arab world, OAE, sitting around doing AutoCAD and everything, saying, something, we could do land reclamation, we could build a new city and everything. And next thing you know, it becomes a reality. Okay? We don't see that in our race. We don't see people, young people, whether it's on the continent or here, thinking on that level. What do? We talk about YouTube all day and all night, talking about stuff that a week later, okay, we're talking about the same thing all over again. We're talking about the same nonsense all over again, and nobody's talking seriously about building and stuff like that other races. And this is what tells me that we as a race of people are not really serious about our own future. That's why nobody takes us seriously. And then, like I said, at least the Africans are in a position where they have their own government. The Black man in America, let me ask you a question, Black man in America. What exactly do you have to offer the Pan-African movement? I want to ask that question. Oh, well, I don't know. Well, Africans are now doing this stuff. They got investors. They got educating their people and everything. Pretty soon, we're going to be cut out of the Pan-African world because we have not used all the stuff that we have here to be in a position to say, this is what we got to do. We got our own STEM groups nationwide. We got all this stuff. We got this tremendous intellectual capital. What are we doing? We're talking about stupid nonsense. Look at our culture. We're bebopping and hip hopping and jungle bunnying and acting a fool all the time over stuff like that. And this was projects to the world. And then when people, these countries are trying to build, and they got to build, when they get with the Chinese kids, when they're smart, the Chinese aren't smarter than us. The Arabs aren't smarter than us. The Japanese aren't smarter than us. But these people are serious about building. So what do their youth do? What are their majors in their colleges and everything? They're majoring in all the stuff that these countries that are developing need. You know, they need roads, they need bridges, they need all this stuff like this. What do we major in? You know, sociology, you know, hip hop 101, nonsense, you know, journalism, you know. So therefore, there has to be a fundamental shift. We've heard all what we're going to hear about Marcus Garvey and everything. The next stage of Pan-African has to be about infrastructure and building infrastructure. That's the thing. I don't want to hear any more philosophy. I don't want to hear about like that. I know everything that was said in the past. You know, we already know about what Dr. Conrad Clark had. We praise our elders. We love our elders. But now we have to take it to the next level, which we're basically building for the future, you know, and the future is education. The future is being on a par with the other people. The future is math. The future is science, is technology, engineering. The future is geometry. The future is basically solving these problems in the world that we could pull ourselves up. Because I don't see any other way that we're going to, because the problems that you see in Black America is the same thing that you see all over the Black world. You know, poverty, crime, and blight and everything, and a few Black people on top making a little bit of money, a few middle-class people here and everything. But for the most part, misery and suffering is the hallmark of the Black race. And so we have to solve that, right? We basically in the modern world, and Bomani was out talking about this today. We don't even control the shipping and the import and the export that comes out of our mother continent. We don't. Why? Not because we don't have the intelligence. It's because the Pan-African world has never presented anything to the world. Say, you know something? We have all these ports around the African continent. Why don't we unify them under one port protocol and one port authority, right? And let's start building trade between African states. Right now, most of the trade that goes to Africa comes through most of the shipping. I did a shipping thing years ago, right? And I found out that most of the stuff that goes, the ships that come out of Luanda, Angola, are foreign ships. You know, Portuguese, Greek ships, Greek vessels. They carry everything to and from the continent. That's billions and billions of dollars worth of costs out the door, because no one's ever put together a shipping protocol, which basically has a synchronized shipping mechanism, a logistics mechanism that connects the continent under one maritime authority. Okay? These are the things the Pan-African world has to start talking about. Infrastructure, logistics. Okay? And when we start talking about this stuff, and we start doing our own stuff, and we're putting out our own information and everything like that, the world's going to start looking at us like, oh, these guys over here are serious. Then you're going to get that phone call, the knock on the door. Well, we need you guys to come over here and tell us what you're talking about. That's what happened in Dubai. You know, people were talking about all this stuff, land reclamation, everything. And the Emirates of Dubai said, you know something? Let's have it starts with a conversation. Let's talk about what you're talking about. You said you could build a new city out of the desert. Let's talk about this. You know, let's talk about this. Let's discuss this. Why? Because there were people seriously preempting, like I said, preempting and being organized on that high level. Right now, the Pan-African world is not organized on that high level. What do we produce? What do we showcase the world that we can do? Where's our talents? Where's our brain trust? Where's our manpower? Where's the intellectual base? That thing. Besides telling us, oh, racism, white supremacy, we sort of giving us a stupid racism, white supremacy speech all the time. Where are our engineers? Where are our scientists? Where are all these people? They would join. If people know that same way Asia can make people super rich and powerful because they're building infrastructure, same thing will happen. Nobody's going to start saying, you know something? It's a funny thing how the world works, man. This is human nature. When Japan started booming in the late 80s and everything right there was these Japanese that migrated to Peru. And they became Peruvian. Japanese Peruvian. They were just Peru, right? And then after a while, Japan became Japan started the era of the powerful yen in the Daga, the powerful yen. Japan became the credit country of the world, sending billions of dollars to Southeast Asia to develop their economies. Japan's economy was on the move up until like 1992, 93. All of a sudden, all these Peruvians that had like 10% Japanese descent start going to Japan, start getting their eyes sewn up to look more Japanese, to fit in with Japan society. It shows you how the world works. Chinese, there's many Chinese who lived in the U.S., Chinese ghettos and everything. China starts rising. Suddenly, oh, wait a minute, I think I'm Chinese now. And they come to the fold. We think Beijing is there because they're there because not only do they educate their people, right? They also they pull through the Chinese diaspora throughout the world. People who've lived out of China for 200 years, they start pulling them back, and suddenly they're Chinese now. I can't speak a lick of Chinese or write Chinese, but suddenly people like being on a winning team. You know, people, when you start being a winning team, then you don't have to bully and intimidate people into Pan-Africanism. What appears is apparent. You're winning, then people will join your side. You can't expect people to join you and you're not winning. You don't have a master plan. There is no master plan. The people on the African continent can't take you seriously because you don't have a master plan. You sat here in America for all these years and you haven't pulled anything together that you could say, you know, something has a master plan. With our feeble attempt with the BAO, that's what we're tempted to do. But people still, they don't want to join. You know, they don't want to do this. They don't want to do the hard work what it takes to. And also, this is hard work. If you want to have a Pan-African thing, people should be looking at our websites like, wow, look at these STEM schools all across America. Look at these black STEM schools. Look what these kids are producing. Look at these study groups and everything. You know, do we do that? No. You know, we have that? No. What do we have to showcase the world? The top Pan-Africans, everything. We got Umar Johnson trying to build a school to teach, I don't know, black history and everything. That's the best we can do? That's what Africa needs? No, we don't have freaking the STEM schools and everything. We don't have the after school programs because people aren't freaking because the people aren't organized and we're not serious. We're not serious about building anything in the world where people could take us seriously. You say, well, what do you mean, Kala? Well, I'll give you an example. Maynard Jackson, right? Maynard Jackson of Atlanta was a serious man. He was so serious, right, that when he said, look, I want to develop Atlanta to a middle-class black community and everything, black business and everything, he realized the American companies here wouldn't give him the thing. So you know what he did? He went overseas. And these German companies and Swedish companies didn't understand racism and all stuff like this and everything. They said, okay, you're going to build an airport. You're going to give us this right here. We're going to come there. And that was strategic. Why? Because people, you know, the black man, oh, nobody wants to do business. No, because he had his ducks lined. He had a plan. Okay. He was in power. I'm a mayor. I can make this happen. I'm in power. You know, we're going to build the airport, right? We're going to do this. We're going to build industrial parks. We're going to do this, right? This is our education system. We're educating our kids, right? You're going to put our people to work and everything. And so therefore, the rest is history. Black people made tremendous progress in the 70s and 80s in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, so much so everybody bum rush Atlanta. Now it's a mess because all these people coming from all over are messing this place up. But the bottom line is this: you have to have a master plan. We have to have leaders in these fields, in the STEM fields, in the science fields, in business, in trade, and supply chains. All these things, all these people have to be organized. When people have these things and everything, we have to showcase these people. Okay? If somebody may hate my guts and everything, but if that person has a master plan that they can do stuff like that, I'll be the first to tell you, yeah, man, this guy right here, this guy's into shipping. I remember a couple of years ago, I met this brother from Washington State, right? He says, man, he came to Virginia because he was going to purchase a shipping vessel. And I said, man, and you could tell he was like, he was an older guy at the time. You know, this is back in 2014, I think it was. And I met him at the airport, right? He was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna I'm in shipping and everything like that. We moved to my family's from Olympia, Washington, you know. And he said, yeah, I'm into shipping. And said, I'm gonna buy the ship over here when I start shipping. Shipping. I said, I don't really know much about. I thought everybody used containers. He said, yeah, we use containers, but we still ship, you know, small freight and stuff like that along the East Coast and overseas and everything like that. So he says he's a shipping. He says he's been a merchant marine for years, but he was buying his own ship, his own vessel. I said, wow, man, this is years ago before, right when I was starting to create the BAO. I meant to get the guy's number and connect with this brother, but I'm saying like this, there's black men out there like that. Well, we have to start bringing these people into the fold and start discussing stuff with them, on that level, So like I said, the topic tonight is building, and only when you start building, when people start taking you seriously. Start taking us seriously. Right now, people, it's one thing the white man take us seriously, but now the Africans do not take us seriously, right? They like us and everything. Oh yeah, Pan-Africanism. But who are they doing business with? The Lebanese, the Chinese, the African Development Bank, or African Americans getting contracts from that? No. Who's getting those contracts from the African Development Bank that Africa has to eventually pay back? It's foreigners. It's non-black people. Why? Because we don't go to the continent with a real plan, and this is what Pan-Africanism is all about nowadays. It's having a real plan, a real serious plan, not kumbaya stuff. And so this is what we're talking about tonight. And so with that, I'm going to yield to Brother Bomani.
Yes, beautiful, Brother Kala, beautiful. Appreciate you explaining and breaking it down. So let's get into some practicality and show people what we are talking about. That's it, family. Our Black Star Pan-African community. So as we are talking on the topic, and that's what Kala was talking about, are we going to build Black excellence? Or are we going to fail being unorganized? And I mentioned many, great flexible way, and we have to just organize up, and that's what we're talking about: putting our resources together, literally just doing Black cooperative economics to the highest level, and creating a global Black pipeline to where we're here in America, and then you have some of us there in the African continent, and we're keeping a network going to where we can just get things done. But unfortunate, most of us that's making these moves, because at one point people are telling me, "Oh, you just need to just focus on yourself. Go get your piece of land and do this," and that's fine. Are we going to continue to just do things individually all over where we go? So that's why we have this incredible plan as far as what we're building right there in the African continent, right there in Ghana, in our community in Jahadzi called Black Star Pan-African Community, putting our money together and acquiring land and just building our homes and planning out for the future to where we have the infrastructure that we need to really operate and be successful. A lot of times you're trying to go to different countries and you're trying to get things done, but you don't have those things organized. You don't have those things set up in place. And it'll be worth it for us to put time into developing it versus just running. And that's why we do tours, to say to people, hey, we have all of these incredible different African countries. You come there, enjoy a roots and culture program, check out the country, learn about the investments and things like that, and make your move back and forth and put things in place. And then all these countries that we go to, like you see under the screen, we have connections in all of the countries. So that's all we're doing. So that's the plan of what people like myself have been doing. And people may say, "Hey, you've been going to Africa for a long time. Why don't you live there?" The reality of it is, some of us are not retirement age. And do you have to be retirement age to move to Africa? Absolutely not. But it's a form of being prepared, and also, while you're here and you're actively living in America, use your time and use access to all the resources you have. Whether you're building your nonprofit, whether you're building your business to do contracts, or your business to create passive income, or just any flow of things that's going to help you in the future. And the building of that starts now, and then you can start looking to this expand. And then after a while, you get things set up. So with this wonderful community that we have, it's a situation where you can start on your future plans, and then you build together as a group. We have group conference, we have a whole lot of things going on as far as social connection. So that's it right there, family.
Socialization is the most important part. Before, Black people in America's problem is we jumped into politics before we were socialized. It starts with socialization. Socialization builds economics, okay? Economics builds politics, in that order. We jump from politics and think politics is going to be lead us to economics, and then once we have economics, we'll be unified. That's ass backwards. Okay, socialization takes Black people and our people being socialized to the point where we recognize that we are one people, and that takes a lot to do because a lot of our people, we have not learned to love each other and accept who we are. You know, socialization can start with your family, your cousins, and everything. It starts with your community. Okay, it starts with your church, your mosque, or wherever that you socialize around. Socialization means that people are we have codes. We have traditions, we have meeting places, that we fellowship. We have to have all that. We used to have that in Black America at one time. But now people don't even know who you are, your neighbors are. You don't know anything. And so therefore, when they go to Africa and whatnot, they bring that mentality to Africa and they flop because they're trying to be individuals. Okay. Well, that sense of community is gone because look what we've been living around for the last generation. The people that we in our community didn't have our best interests. People that were selling us dope, the people that were selling us guns, drugs, and everything like that, and misery and chaos and everything. So the Black community has been a mess for the last generation. So therefore, the once love that we had in our community, where we looked out for each other, we were one people, we saw each other as one people, wasn't even any question about it. That sort of Black America's gone because look what was going into our soul for the last couple of days. Fuck that bitch. That nigga ain't shit. And also like that. This has been going in our soul for the last generation. Death, destruction, and violence on the radio every day. I hate this nigga. I can't stand this nigga. Fuck this nigga. This. Somebody Ross said, stop blaming your own kind. What the hell is he talking about? This country works one way. Stop blaming your own kind. What is he talking about? I like to get this person on the air. People just get in the chat room and just start talking, man. Talk. Tell us about what are you talking about? Who are you addressing that to? Who are you saying that to?
All right, so let me flow through some of these comments and get down to that one. All right, all right, this is one person right here.
Oh yeah, Timothy. Yeah, Timothy. We was debating today. I think I was trying to tell him that that I said Pan African was a joke. No, we got. He started quoting all these people that's been gone for decades and whatnot. Oh yeah,
Malcolm.
I said, dude,
you sound like a scholar quoting all kind of people who didn't work.
Quote Negroes will quote you to death, man. Quoting this nigga, we're the most quotingest people on the world. So say you stop blaming your own kind. What is he talking about? Stop blaming your own time. This is about accountability.
There's another one for you.
Yeah. We FBA. Oh Lord, FBA. So if somebody say FBA, I don't even take them seriously, but I'll read it anyway. Okay. We the FBA have an intelligentsia. Nobody wants to put out of the control. Black fraternities have over why. Oh, now it's Black fraternities that have the thing. More excuses, dusty Negroes, more dusty comments. Let's see. Bomani, so-called African American conceptions of being African and such, African grows African leverage. Yeah, but the bottom line is this, though. That's fine, but when you go to a foreign country, the reality is you're a foreigner. You may see yourself as an African, right? But when it comes down to doing business and doing stuff, getting stuff done and everything, people are going to do business with people they know, and that's rightfully so.
And that's the next one right here. And
seems like Africa doesn't have the infrastructure and house to house Pan Africa who want to return. All it looked like the South Africa, all the West Africa, all the South Pan. Well, it's not just so much as physical infrastructure; it's social infrastructure. Remember something. A lot of these countries, right, the cities and everything, are legacy of Europeans and everything. So, a lot of times, people have to speak in a foreign language to do business and stuff. And so therefore, modernization in Africa, where people try to still hold on to. There's never been that time where we made the transition to the modern world. It's just been like, boom, it's on us, right? And people still have their own beliefs and customs and everything, and they got to reconcile that with a common rule of law and stuff like that. That's why you have situations where people still believe the chief owns the land, but you have a state. In every place in the world, the state is the supreme body of owns the land, has eminent domain, not chiefs, not societies, and that comes from the Magna Carta, And the idea that's why the wealth of the Western countries are wealthy, and African countries are not. The state owns the land, the state controls the means of production, and it outsources it to the private sector. But there's no one person saying I own all this land and you got to confer with me. No, in the West, and also the separation of church and state. The church used to have all the land, during the papacy and everything. With the separation of church and state means the church did not have power over land. The church couldn't tax anybody. The church couldn't do all that. They did that during the Middle Ages. But the emergence of the republic or the state took that role. The state took the role of punishment and everything like that. So in other words, basically, you couldn't commit a crime and go to the priest and ask for forgiveness. Now you had a state that says, no, okay, you may be forgiven by God, but we're going to execute you by thing.
I think there's a lot of comments by one of your buddies right here.
Oh, I don't know. If I wish to know what the person talked about, Tallulah Rasa said, "How old is the Constitution? You can't cover what is in the chat. I don't know what this person's talking about. I don't. Do you understand? You get what they talk about?
No, I'm just trying to say there's a consistency.
The white man loves your kind and whatnot. Everything's the white man. The white man is God to these people. The white man love. One time we mentioned the white people tonight, brother. No,
I don't remember saying anything about them.
we don't say nothing about white people.
Most of the time we don't because it's an irrelevant situation. You know what I mean? And I talk about white people. Let me just explain things about the history of white folks over the last 700 years. What they have done is called evolution. They've evolved. You know what I'm saying? They went from one form of savagery to another form of savagery. Now it's a little more sophisticated, a little more organized, a little more multiculturalism, and a little more. Let me get more immigrants from all over the place. Let me just kind of work a different mix. Let me just create a panel of job opportunities where if you're watching a newscast, you have one Asian, you got one black person, you got one white person, you got one woman, and things like that. And
one trans person.
Then this work systematically, and then just creating the situation to where, where other people are leveraged with more opportunities, and to where now you just have to, now we just have to really step our game up. So I'm telling people, these people are evolving, and if we're not evolving to organize ourselves, especially as Black men, to be leaders and to just set the tone for the future of our people, we're gonna get left behind, and it's a real situation, to where, now look at the African continent. Remember we talk about the Berlin Conference. We talk about none of our people are there to to negotiate any of these deals, and you talk about how we got basically false or fake independence to where now the nations that had their foot on their neck still have their foot on your neck, because now now you have to figure out who's going to run all these industries in the country, and you can't.
It's easier for African countries to let foreigners run it because people, at least they won't be divided, right? If you have a country where the countries, let me give you an example. Recently, the Museveni's son said he's going to invade Kenya and take over Kenya, right? And so the reason why is because the Europeans, when they created Uganda and Kenya, do you know they deliberately created that to create division? That half of Kenyan are actually ethnic Koli people and other people, Baganda people in Uganda, and you got South Sudan. It's a mess. They did that on purpose, right?
You're talking about the whole Swahili coast.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got Kenyan Swahili, but these people in the interior have nothing to do with each other. And so therefore, they basically created so that there will always be division. There's no geographical thing linking, separating Kenya from Uganda, other than the British drew a line and said, this is Kenya, this is Uganda, Even though they're the same ethnic group, been trading for years, you can't go over this line now. Same thing when Germany took the Cameroon, and the French and the British took the Cameroon after World War I. They basically gave half to the French and half to the British, And so there's division based on things. People are like, well, geez. So you got boundaries and borders that don't even make any sense throughout the whole entire continent,
Doesn't, brother. You're talking about countries like Senegal and Gambia.
Senegal and Gambia. Gambia is right in the dead center. They called the Gambia when that was some British aristocrat's personal property. But we're still right.
The deal was said that the British got the better part of the situation because they got the Gambia River.
The Gambia River, you know, and the French is all
Even though the
follows
French
it.
got the bigger country, which is Senegal.
Right. And the French,
Amazing, man. I'm telling people that these people are consistently evolving how they're gonna control your resources, control your minds, and you're sitting around playing around on YouTube and sitting around running current events and worrying about who's gonna get elected for the senator and who's gonna be the next president and things like that.
And these people are not playing. These people are not playing. And like I said, these people got a game plan. Like we see it right. Hey, we just heard that Rihanna and Dr. Dre and Snoop is going to headline the Super Bowl. Who gives a flying fuck? You know what I'm saying?
So you're not excited? You're not excited to see the performance?
And by the way, I'm gonna shut the Super Bowl off. What is this? Like an hour? The halftime's like a half hour.
I don't know. I think it's usually like 15 minutes.
No. Halftime's usually like
30 minutes. Who knows? That shows you how much I know.
Yeah, about 40 minutes. I think halftime is 40 minutes. I'm shutting.
I usually have other things to do. Honest, and sometimes I may get lucky and catch it. You know, maybe
if I'm cooking, if it's warm, I might cook out whatever like that. I'll go and turn some steak on the grill and whatnot. You know, that's what I'll do. I'll make sure I'm doing something during halftime. You know, and not watch it. You know, and so.
You sure you don't want to miss the performance, man? You're talking about big stars. Some of the biggest in the industry.
you know what I think about these stars in these industries, man. I don't give a damn about them, man. I don't give a damn about entertainment. I don't give a damn about these sports stars. They mean absolutely nothing to me, you know? So people don't come in here and talk about college. I don't give a damn about all the people you care about, you know? I don't care. All I care about is land infrastructure, nationhood, and building a nation of our own and building Africa for the future. That's all I care about. I want to see, instead of seeing people playing basketball, I want to see young black kids coming up with their own CD AutoCAD design for a new city, you know, the new buildings and new industrial parks and zones and everything like that, new space programs and all stuff like that. That's what I want to see, you know. That's what I want to see.
Building the future.
Building the future. That's what I want to see, you know. And so, therefore, that's what gets me excited, you know. I don't want to see all this nonsense and everything we say. I don't care about the next rapper. I don't care about these rappers. And I don't know them until they get shot and killed. You know?
Wow, man. Brother, but that's true though, brother. There's been several of them that that's the only reason why you know about them. Unfortunately, you know what I mean?
Yeah, unfortunately,
definitely sad to hear that. Especially young brothers trying to get their money and trying to make their moves.
Right, and you don't know about them till they're dead.
Yeah, but that's how it goes. I mean, the last few, that's even the one that you and I was talking about.
P and butter, like, peanut butter, P and B butter. Well, I don't know what that, rock, whatever. I don't know. I mean, to disparage your brother, but I don't know. I don't know anything about these people until they die and whatnot. And I'm like, unfortunately, that's the culture we live in. And we got people now on YouTube with there's a YouTube channel called Hood Vlogs, right? Going to the right, the nigga be getting 1 million views in 2 weeks.
Yo. I'm telling you, man, it's
man,
it's gonna spit some educational stuff, talking about nation building, talking about us as black people uplifting ourselves and everything. People is like, okay.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's
why listening, but
and so when we get on these shows and whatnot, I'm not the person. If you don't want when we put the link in chat room, you want your feelings hurt, you better come in here acting respectful, because I'm not the one. I'm at my wit's end with Negroes, y'all don't do nothing, man. I put the thing say join our social network, right? Just sign up. Don't even have to charge them. Tariq is charging y'all niggas,
I got coming for you.
And he is so divisive. Sad to listen. Then don't listen. If I'm divisive, go. All these useless people, man. Swear to God, I'm divisive, right? But yet they sit there and listen to people talking all this nonsense. Kill this nigga. Rape this bitch, put the Molly in it and whatnot, shaking this stinking ass 24 hours a day. But I'm divisive,
But brother, you're a scholar, man. We're here to provide solutions for our people and get our people organized so we can have more, have a better level of success across the African continent and across the Black world, period. Building our real, true global Black business pipeline, just like how we're gonna do when we just really launched this operation into Liberia, doing tours, doing investment, and just building the future.
People say, I listen to Bomani. It's funny how, like I said, I know Bomani.
I thought we talked about the topic. Let me make sure I look what the topic is.
It's good.
So I don't forget the topic there.
And we're talking
about. Are we going to Africa build Black excellence or Phil being unorganized? Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
and it deals with many things, direct and indirect, especially like when we talk about the Berlin Conference and things. It's like people need to be clear about what they're getting into. You go into countries that are divided. You go into countries that are makeshift countries. Just like I was telling you today about, at one point, Ghana was supposed to be a little smaller, but part of what is Togo today, they decided to join with Kwame Nkrumah because they wanted to build that nation. So that's more so close to what you call the A-word territory. But that's what you have, family. Before that, you just had nation states, and then now you have countries that's organized, but part of their people is in another country. So so you have the other part of them is in Togo and Benin.
Yeah, Benin just took like
Yeah,
a 16-mile stretch of Nigerian territory. Like a year ago. Like Benin just say, "Yo, man, we want this territory." They just took it, man. It's when they just took it. It was like a one small town, whatever. Like they wanted it, they just took it, man. So these borders are arbitrary. And right now you got northern Cameroon called Ambazonia trying to succeed and
yeah,
everything like that.
that's the
Trying to
newest
succeed and
country in
stuff like
Africa.
that.
That and South Sudan.
And let me ask you a question, Bomani. I noticed something, right? What is it about black people, right? When somebody says, something, I think we're over here, we could do it by ourselves, whatnot. And the Africans are like, no, you can't succeed and everything. Even in the British, remember when Scotland wanted to succeed from the Great Britain, but they ended up voted to stay. At least
Right.
they had that option, to, okay, we're going to succeed or we're going to stay part of the British Empire. They voted to stay. Barcelona, right, was going to secede from Spain. It was orderly, and they came to the conclusion, okay, we'll stick it out with Spain, whatever like that, But when it comes to Africa, if somebody says, something, the central government ain't doing us right, I think we could do things ourselves, everything. Suddenly, 1 million people got to die. I don't understand that, 1 million people got to die, because somebody say, something, the government's failing, and so we're going to succeed and do our own thing and everything, and we're going to we're closely culturally linked, everything. We could build our own thing. We're taking care of ourselves anyway. So we're going to think. Now, in Angola, we have a province called Cabinda. They seceded from Angola, but Angola has not, they're not recognized, right? Because Angola hasn't officially recognized them succeeding, but Angola has not gone up there and tried to reclaim it because they knew it would cause war and bloodshed. I remember this carefully a few years ago. I thought Angola was going to go up there, and that was during Dos Santos's rule, and they basically said Dos Santos is corrupt and everything. We discovered our own oil. We want to become an independent. It was an enclave called Cabinda, and then basically they just been African autonomous, but they're still recognized by under the UN because right now, even the way they recognize countries, who it's like you have to get countries to recognize you, right? And then if you got countries recognize you, if you're not a member of the UN, the UN needs to be destroyed. I really think the UN needs to be destroyed because the UN was based on imperialism and protecting the British Empire and all stuff like this. So we really don't have accurate nation states representation on the global stage. For example, northern Iraq, the Kurds claim that's Kurdistan, right? And nobody wants to give them any recognition, because according to the maps that everybody's using, Kurdistan is still part of Iraq, even though Iraq doesn't exist pretty much for the most part, and Turkey fears a Kurd state is a threat to their national security. So Turkey is bullying and using its leverage to keep. I think that's why Turkey is involved in with Russia and Syria and stuff like that because its threat is the emergence of a Kurdish state. And so therefore the world is in turmoil right now. We don't have any Taiwan is like, look, we give China everything. It's microchips and microprocessors and everything like that. We have more than capability of governing ourselves. Why is this idiot China trying to take over our shit and fuck it up like they did Hong Kong? Taiwan is like, leave us the hell alone. Why is that China basically talking about we're going to take things? Same thing with Russia, with Ukraine. People say, look, Ukraine's like, I want to be an independent nation. Russia says, no, you're part of Russia. We want you back. And so this is what you have in the world. We have not made much progress in the human civilization. We have not made much progress, And so I always say, look, all these boundaries that were written up by European colonials and everything, In the future, they're going to be, these things going to be put to the test as more people get education in Africa, right? And they realize, okay, especially countries like Equatorial Guinea. Now, that government was completely put in power by multinational oil companies, you know? They overthrew a current government, installed this guy, right? Said he was a rightful king. They give a big press release, the international media, yeah, the rightful king is now in power. His son and his family has robbing the country blind, you know? They got Lamborghinis across the world, houses across the world. A lot of people live in squalor. So therefore, this is what we're talking about on a global scale, you know? And like I said, I don't know about what people feel about Biafra, but, you know, I haven't seen any real justification for Biafra succeeding from Nigeria. But other than the fact that a lot of people just simply don't like the Nigerian experiment. And they just feel like this. You got people saying Yoruba land ought to become independent. You got the Delta State saying they want to become independent. Only the northern Nigeria said, if these people succeed, we're nothing. We have no oil. We really have nothing, right? So we got to keep the country together. It's the North that wants to keep the country together. You know,
I mean, it makes sense for them to stay together, right? That was the purpose
because they got nothing, you know.
That was the purpose.
But
that was the purpose of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, the North is saying, "Oh yeah, we're black state, but the South is like, "Yo, we don't need you guys in the North," you know, especially when you guys can't get Boko Haram and these Islamic extremists under control. You know, and so they're like, yo, look, man, something's got to give here. You know, the North got most of the power and the money, but yet all the resources in the South, you know, because you guys got the numbers, the territories. And the British created Nigeria just for that purpose. You know, we're going to know the North. If people think that the British would have influence in Igbo land and Yoruba, it doesn't. The British made sure these emirs in the North, everything, were educated in Cambridge and Oxford and everything to be the perfect Negropeans to do their bidding on the continent, you know? And so, and that's what you have, you know? That's what you have. But the thing about tonight is we're talking about the as far as Pan-Africanism, right? You have the new president of Kenya saying that he basically is going to build a Pan-African, evidently he's listening to us, right? He wants to build Pan-Africanism and everything, right? And I asked the black man in America, what do we have to bring to, at this point, do we have to bring to the table? You know, or look at our politics in America. Is it centered around Pan-Africanism? No. We put this idiot Joe Biden in the power, right? Was there any Pan-Africanism on the table? No. What do does black people talk about? Reparations, you know. You got Phil Scott, who I like and everything. He's trashing Raphael Warnock for not going with this guy. What's this guy that ran in South Carolina? Marcel. Talking about, look, let me tell you something. Anytime you talk about reparations, that's political suicide. You know, you might as well tell Raphael Warnock to freaking retire, because as soon as you talk about reparations, you can forget about that sentence. So Raphael Warnock is supposed to lose his senator just so he could appease a freaking bunch of Negroes talking about reparations. And people know that's the truth. If you're not intelligent, understand reparations is not a winning argument. It's just like the fact that a lot of white people who are racist, right? They can't come out and say, they can't say, I don't want black people in my neighborhood. But they'll say words like buzzwords. We don't know how to use buzzwords, like forced busing. You know, remember that? Lee Atwater and everything like that. Or crime. When they talk about crime, right? Willie Horton ads. Remember the Willie Horton ads? You know, or George W. Bush, the furloughs and everything like that. They use buzzwords, right? And dog whistles. Negroes don't use dog whistles when they just start yelling, you know, outright. You don't know how to use dog whistles and stuff like that to get your point across, to be tactful, you know. So therefore, when you start attacking Raphael Warnock, right, and for a thing, and then at the same time you're attacking Herschel Walker. So who do you want? You say Walker as a coon, but then you attack. then they go to attack Raphael Warnock, Jason Black. Oh, he's attacking the Democrats all the time, right? And they said, see how racist Republicans. So
I mean, it was this clown Jason Black, and I get tired of hearing people. I get tired of hearing about these clowns that won't even show their face. Brother, how hard it is to turn on your camera?
Yeah.
But then again, you are a respectable business person, and you don't have anything to hide.
And check us out. Not only that.
And people taking advice from people who are just in masks and stuff. You don't know who these people are.
You don't. You don't know who
see
these
any
people
work
are.
from these people. You don't see these people going out anywhere and connecting with people and doing anything social and or setting up anything but change. But yet people listen to them. Like people be telling me about that one and another person. I'm like,
who are these people? You know.
yeah, who are you
And
guys?
not that
What are you guys doing?
oh, this is a time to pull up. He told his last show was about pull up. Nigga, you
Pull up
haven't
to
shown
what?
your face. How the hell you gonna talk about pulling
What
up?
is he
Nigga?
pulling up to?
We're gonna pull up. I don't have no idea. You know, all this stupid ADOS FBA nonsense and everything. And people come on tonight, and people got smoke for me. I ask you one thing.
No, I think
Cam up.
somebody. I think this guy won it right here. But the thing of it is, what I'm telling him is like, if he's gonna come on, the thing
Put
of it
your
is,
camera on.
the thing of it is, as a matter of fact, that's perfect. If you're gonna come on, you need to either show your camera
Show your
or
face.
show a real picture of you. Like, let me give you an example of a real picture. To this. That's a real picture right there. That's an actual picture of me myself, and this is how I look here without the we're all dressed
I don't
up.
know. I don't know. Yo, B Hoop, she got smoke for me tonight. I'm like, God damn. I learned when your ignorance will cease. I don't have no idea. What the heck is that coming from?
Well, I got a better one for you, but let me just give my brother a big shout out.
Yeah.
Dijon, appreciate the love, brother. And here we go. This is the comment she had for you.
She says, I respect the channel and the creator because I believe in what it represents. It would be nice to have a different co-host that would teach and bring unity. Well, I'm just saying what I need to say. You know, if somebody else wants to come on here and say something different, you know, I seriously doubt that's going to do anything because most of you people are useless anyway. You know, they come on here, they contribute nothing, right? You know, don't super chat, bet you probably don't even like or share the video and everything. And they come on here just like this. I like the host. This is business here. We do this show for a reason. Bomani and I talk throughout the week, you know, and so we do these shows. We're doing this for a reason. This is years of experience. I'm 31 years doing this Pan-African movement. All right, I've been around the Pan-African circle. You know, I'm an author. You know, I'm a writer. I'm a blogger. I'm a radio host. I do all this stuff like that, and I got a reach that's worldwide. You know,
Absolutely, man.
So I'm not somebody up here talking a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, not anybody can just come on here.
You want to come up here and match my credentials and everything? Come be right ahead. You know. You want to match the Kala Genesis like that? You think you got it, and you come on here and you show me what you got. You know, but it's all a bunch of nonsense, all a bunch of feel good nonsense. I'm not here for nobody's feelings. You know, we're here to tell it like it is, and that's what we do. And then also, when people say, "Oh, what exactly are you talking about?" Give me a specific thing that you disagree with me about. If I'm wrong, I'll say, "Okay, I'm wrong. I'm sorry about that. Whatever." You know, and so tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm saying is wrong. Or you just don't like my tone. The tone police. That's what it is. The tone policing, brother. You know, I don't like your tone, you know, virtual signaling, you know, I don't like your tone. You're this. I tell it like it is. You know, and you think I'm bad here, you should listen to some of my radio show podcasts, you know. You'll be in a fetal position crying at some of the stuff I say, you know. I tell it like it is.
Yeah, we straight no holds bar, and that's what I'm telling people when they step in the ring. You know what I mean? Like it's just like don't step in the ring with Mike Tyson unless you're gonna
unless you're ready to rumble.
Ready to bring it. And if you're not ready to bring it, what's gonna happen when you step in the ring? You'll get knocked out.
You'll get knocked out. Yo. You know, that's where you coming here. You coming for the jugular. This is the end game of friggin' of all these years. We shouldn't even have to be do these shows, right? We should be doing this stuff naturally. But brother, my mind should be out having a beer. I should be out having a beer. Everything is going. Do you think the Chinese have to do shows like this? No, this stuff is already set up where this stuff has happened naturally. You know, we gotta tell you to common sense thing. Get your damn education. You know, if you're gonna go to the continent, bring something to the continent. Organize. Be organized. You know, make education and nation building the center point of what you're doing. But people don't want to do that. All they want to do is sit back and talk a bunch of nonsense, talk a bunch of foolishness, and criticize what the heck we're talking about. You know, we're talking about this. If we go to the continent, you got to bring Black excellence. You know, they have to see the best in what we are. You can't just go to Africa being dusty and whatnot. You know, I want to go to Africa because I'm free. No, Africa got enough deadbeats. They got their own deadbeats to deal with, and so we're not gonna bring people over there. Thing, so we're not gonna thing. What's up, Darren? So the bottom line is, people come and they basically just don't want to build anything, don't want to do anything, don't want to join with us. Bomani has an excellent program. We have the excellent program, the Black Star Pan Africa and Gadazi Ghana and whatnot. You would think people say, something, let's build this and build a community over there. So I don't want nothing to do with no Black Americans and everything. And then on their own, they fail, they mess up their life, they come back to America talking smack, getting on the line talking smack. And so therefore, this is what we're talking about tonight. This talking tonight is like building together, building Black excellence and everything. Because when other people come to America and everything, they go to the Black community, but you best assured they got their own social clubs and everything. Because I'm a member of several Liberian organizations in America, and these people stick together and they're like that, I got my brother, Great African, man. He's been in the BAIO, but now he's really stepping his game up with the BAIO. He's basically telling us we got access to his farms in his community in Ganta, Liberia, and also access to hundreds of acres of land and everything we wanted in Liberia. So the bottom line is this: we're winning, and there's nothing going to stop us and everything. People are joining our fold like crazy. So what people say in the chat room and nonsense and everything means nothing. I know what's going on in the BAO. I know what's going on and all stuff like that we're connected to. So people talk what they want, but we're still winning.
There you go, brother. We got a guest here, Kala. We got a guest. So, brother, introduce yourself.
Tabula Rasa. How you all doing?
What's going on, bro?
Yes, brother. Doing well, doing well.
Yes, sir.
Let me post the topic back up so we can be clear about what we're talking about. There we go. Excellent.
Are we going to Africa to build an economic? But that's the thing. We're in America. And what has to happen in America, there's legislation that we can work on. Like you all, whenever I chat, I always say, if this is my first day and I don't know nothing, and this is my first day coming, what's the first step? What's the first thing that you all have set up that if I gave $100, what do I get in return except for just giving $100 so I can prove that I'm with you? That's not enough. Young people.
We don't want $100. We don't want your money.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if a person was willing to donate or pay into anything, that means when you close this out, whatever I receive on this end, it have to help me the next day or 2, 3 days, a week until I see you again. There has to be something that people can be doing in America that'll take them from point A to point B so they can start building what you are. You're doing some type of business. He's doing some type of business. You all need people that are just first year interim, like an apprentice. If a person was an apprentice to either one of you, what's the first thing they have to know that if they meet you and you give them some paperwork to help you, what would they have to know?
You want to answer? First thing is the people that we're looking for right now. We don't want apprentices. We're looking for experts. We already
that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
We already got the plan laid down. We got connections on the continent, everything. We don't need apprentices right now. We need people that
that's what you're talking to. That's who you're talking to when you broadcast, when you put the feed out, and people, the first day that they see this and they hear you all talking about going to Africa, Pan-Africanism, they're going to do that. That's why they go to Umar. That's why they go to Tariq.
We're not speaking for everybody. To everybody.
Hold on for a second.
It's not that. It's
they go to Umar and Tariq and people like that. Them people don't have. The thing of it is, we explain the business that we have from the land business to tour business, and so we have avenues to connect people. So one of the things is, if somebody was ready to go to Africa, number one, I have people that don't have passports, and I have people who are confused about what a visa is. So those are some of the things that you have to get clear out of the way. Then I have people who don't know what 1957 is for countries like Ghana, and are not clear about Liberia 1822 as far as the history of the different countries. So these are some of the things that people have to learn. They have to learn to study basic English, basic history, and pick up some of these Black Power books that we show all the time as far as us learning and connecting. because it's hard for someone just to be in America and just say, I'm just going to go to Africa and it just be like that. We come from Black organizations. We come from Black study groups that are focused on African-centered consciousness and us making moves. So that's how we got here. And we're telling people if they're going to get here, you have to go through some of these aspects of things. And that's why the people that we have moving, some of them don't go through these processes and they just get up and go. And they just figure they're going to go to Africa and things are going to work out like that. And that's why we're proposing us organizing ourselves in communities and social groups, and us putting our money together. And you know, like example, you have 3 of us here in America and then 3 of us there in Ghana, and we're working together to make moves as far as putting our money together. And it's just like our community that we have there. I'm here running the office here, and then we have people running the office there in the country, and we're working together to work it out. So those are some of the things that people can do if they are open. But it's like, and as far as putting money down, I wouldn't advise anybody to put no money down on anything in Africa unless they're clear that they actually want to do things in Africa. A lot of times it's a lot of confusion. But Kala, let me know if you have anything else you wanted to share as far as answering this question. Because what we try to do,
yeah, like I said, the whole thing
questions.
is this. I think a lot of times people, when we're doing these shows and stuff like that, right? We're already, the BAO has been around for years. Bomani's been around, I've been around for years, stuff like that. The people that we already have on the continent that I help move to the continent, I help build here, build businesses and everything. We're already doing this, right? This is just a rally. These shows are just a rally because, you know, we're not, this is not a Zoom call. This is not anything. This is just us showcase because this is where people go to. And people, well, by next week, this show will be at 1,000 views. And the bottom line is this: people are listening to what we have to say. They understand that these 2 brothers, Bomani and Kala, are very serious. We talk about our history and our background and everything, what we went through. This didn't happen to me overnight. This is decades of me studying and research, you know. And I would never tell anybody just to go to the African continent. When we advise somebody to go to the continent, right, we figured out that Black people in America, in the West, right, that go to the continent needs to be organized, right, at a high level. Organization is how things get done, right? We basically, when we go to the continent, we show how disorganized we are. And I had no idea that we were just this fragmented, right? I always thought that Black is Black, we're going Black. And then we get to the continent, or we go to Asia, or go to Europe, we fall apart. Now, sometimes Black people, from what I hear, if they go to a place like Australia, they stick together because they're in a white environment. It can't always be like that. You know, so the bottom line is this: when we say organize, right, we're organizing basically to protect ourselves, to protect our interests and everything, because we take our interests very seriously. Other groups of people, when they come to a place, they take their interests very seriously. They take what they have to invest in very seriously. They're constantly probing, they're constantly asking questions, they're constantly saying this, that, you know, that's why the immigrants act so aggressive, right? Oh, we were told this, you know, and they're quick to call the police, they're quick to take you to court because they believe in the system. You know, they got people in the system. They always have lawyers and everything. You've dealt with Indians and everybody like that before. These people don't play, you know. We're the only group of people that don't think all these things are serious when we go overseas. We don't think about having lawyers, accountants, and people that we can confide in or trust, you know, what they call it, trust, you know, or surety, you know, or people who are entrusted to basically do this, you know, people who oversee, has oversight and overseeing what we're talking about, you know, a group meeting, an association and stuff like that. And that we basically pay into and we support and everything. And that we have rules and bylaws that we abide by. And that we have meeting places and everything like that. We don't want to do that. You know, we don't want to do that. And so therefore, I always say, you know, if we're going to do anything, we have to do it right. And because a lot of people don't want to do that. And then I keep hearing these horror stories about people losing money when they go overseas or something like this happened to them. And they come back. And my point is tonight is the show is people are looking at this, you know, our enemies, right? Who don't want us in Africa, who don't want us anywhere in the continent, are looking at using our failures in Africa to say, oh, Pan-Africanism doesn't work. The people who don't want us to go there, oh, look, these guys are boom, because we didn't do things right. We didn't do things, plan things right. We didn't take the chance. I would say to a young person, right, if you're interested in the Pan-African movement, the first thing, and I tell people all the time, and I had to cut a lot of young people loose, right? I tell them, look, you quote, they quote you to death. Yeah, doctor, you heard this quote, inbox me all these quotes, right? I said, yo, look, it's been 2 years I've been messing with you, right? Have you got your education, right? Have you went to school and got your education? No. Have you did this, everything? You know, your quotes and all that, beautiful. What have you done? I said, you're a young person, right? You're under the age of 30. You should get your skill. You should have 4 or 5 skill sets, you know, and then when you basically, and then get some sort of success in America.
Name
Then,
those skill sets. Name them.
okay. One is STEM, science. Okay. Engineering, you know, and you could take a skill set, even like being a mechanic, aviation.
Okay,
You know?
okay. But without it being like immediate, this is what I want you to do. That's what I've been asking for. Do you have somewhere where you said that you put that online?
Well,
Like
yeah,
you
on
have.
our website,
Okay, so
on our
okay,
website.
that's what I'm saying. Like, because for people that might just be hearing about you all, if they're not professional, that's what you're telling them. They at least need to have that. That's the thing. If they're in America and they want to get involved and they're not in a hurry, and they heard you say this, don't go over there. They can start here, but there has to be something. I'm saying the apprentice thing and the interim thing is you all are already advanced.
Let me ask you a question.
If you're going to have people do this, everybody's not advanced. So you have to do what other countries do. They have programs. They have things like, to help people who want to, like Job
Okay,
Corps.
did you
Just
listen?
in description is
Let me
the
ask you a
best.
question. Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. Did you hear what I said like 2 minutes ago?
Yes, you were talking about.
I said, hold up. We have a website, right? We have different groups. We have a skilled group we call the Doogers, right? We have the STEM group, right? And then inside the group, we have different chapters, right? Inside each city, right? You can get in touch with people and the individual say, yo, look, yeah, I can learn this. Aviation mechanics. Oh Lord. Alquan. Okay, all right. I'm in a humorous mood tonight, so I'll deal with Alquan tonight.
No,
Anyway,
it just depends, man. I mean, if people don't bring anything, you
yeah,
know
you
what I
better
mean? We
bring
just have
something
to
to the
let
table,
them go, man.
Check us
I
out.
mean, you
So
have to.
therefore, if you read our social network, right, you get inspired, right? Say, man, I like to go over here. I see that. Let me give you an example. And we have a mining group, right? We have people in there that know all kinds of stuff about mining, right? And then people take the initiative to learn about the trade, learn about mining, learn about diamond cutting, whatever they want to do, right? And they learn that, right? You have a place, you learn that. You have to learn on your own, right? And then once you basically say, look, man, I had a guy that was with me, Mike California, even though we parted ways or whatever like that. When I first came on Blog Talk Radio back in 2009, he didn't have any skill set and everything. So I started doing a Blog Talk Radio show. I said, STEMs, he said, Kala, I like you and everything, but I feel kind of bad. My feelings hurt because you're always talking about education, skills, and everything, right? But yet, guess what? 5 years later, this brother got a master's degree in quantum physics because he was inspired by the stuff I was saying. He took the initiative to get himself in school and educate himself. Same thing I tell people all the time. You may not know anything, but you say, you know something? I want to get into that welding program. I want to get into become a mechanic. I want to become this, and therefore you have something to bring to the table as far as like the Pan-African world. That's what we're talking
Perfect,
about.
brother. Perfect, brother. Perfect.
I hope I answered the question.
I'm hoping you did for him. You clear with me. Let me see if he has brother Tabula. Did I answer your question, or did any of us answer your question?
Yes, somewhat. Yes, it did. Yes, you have to take the initiative, and you all are more focused on Africa, not America.
No. Let me say this,
You
brother.
focus.
Let me say something. Let me say something, brother. We're focused on Black people, right? And we're saying that Black people can't be confined to the borders of America. We cannot be that people that's confined to. That's what's holding us back. We're not a global people. It's not just Africa, right? It's not just Africa. We want Black people in America. If there's opportunity in China, be there. If there's opportunity in Japan, be there. Japanese years ago reached out to Black Ebony Magazine, said, look, Japan wants Black America to start. They love sweet potato pies. They said, man, you come over here, you make a fortune because Black people, they like African American cuisine. And they said, come over here and make money. Japan's a big economy. And a lot of white people don't want to go in Japan because white people don't like living like foreigners in Japan. They said, but Black people in America, so a lot of Black people in America live in Japan now, and they make a lot of money opening restaurants and doing a lot of stuff like this, So get in where you fit in. It's all about being global. It's all about being global in the global economy. whether it's Dubai, whether it's Australia, wherever it is, you know, where's Mumbai, wherever it is, we want black people, whether it's South Africa, Cape Town, you know, there's always something for place where you go. So therefore, when we have this global infrastructure, right, you may be in one country and everything, and somebody wants to put a bid on a contract that we're doing in one country and everything like that. And so that person could be the go-between. So in other words, basically, we're saying that, you know, if we're global and we got global connections, we're doing business globally, we that's what we bring to the table as far as the Pan-African world. And also in America, right? We have all kinds of tremendous resources as far as like grants or overseas loans to do business in foreign countries. We have sister city projects, right? Which you could tap into your local city. We have cities in America invested pension funds in developing countries, you know. And so we sit on many pension fund boards, city workers pension fund boards throughout America. How do you think Bob Johnson got those hotels built in the Caribbean? He tapped into cities like Baltimore and Atlanta's pension fund loans program, same way the mob did when they tapped into the Chicago pension fund loans to build hotels in Las Vegas. So he did the same thing. Sony Records, how do you think Sony's big? Sony taps into the New York State and pension funds and stuff like that for loans and stuff like this. All these things we have access to in America, right? But we don't do that. You know, we don't take advantage of the opportunity. And a lot of times these cities, we don't friggin' we don't bother trying to learn about these things because we're just foolish people. We got people, we got pension funds that we sit on in the city, billions and billions of dollars, right? Somebody else is making money, just same way Joe Biden gave. We elected this guy president, right? And he gives Ukraine $80 billion and nothing for Black America, nothing for Africa, anything. So therefore, what I'm saying is this: so we have to start being strategic.
I voted for Trump.
Everything, you know.
That's wonderful. At the same time, to Kala and Tabula, Alquan, welcome to the call. Introduce yourself and let us know what you want to share with us tonight.
Hey, how you fellas doing? You know, I came here to share some wisdom and some insight as usual. And
For real.
and what I want to do, I want to, believe it or not, this might shock you, but I actually fully support this Afrikstan concept.
Oh boy.
Believe it or not, I actually support that, and I believe wholeheartedly that if people who call themselves Pan-Africans and who revolve their lives around Africa, or whose lives revolve around Africa, and who worship Africa in effect, I believe and I support the Afrikstan concept and any other relocating to Africa concept on one condition. And this is where, what's that guy that was in charge of the BAIO? What's the name of that guy?
It's me.
Huh? No, the other guy.
Oh, forget about him.
Okay, yeah, I guess so too, because me and him used to go at it because I would say one thing: you guys got to get to Africa. Just go there.
That's holipsism.
Yeah, hold up. Yeah. Me and him used to go at it. My man couldn't deal with this force, so my man just got to the name calling. But I think you have to show the people. First of all, I'm being real. Most of Black America, and it's almost 100%, they're not concerned with Africa in any kind of way for a number of reasons. However, but if you want us to get concerned with Africa, you have to lead the way. You have to go to Africa. See, when you guys are chilling in a particular city in the United States and you're talking all this Africa stuff, it makes us, and you're not in Africa, it sends the message to us that, well, whatever is going on that you claim is going on there can't be too great, or else you would be on top of everything.
Let me ask you a question, Alkun. Let me ask you a question.
What's Alquan?
That's Alkun. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, right now we have space programs, right, where you have people who going to talk about building on the planet Mars, right? You know that, right?
Okay.
Now let me ask you a question, right? These people are talking about, yeah, you know, George Bush. George Bush made a speech about we're gonna colonize Mars. Everybody laughed and everything. Yeah, we're gonna be on Mars. We're gonna put man on Mars and everything like that, right? Now let me ask you a question, right? Did George W. Bush ever go to Mars?
I can answer that, but you have to answer, did they get it started yet?
I'll say, yeah, well, yeah, they are. They got Range Rovers. You haven't understood the space program. They got people. They're setting up stuff on the country Mars. They got spaceships and stuff like that. Rovers running around on the planet Mars, and whatnot. Stuff.
Okay,
like
well,
that.
it sounds like they're
looking at finding water and life on Mars and whatnot. They got robots on the planet.
Humans?
Not humans, but robots.
Okay, drones.
Yeah, whatever they got over there. What I'm saying is this though: because they're not living there themselves, right? Should they stop what they're doing?
Well, I mean, they're actually, according to you, they're actually setting up shop and preparing.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Bomani, can you show him the picture of the Gazaji community right there? And can you put that picture up?
But see, we have to make sure that Mars is inhabitable.
Look.
We know Africa is inhabitable.
A drone. Listen, there was nothing that would make sense to be in Mars when it's so much different, and you don't have a whole society, and you don't have infrastructure built to care for you. A drone cannot protect you. It can only you can only be on Earth predicting what could happen, and there's things that they have not contemplated on that planet that they don't know nothing about.
Let me say this, brother. I don't agree with going to Mars. I don't say that, but I'm saying that people still talk about they can make a go of it. Now let
them do it. Then let them go there. There has to be people that have to die first. Okay, it's a new territory.
Now, with that, using that analogy, right, Brother Bomani, right, we have a community like this in Ghana, people living on the ground. So we show that Black people from America and the diaspora can actually build a community in Africa.
That is not the same thing as Mars, brother.
No, but according to Alquan, it is.
No, it's not. You brought out the Mars.
No. He's only asking you about, like, if I leave America, or if I am able, if the people that know what you need them to know come there, is it going to be like going to Mars? You're already there.
We're saying that we help people that are able, like Bomani and I will. If people aren't ready, we'll tell you no, you're not ready. We'll tell you like.
What about yourselves though?
I'm like this. We're working here in America, right? And it's going to take time to transition to the continent.
You're in America.
We're setting this up for the future. We're building these communities for the future, and then one day I will be living on the continent.
Okay, so why are you critiquing George Bush with Mars situation? No, he's setting it up for the future.
What I'm saying is, you said that you have not gotten anything set up, and I just showed you we do got something set up.
Oh, what I mean by that, I mean set up for you guys to be there. Because obviously Africa is the place to be, so you should be there.
Hold on. We got people set up. Hold on.
Yeah, the thing of it is, you don't just move to Africa and just, all the people that I know, the majority of people that I know that's living there are retired people, or people who are, that's what they built to set up to live there.
Retired people?
Well, they're not a retired community. They have their houses and just regular
people who are easier to con, right?
What they do is they moved and they got a house in a regular neighborhood, and they're living and everything, and they're retiring, they're enjoying their life, and they're doing wonderful things. But what we're doing is we're trying to take it to another level to where we have a younger people and a younger generation.
And that's what the infrastructure comes in at.
So in order for you to do that, you have to build that. You can't just send people. I mean, people are still going.
I don't mean to interrupt. I think you guys are kind of overreading what I'm saying. I'm not talking about sending others by the plane loads.
You're not there.
That's it.
They're not there. Neither one of you are there.
And I heard you loud and clear. I heard you loud and clear. I'm not there. I'm in Africa. Last year, I was in 5 different countries. And the year before, the same thing. Okay,
that's not the point. The point is you don't stay there 24/7, and you don't have
what is your point? So what is your point? So do I need
that is his point, because if you were there and you developed a relationship daily, to where you would have enough power that if people moved there, they would actually understand that they would have somebody there to be able to negotiate, not just because you toured it.
And can you hear me? I have an office there with 2 Americans, vice president and a secretary. They're both Americans. They're there. So am I supposed to be in Senegal, the Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa?
I tell you where you're not. I tell you where you're not supposed to be at. I tell you where you're not supposed to be at.
Hold on for a second before you talk. I'm going to meet you guys because I'm not here to sit and argue and debate with you because you guys are not on my level to argue and debate. Number one, and what you need to do is learn. So let me explain to you. And let me ask you this. Let me explain to you so you're clear. We're trying to build our future in Africa. In order for you to build it, you need to build your headquarters. You spent all this time in America. Our ancestors spent all this time struggling. You don't just get up out of here and leave with nothing. You use the resources that you have access to, and you build what you're building. I can show you the whole land videos over and over of what we have built there, and we have people living there. It doesn't matter if I'm there. I'm not in a position to do. My best position is here to organize the people I need to organize. I take over 50 to 100 people to Africa every year. So am I supposed to simply just do that in Africa? It doesn't work that simple because you need to be able to have the infrastructure that you need. If you're there in Accra and you're trying to do some of the things I do here on a daily basis, you're not going to get what you can get done as you can get done in this office that I built from the ground up here in Georgia. That's the reason why I'm not there. So what we have decided to do is put our money together, get land, and build those institutions and build those things there on the continent so we can have our base of operations. So right now we have a office there and we have people working there. So I'm here in a position to get things done. They're not going to be here to do what I can do. I have a whole business enterprise that I've built, and you don't just get up and leave that. So Kala, I don't know if unmute yourself, Kala. I don't know if these guys understand our point.
But
you know, I mean, just like you went to Liberia, you went to Liberia, you scoped things out. One of the first persons you came back and talked to was myself, and then next thing you know, me and you talk, and we built the itinerary, we built a setup to go to Liberia. We're gonna go to the country, we're gonna build what we can build, and then after a while, we can make a move there. The topic of what we're talking about, because people are doing stupid stuff, and I've been helping people move to Africa from 2007, but I've never advised any of them to do the stupidity that people are doing. I always advise them that these are all my brothers and sisters, all of our brothers and sisters here. That's from the African Diaspora, and then these are our people that we have good connections with. Make it work with the people that we have set up, But people go and then they run into strangers. Oh, this guy told me that he's a prince, and so I'm gonna give him my inheritance, and he's gonna give me land, and I'm gonna do this. So in order for this to work, is we need to have our communities there set up so when any of us make a move, we can get connected to the right set of people to make things work. So that's what me and my brother here is doing. That I'm doing that in Ghana, and we're also working towards Liberia. So I know people like to argue, why don't you guys live in Africa? And then we telling you, it's like, we just spent the last 10 minutes explaining to you why we don't live in Africa. And at the same time, too, it's a situation where, I have a child right back there. He's right back there with his friend.
Children can go on planes, right?
Yes, my son, if you haven't watched my videos, my son been traveling with me to Africa from 2 years old, and now he's 12 years old. He's been traveling to Africa with me for 10 straight years. He have not missed any of those 10 years.
That's beautiful.
And it costs a lot of money for those things and things like that. And also, you can't just take your child out of a good education, good school that you have in America. Yes, America have good schools, and then take them to where you're going.
Africa with the piss poor schools, right?
So in that community,
also we're gonna build
in that community that I have, we don't have the school established. Just like on our paperwork, do you have a university there? Do you have schools there? Yes, but do we have the schools that people like myself like? I came up from a technical school, Transit Tech High School in Brooklyn, New York. Phenomenal school. And even when I went back there a few months ago to talk to some of my brothers, we talked about the great education that we got to learn electrical and electronic system, which have paid our career to this day, even including my career and things like that. So we need to use what we have here to get things set up. So what we're doing is drawing a bridge. We're building a permanent bridge. We're building Pan-Africanism towards nations. So some of our sharp minds need to stay where they are. But while I have people calling me, reaching out to me, I'm helping them set up on a regular basis. But I don't know what else to tell people why I'm not in Africa.
Well, no, that was good. So basically, you're saying, what the truth is that Africa is just not developed enough for you to be there at this moment, which is I appreciate the honesty in that.
No, I'm not talking about Africa itself, because you have development across Africa. I need to build my headquarters in order for me to move from America to Africa. I'm not just going to this.
But you said headquarters. How come you can't just build a house? Because some people, here's the thing: a lot of people, they try to sell us.
We have a business house there. It's not enough. I need a headquarters. I need to build. I need to build black. All right, we need to build black. This is what we need to build. We need to build black African infrastructure. So what that is us building all the things that we need. It's not just going somewhere and building a house. We're using sustainable technology to the highest level. All that stuff takes a while to plan out. I mean, I'm not trying to justify anything, but it's like what we're telling people is we're making moves to Africa to live and do business on an organized plan. We're not getting up on emotions or getting up because some one of our brothers got executed by the police, and then people in the world saying that, oh, this is going all over. We're not getting emotional like that, or we're not just running to Africa and just giving up what we have. We need to do things on a more organized level to where we just take the emotion out of it.
Did you say business?
Excuse me?
Did you say the primary goal is business? Because I thought it was to build an Afrikstan.
Well, how you gonna build? How you gonna do that?
You got to get involved in business. So that's what we're doing. We're getting involved in business. So this is what we have to do.
It's not really about the people then.
Listen here. The thing of it, that's why that's why I don't like talking to people who don't have business and don't have anything going for themselves.
This is the reason for talking, because we get understanding and clarity.
You're just arguing. In order for you to build what you need to build, you have to build some level of business. So like I have an Africa tours and investment business, take people to Africa. So what am I supposed to just do everything for free and do it? It's like people who don't understand business and things. It's like they won't work for free, but they want you to build business.
See, here's the thing. I'm a little confused.
Why are you building this business? You're taking the money from the business you're building and you're investing it back in your own enterprise. So that's how we got the land. That's how we got the office. Right. That's how we got basic things started. So
I guess I'm confused.
The more business that we can do, the better we can actually reinvest that money back into something where when we're ready to make the move, we have our business office, we have people working there. And then also we're training young generation of people, and we're bringing our children with us also, and we're teaching them a whole enterprise from technology and business administration, from Africa tours, investment, real estate development, and so on and so on. The whole aspects of what we're talking about. That's why we show our flyers, our website, our postcard, and let people know what we're doing. So the goal is to get more of us in business so we can build this global black business pipeline.
All right. Now I got you now. See, because I guess maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was under the impression that there was a Pan-African thing that was developed to push the people and to build the people into a worldwide brotherhood thing, as opposed to a business.
Get this clown off the
see, they can't take it. They can't take it. They can't take it.
Get him out of here.
Too black, too strong.
Well, call it. Don't tell him to go. See, because you'll have 100,000 black people that'll say and feel what he feels. I just heard Bomani say something. It has to be. You all are both in America, correct?
Yes, we're both American.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you. See, we're in America. The first thing we need to do is what's happening in America. So the people that are in America, the businesses that are in America, we have to get them interested. So if a person have worked a job and he never had a business,
I would
no, listen, huh?
I don't want anybody. This is not for people I'm gonna start a business.
No, I didn't say that. I said if a person never did that, there's things that since we're over here, you need people to be invested in businesses. We got to grow our network over here.
Let me ask you a question. Give me your definition of a business. How is it set up? What type of business is it? A supply business?
Okay.
Whatever. What is it?
Now, he just said we have to build an infrastructure from here over there. So if we're over here, no matter what business a person's involved in, I don't care if they cut grass, if they can invest in a business, if they can invest their money in somebody that's actually a scientist.
Let me say something to him. First of all, we break business down into several different categories, right? One is when we talk about business on this level right here, we're talking about people who could do logistics and critical infrastructure. Okay, that's high level. That's not cutting grass. Okay. And so, therefore, when we talk about business, we're talking about people who could set up ITC centers, right? That's another business. We have people I got people in my organization that can do fiber optics and computer programming and stuff like that. I got people that work. These are the people that we're building a pipeline with. That when the time
are they over there right now?
No, but they will be. I got some people.
Okay, so if they're not over there right now, every day that time passed, they don't have no.
These people. Listen, what I'm saying. I got people here that are doing really well in America, right? Doing $1 million contracts. Okay, when the time comes, right, when we have a program that we can sit down and negotiate with whoever, whether it's the African governments or the Chinese and everything, and we start bidding on contracts and stuff like that, we're gonna have our people in the pipeline. That's what a pipeline is. You have the people ready to go. You understand?
But they have not lived there long enough for them to know the terrain.
It doesn't matter. We're building these communities and everything. We're gonna build these industrial zones, all stuff like this. It does not matter. These people are ready to go.
It's just different levels to this whole situation. So you know what I mean? If you just on the lowest level, you just need to pick up a history book and learn why we're doing what we're doing.
No, I'm not. That's not it. It's I listened to you, Bomani, and you were stressing you stay here because you have to stay here because that's what's going to strengthen you being able to take care of things over there.
Right.
Yeah, because
okay, so that means if you all use that same method of approach and talk to every person that's in America the same way, get your business straight here. Because if we don't get our business straight here, we don't work together here in infrastructure over here first. There's no infrastructure in Africa.
We can't build infrastructure in America. What are you talking about?
But that's what he's saying he has to do here. This is where he's doing his business here.
Yeah, I mean, because I work hard to build what I need to build here. So in order for me to move to Africa, I need to work hard to build.
Okay, that's Bomani. That's what I'm saying. Bomani is building here. So if he would just what he does like the African tours. Okay, now getting other people interested in building an infrastructure in America so that we could go to that's United Nations. That's people that are dealing with African countries. We have to, like you say, be better over here so the people that go will have a foundation of people over here that support them because they got to go ahead.
Oh, we got we got my organization in Bomani, Africa, and we got
okay, but you're not trying to build with people here because you say we can't.
We still got people over here. What are you talking about? We got chapters in every state.
But that's what I was just saying. That's what I was just asking you.
I told you. I said you go to the website, right? You see how we got it set up, and then you talk.
Okay. This is all that I have here. I have this business here.
I'm not saying that you all don't. It's just if I found a person that said, "Hey, I'm trying to invest. I'm a scientist. I'm a doctor." What would I tell them to do?
Tell them to join our social network and get in contact with us and join our science group.
Okay.
So I mean, again, it just appears as if from the outside looking in, it appears as if it's more business oriented instead of nation Pan-African building oriented.
So what I'm explaining to you, in order for us to do the Pan-African nation building you talk about, you got to have something to do Pan-African nation building with.
You got to have bring something to the table.
The people that I do things with in Ghana, Tanzania, and other countries, they have business. So it allows us to do Pan-African stuff together.
But do you really need a business to do Pan-Africanism?
Yes, because example, like you join the average black organization, and all if you just sit around, all you talk about is black organization, you'll get nowhere. But when people start talking about business, because trust me, I was part of some of these organizations. Next thing you know, I'm in Africa, taking people to Africa, people are living, people are setting up, people doing business. Big difference from the staying, sitting and talking. So we're more in a practical stage, but at the same time too, we, as you can hear, we talk. Building a global black business pipeline. It's a simple thing. You know what I mean? So if we have more people in doing business across the black world, it's a simpler thing for us to connect and do things together. So we're encouraging people, especially people like yourself who live in your mama's basement, to go learn a trade.
Come on.
And build a career.
Why do you have to go there? Why do you have to go there with the personal insults? But
that's what people do. They stay in their mama's basement. They get on these YouTube.
But that's not what I do.
They criticize people who are in the game.
Well, I'm not criticizing. We're having a discussion.
In the game.
Listen, we're having a discussion.
That's a narrative. That's a narrative that people are selling. That's a narrative that people are
don't like the way
telling.
we're doing things, so they
No,
want to
no,
tell us how to
No,
do
no,
it.
that's the narrative that was sold.
we're trying to gain understanding, but that's what questions
Well,
are for.
if you don't understand so far, that means you're not very intelligent, and you may have to go back and
Or
study
maybe
from
you're
page one.
dumb and you didn't explain it right. Maybe that could be the case too.
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
brother,
Let's say,
brother, you're not very intelligent. I mean, look at the stupid questions you keep on asking. You keep on asking questions like you have no sense to think, like you just want to be just a little
Right,
bit.
that's the purpose of asking questions.
You know, well, I've
I
answered your question.
I am stupid. I am stupid.
I've answered your questions. Try to tell me what makes you intelligent and what are you doing to progress Black people and what's so smart about yourself and what you're doing, because you seem to have no knowledge of what we're really doing. So you really don't need to be on this panel.
That's what I'm asking questions.
This panel is not for simple-minded people who don't have the level of
Okay, well,
intelligence.
you two should dismiss yourself from the panel then.
Go ahead. No, I mean, you seem like you like to sit around to get for us to keep on just educating you.
No.
Explaining yourself, maybe that could be the case.
That's not what I'm saying. There's more people that are not technical than there are. And if a person
keep on talking about all these people, we're not here to save a whole generation, a whole 90% of people. Most of the people do not get what we're talking about. Literally, about only 1% of people get what we're talking about, and that's literally what you need to build a repatriation movement. So you're arguing up the wrong situation.
Okay, so it's repatriation.
That's not our priority. Our priority is not to convince everybody. Our priority is not to do all this other stuff that you talk about.
So it's repatriation. So you're saying it's repatriation.
Repatriation doesn't work based on what you think or want it to work on.
No. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I'm saying is that what it is.
We're telling you only about what we're doing. So I don't understand why people keep on coming on.
No, they're not. They're not.
We're saying this is what we're doing. This is what we're about. And we're not about all those other things. I'm not.
It's
just like I've never done any kind of video on YouTube talking about what current event is going on, whether it's Joe Biden or Brittany Griner or anything.
You're repatriating, but you're repatriating.
I stick to one subject.
You're still saying it's repatriation.
I stick to one subject: repatriation, which is a process of getting things set up.
Okay, now that I heard you say that,
I've helped people move from here, from America to Africa.
Now that I've heard you say that, I understand what you're saying. I never heard you say that, no matter how many times I've been on your show. And I listen.
What?
Repatriation. It's about repatriation. That's what you just said today.
I mean, confused. Is it business or repatriation?
Looking at our tour business, it's always saying repatriation and
okay. Now listen. Now there's people that if I come across them and they talk about repatriating, now I can direct them to your site. I ain't trying to do nothing like you have to help me. I'm saying now that you said that, I will show you that my name will come up, and I'll guarantee you I will have people that really want to understand repatriation with you. You didn't say that before. That's all I'm saying.
All right, yes,
but I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You need people that's serious, and it's not a problem. But all I want you to do is, if a person, like I said, if this person, like now I see what you're saying, I won't bother you with the same thing anymore. I know it's about repatriation, so I'll study that before I ask you any questions or before I bring somebody again. Now that you've said that, it's not a problem. But that's the thing, when somebody is listening to you and you all are talking, they didn't hear that. That's what they're going to be questioning. They need to know the plan. Repatriation is not the same thing as something else. So now that's a foundation for if I ever talk about this site. Well, you talking about repatriation, you need to go and see them. But Bomani and Kala, they're about that. They've been doing that. So that's what you all should make sure you put that word out, repatriation. Make sure you always keep talking about that so people are clear. That's what it's about, so they don't waste no time playing with nothing else. I don't have no problem with it. I think it's good that you said it. And it's the first day that you said it. And that's why I'm thankful you said it. And it's people like us that keep banging out, and we got it. And now I hear it. That's a good thing.
And I have a clearer understanding. See?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bottom line is we're talking about building, and the bottom line, you can't build no movement, no pan.
HC, have you ever talked to Million Man March, or you ever been with the leader in the nation?
Me?
Yeah.
Million Man March?
Or anything with Farrakhan?
No.
Oh no, I dealing with some Nation of Islam ministers when they were ministers.
Alpha thinks he thinks he's a Native American.
Well, not think. I mean,
No,
that's
he sounds like somebody that I heard. You sound like somebody, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah, I might be if you're talking about master teachers, scholars, Nation of Islam guys getting taken out. Yeah, that sounds like me because they got taken out.
Okay.
And but
no,
yeah.
but this dude was talking about he's same sex.
Oh, that ain't me then.
Okay, that ain't you. No, but you sound like that dude. I don't remember his name, but it's a black male. He was at one of the marches, and he let him speak at one of the marches.
Oh no, that ain't me. I don't believe in marching because to me that's just a waste of time event. Just
I might say he was in the Million Indian March.
Yeah. Hey, have you been over there, Big Chief? You know who Big Chief is?
Top Cats.
Yeah, Top Cats.
Yeah.
That's who you with?
Well, I'm not with, but I have seen the man. I've spoken to the man.
Okay. So what tribe you from? What tribe you from?
No offense, but I still had more questioning for clarification on repatriation.
No.
Okay, what tribe you from over here? If you're Indian.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't want to divert the conversation away from the main topic because
that's
what Bomani said he wanted to stay on.
Okay.
So I try to respect people when I come on their channels. So
all right.
Yeah, so Mr. Bomani, the repatriation situation, how long of a process do you think that is going to take? And what kind of numbers do you think you're looking at? And have you done any repatriation in Jamaica or the Caribbean?
Repatriation. Repeat your repatriation question. I mean, because you're talking about repatriation. We just had some questions for you. You didn't want to answer. You just want to stick it back on repatriation.
Well, I'm sticking with the title of the show because it's not about me.
The show is not repatriation.
But it's about. Put the title back up, please. What is that?
And it
says
when it comes to
going to Africa to build excellence or fail being unorganized.
Exactly. So we're telling our people that if they want to succeed in Africa, they can join some of our Black communities and our Black operations and our networks that we have set up for them to succeed with our people from here that we have built relationship and help set up there in Africa.
Right. And you mentioned repatriation as a part of that process.
The whole thing is repatriation, and the people who are going to Africa and just moving just to move and things like that and don't have things planned out, they run into a whole lot of situations where I have people, personal friends of mine, who will come back homeless and come back and don't have much going on for themselves because their savings that they had didn't last too long, and they didn't have monthly income coming in. They weren't able to get a business and things that are going. And the key thing, they weren't even able to get business going. So that's why it's so important about business that we talk about, because it's the key foundation of how you're going to build your success and how you can negotiate and work with other people.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But the other part of my question
is one thing, but then there's many other things dealing with repatriation inside and outside of that. And that's what we call Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
I say that's fine. I support that. Now, as long as it's happening. And the other part of my question was, have you repatriated anybody from Jamaica or the Caribbean?
Yes, I have. I have people living in Africa that I brought there from 2007 all the way up to last year.
Okay, how many people would you say?
I'm not here to give a bunch of numbers. I've taken over 500 people, and we have people living in the country. I'm not here to give all these numbers. It's just like it's only so many things I can answer, and I'm gonna give, because what people come on here and do, they come on here. It's kind of like you just, me and Kala we're in the game. We're out here moving around, making things happen. And then you guys are all the way up in the stands, and then you're supposed to just come down to the front line and just ask us a bunch of questions.
I mean, that is kind of the purpose of having people on. Like,
well, I want intelligent people on this panel that shows me what they're doing. Especially, we don't have time for people.
Do you know why America's so great? Do you know why America? You know why America is so great and why the Crown is so great? They let the worst of the worst people out of jail and let them go build an experience for themselves. And they didn't care if they were technical. They didn't care if they were technical. All they cared about is they had the heart to go say, "I'm for this crown. I'm for America," and
Well,
that's
thank
why
you for
America
sharing that.
stands the way it does. And when you all open your heart to even let people, just because they're speaking, you do not know what could happen if all the people that are
Well,
not technical
most of the
today
people that we have
decide
that
to
come on
do
this panel
something.
are not very educated. They're pissed off at the topic that we have, so they come here with their FBA,
No, no, no,
ADOS
no, no.
foolishness, and they
It
come here
doesn't matter if it's
saying that they're
FBA or
American
ADOS.
Indian, the
But
American
that
Indian.
doesn't matter.
And
It doesn't matter because in
yes,
the
it does
day,
matter, brother.
all the
And
people,
they can't show you anything.
all
It
the
does matter
people with
because
FBA,
it does
if
matter
all the
because, like I said to you, we're not doing the same shows that these regular people doing. We don't
really,
have time. We don't have time to waste with idiots and trolls. Like I'm not here to sit here and spoon feed you. Go read a damn history, but go study
okay.
something. Go learn
So
to analyze information.
if
I'm looking for
everybody at
I'm looking
FBA
for
agreed to
people
work
who
with
want
one
to.
country, if they agreed to work with one country and work over here to help one country, that would move beyond what you're doing. If everybody in FBA decided we'll just work with an African nation, regardless if we believe in Tether or not, we're going to change our heart today. We're going to help Africans. We're going to unite with our
And that
brothers
was
and sisters
nice.
in
So
Africa.
you and other
That'll
people
blow
need to
past
push that.
everything you're doing.
So you and other people need to do that. The thing if I'm telling people is like brother Kala. At one point,
But it's not a competition. It's we're trying to learn what you're doing.
Right.
So we
no,
can
yeah,
tell people.
you don't need to learn what I'm doing. You need to go do what you need to do. It's in your heart to better what you need to
It is.
feel.
That's why we're on
So
this
many
show,
people,
because it's in our heart.
a lot of
We're
people
here because
feel,
it's in our heart. We're here because it's in our heart. That's why you have you, me, Kala, and HC. It's
Right.
in our heart.
Right. And when we ask you guys, we're looking for guidance from you guys.
Am
You
I
guys,
missing something?
you guys should explain
You
to
got the
us instead
moderator
of trying
button.
to berate us, you know?
If you want to eject, you can eject. Because I don't know where we're going with this conversation with these people.
Okay,
Well, I
We're
mean,
with you. We're with you, and you think we're not. We're with you, and you think we're not.
Somebody said, "Welcome back."
this
Not
is what I'm
easy.
saying. If I can get a word in edgewise, you know.
Go ahead, Kala.
This is what I'm saying, right? The whole thing is this, right? I've been at this for years, right? But mine's been at this for years, right? And him on the same page, right?
And we're
Same
tired of
page.
wasting our time with stupid,
Right.
foolish
And the
people.
bottom line is this.
You have no idea.
We've heard it. We've heard it all. Matter of fact, even more so than me and Bomani. I've now heard every sort of scenario. Oh, Kala, I'm gonna do this on the continent. People go to the continent. They absolutely show me after years of me vouching for them, they don't do anything, right? So basically, what I said was, after dealing with all the people I've been dealing with, right, and I got a lot of people in the BAO. I said I want to concentrate on a few people, right? And that's why after I got back from Liberia, I said I got to reach out to Brother Bomani, right? Because I saw after being on the ground how serious this thing is, right? And I said, Bomani's doing this stuff. He got a track record. I like the way he does business and everything. And so I said, I'm going to basically get behind Brother Bomani at all costs. Because I know he's not a YouTuber. Bomani's not a YouTuber. You know? And he doesn't do all the stuff like that. That's me. I do the YouTube. I'm not YouTube, but I do a lot of radio, blogging, and I'm an internet personality and everything like that. So I said, like, let's join forces. And so therefore, with him and I coming together and everything, you know, I want to put a new face on this Pan-African movement, right? Because I didn't see it out there. We're about the idea of in the future, right? And I learned this when I went overseas, right? These people on the African continent do not want to hear all your stupid nonsense. They want to hear, what do you have as far as a plan? What do you bring to the table? If we're saying Pan-African is about the black race, right? Why should they turn on the Lebanese? Why should they turn on the Germans? Why should they turn on the Europeans? When these people are bringing investments and they're doing business and everything, and we're not doing that. We're going to Africa and failing. So I'm saying to myself, let me get with somebody that basically has some success on the African continent, and let's be that thing where we basically showcase the best of who we are as far as like presenting ourselves as far as the African continent. Right now, we have people going over there and just thinking because they got a passport, they're going on the continent. I wish them my luck. But that's not Pan-Africanism. We have to.
So you want to tempt the Africans with money and goods first?
No, that's not what I said. Yo, mute this.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how come it doesn't work with people.
Mute this Negro.
I'll mute myself.
Mute this Negro. The bottom line is this: what we're saying.
I'm trying to find out what was he confused about, because I'm telling you, he has like a low IQ.
No, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. What he's doing. This is what he's doing. He's doing an old trick of he thinks with these old time Pan-Africans that's emotional. You know, that, oh, yeah, it's all about the brotherhood. Like he said, brotherhood. And that's not what we're about, right? That's not what our thing is. the whole thing is that you can be a brother all you want, but if we don't have anything established solid, and like I said earlier, I said the Chinese, they basically, when you go to the Chinese community, they have hierarchy, they have business relationships and everything that go back centuries. You know, they do business with each other. You know, they basically expect the highest of their people and everything. When the Japanese, why Japanese people love doing business with other Japanese? Because they know they're going to get the best service and everything because it's built into their culture about timeliness, cleanliness, and all stuff like this, right? We have not built that culture of trust. And so therefore, when we talk about building supply,
that's it right there.
Everything, we talk about building supply chains. Imagine if the fact that we're so good in America.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, you just said culture of trust. That's what I'm getting at. How come you don't build the culture up first as opposed to the business? Because as long as you got the brotherhood and the culture of trust up first, then you can get the business going.
Does he understand what? Hold on. Does he understand what socialization is all about? Why we have to build communities?
I don't think he understands much of anything.
I don't think he understands that. That's where the trust comes in. You have to know each other. Like you and me are never going to know each other. We're never going to do business together. You know, absolutely whatsoever.
Well, matter of fact, I'm sorry. Aside from the computer business,
no, I'm never going to. I'm not somebody like you. I'm never.
I mean, what other kind of businesses that you? What other kind of businesses that you have?
You have nothing. You have nothing to do.
Right. No, I got you. But
if I want to create a troll website, I'd hire you. You know.
But what kind of businesses do you guys have in Africa, aside from the computer consultation business?
I didn't say that we had that business in Africa. I said I'm moving this operation over there to Africa. What we have is a real estate development office. We help people acquire land, build homes, and also we create opportunities for people there locally in the community. We do public relations also. So we have two people there. We have a manager, he's an American, and we have a secretary, she's an American. They both retired. One is a retired educator and one is a retired technician.
Okay, no, that's tied in with the repatriation situation, right?
Well, it's a connection. It's like if you're doing business here, you come in here and we talk about land and you want to go there and see your land, we have another office there. You can come here and talk to me about many things. The only thing I can't show you is the physical land, so they can physically take you there, walk you on the land and things like that. So what that's called the international organization to the highest level. You're running business from America and you're running business in Africa. You got crews, you got staff, you got people. And we have tour connections in different countries. It's something
nice. And I'm building the same thing in Liberia.
And then we're working together on Liberia. And then another country that Kala's connected me to where we can do some more things is Angola. So me and them are working together specifically to work on Liberia and Angola. And then I'm working with other people for Tanzania, South Africa, Senegal, and Gambia. So I spend my entire day. I spend my entire day dealing with Black people, whether they're in Africa or in America, and we're doing business, and it's a whole lot of work. So when I'm on here, and Kala, a lot of times Kala like, Bomani, I got to get you on a live, and I'm usually telling Kala I got work here to do. I don't have time to be playing with these people online. So I'm not saying he forced me to come on here, but I realized that me and him have to talk more to people about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, because too many people are talking about non-productive things and literally just are confused about nationhood or Pan-Africanism.
Right. Well, I mean, you have to understand some people might be confused.
We're giving a practical example of what we're doing and what's considered Pan-Africanism. We even explain it to people that our ancestors from America and Africa worked together to create what Pan-Africanism, and what and the result of that was you have modern countries called Ghana instead of their small nations that they were. Not saying that they'll progress a whole lot more, but that's what Pan-Africanism does. It brought the energy of us together. So we're showing this in our modern day energy that we're building this pipeline and we're here doing this and we're making moves. So every time we're talking about what we're doing and moves we're making, we have people questioning what we're doing, and then we what we don't have is people telling us what they're doing to improve.
That's ready made. It seems like you all want. It seems like one thing's ready made already. It's not a problem. It's just you got to be able to just hear people, and you don't know where a person's mind is. And when they, like I say, there'll be people that want to understand you that don't know you here. And as long as you all just allow people to talk, somebody,
we don't really care about that. The people that we need, we're already connected with. We're not looking for everybody.
Okay, well, then if that's the case, then you should all be moved to Africa then. So you got everybody that you need.
They don't have it like that. It's not. They ain't ready for that. They're not ready for that. That's talk. Yeah, that's talk.
Hey, Alquan, how about you give me the money we need to build up our entire community, and I'll move to Africa. I promise you.
How much is it?
I
How
need
much
$5
is
million.
it?
I need $5 million.
Well, let me ask you
Okay,
this.
now look.
Governments helping you guys out?
Okay, now you need $5
Give me
million.
the $5 million. I'll leave within 6 months.
No,
That's a long time. 6 months.
You moved to the United
Hey,
Kingdom.
I got
What you gonna be doing for 6 months?
I got to pack up my entire office, and I have things I have to close out within
Now, for
business
$5
year.
million, you can buy a whole new office in Africa. Shit.
Well, there's important stuff here. That's here.
$100,000, $1 million in Africa. What do you mean?
Like,
So
you
I'm
ask
gonna
me what
be-
I need, brother. When you're ready to write that $5 million check, then come really talk to me about these things. Beyond that, Big Black, holla at us, brother.
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm just enjoying the conversation. Seems that Tabola and Alquan, they want to walk before they can crawl. They, from what I was hearing from Kala and Bomani, they were talking about networking and doing it strategically.
I heard that.
So when they get on the continent, and when they finally move there, the foundation is strong.
We heard that. We said we agree with that. We were just saying once they told us, now we know what they're standing on. If we hear somebody is able to help them, now we could tell that person. You didn't hear us. We are agreeing with them. We understand what they're saying.
It's kind of like you was going in and out. It was, because are you an Indian?
I'm with what you're saying. We need to be able to crawl before we walk. That's where I'm at. I said I'm crawling. I told them I'm crawling.
Okay.
So since I'm crawling, if I see somebody walking, what do I tell them? That's what I'm on.
Right. And do you keep crawling for 10 years? By year 10, you should be running, not walking.
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, you have to look at things, for what they are. I mean, look at the FBA movement right now. It's fractured now, because first of all,
I don't know what does FBA have to do with this topic?
What I'm saying is I'm hearing you all saying that, well, we just need more. You need more. Keep getting more people. Want everybody. It sounds like they don't want everyone to join because they don't want people that have a slave mind mentality to come over there and muddy up the waters. That's what you had. That's what you had in the Indian movement. Of course, all of them had slave mentalities in the Indian movement.
But sorry, if you could please stay on topic, because when you
I have to use this to make a correlation. I'm using this to make a correlation. You had that in the FBA movement right now. They're fractured, of security. They're warring with Security Tribe, and Security Tribe used to claim FBA. They're not claiming FBA anymore. And then
yes, they are. They just Security Tribe. They are. They were first.
But no, they're saying they're not FBA. They're saying they're not FBA no more. So now this whole lineage-based movement, they basically turned it into a group. So it's already fractured. And
as long as this happening, as long as Black people are believing in making groups, they're building. It'll come together when it's supposed to.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is this, though. If you believe in the Native American, that Security Tribe, you're Native American, and you believe this white man's going to give you reparations, I say like this: good luck to you. But why are these people on our platforms? Talking to us. This is a black.
I don't know, man. I think they just. I think they love us, man.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, I mean, we're trying to gain clarity and understanding.
We don't care about you understanding. But,
well, you should, because
I mean,
when we understand, then when we understand, then you won't get frustrated when we come on.
Alquan, are you a black African person, or
you live in America?
Native Indian?
You live in America.
This channel is for black African people.
Nationalist show.
But you live in America.
I don't want to hear what you got to say.
It's not about
Native America, though.
It's not for Native American.
I don't care about African nationalists to live in America.
I was born here. My lineage is over here first. I was born here too.
If you consider yourself a Native American or Indian, we have nothing.
I'm not claiming Native American. I'm a black man that's African that was born here.
I'm talking about Alquan. Alquan, if you consider yourself an Indian, he shouldn't be on this platform because we don't cater to black people in America and black people in the African diaspora.
But
so
sir,
if you consider yourself an Indian, I mean, I don't know if you could be.
I never established any identity on this particular show, and again, I like to stick with the topic. And
you're being disingenuous. I heard you on many of your shows claiming that.
But I'm saying on this show.
We know you've told us you're Indian.
Popcorn and all type of things that end with corn.
on this show, I like to stick to the topic when I go on other people's channels. You know what I mean? So we don't want to divert the topic. We want to stay on topic because I can walk away enlightened. Maybe I could see the light from the information that you guys provide.
It just seems like you're nitpicking.
Brother, you're lost, brother. You'll never get it. You're a lost soul.
And that's why I'm here to be found.
You're a lost soul, man. We can't save everybody.
What's going on?
Kala, what have happened since we've been? Why we don't try to save everybody?
Hey, Bomani, I gotta go out and come back in because I'm breaking up. I gotta go back.
Rock on, I'm posting the link, brother. Rock on and jump on in, and let me just let our new guest
go
in.
out and come back in. Hold up.
No, you can stay out.
Hold up.
We just got somebody that joined. I hope I don't mess the name up. Cahoon Hunter.
What's going on? What's all this I'm hearing about? We got to go to Africa and build up Africa. Isn't that a pipe dream?
Yes, it's a pipe dream. Cahoon, please introduce yourself. Please, I don't mind you coming on and sharing your differences, but we just need you to introduce yourselves.
So why are you hating on the indigenous paradigm?
This channel and show is for Black people in the African diaspora and Black people in the African country.
But you're not Black.
We don't want nobody.
You're a Caribbean. Why do you have to preach this towards American Negro?
He's Black, sir.
Yeah, that's a good question.
First of all, you're not going to come on here and just be asking a bunch of questions like you're somebody. You need to introduce yourself and be respectful. If you can't do that, we're going to let you off. At least Alquan did that.
I'm Coon Hunter. And I asked you a question, sir. You don't have to be disrespectful. I've been respectful this entire time.
Oh, perfect.
I was just asking, why and how is it beneficial to Black Americans? How is Black nationalism and immigrating to Africa, making yourself a foreign national, helping Black America at this time and date?
All right, brother. The reason why I got into this business is because of Black consciousness energy. I joined Black organization. I did Black study group. And what I did when in those research, I realized that some of our people, a very small percentage, maybe 1%, are interested in actually traveling, living, and doing business.
Well, like this, we're saying that
your ideology was created by
Kahuna, brother. You have to let me. You have to let me finish talking.
But you're
hold on for a second,
you basically say, I'm a Black American. Everybody says, I'm a Black American and everything.
Yes,
like
that.
Kala, I'm answering this question. I just want him to chill and let me answer this question so we can talk. You asked me, why is it so important? Like I mentioned, 1% of the people.
American painted Black, so I got America with Black paint on my face, so I'm a Black American. So the white American is racist and rabid and
so all Black supremacists.
So
but
I'm a Black version of the white man. That's all. When you say I'm a Black American, you're saying you're American, with painted
Black.
You
know American is applied to the indigenous people of the land, right?
That means you
have first of all, you need to identify yourself. Who are you? Are you a Native American?
Irish, of course, so I'm from Ireland.
I told you I'm Coon.
Or what are you? What do you consider yourself? Like I consider
myself. What country in Africa are you?
Like I consider myself a Black African.
Are you from Nigeria? Are you from Ghana? Are you from Angola? Are you from Congo? Are you from South Africa? Are you from Egypt? Are you from Morocco, Mauritania?
Hold on, the whole continent.
I can't speak at the same time.
You can't be from the entire.
Stop unmuting yourself so the brother can respond because.
So the bottom line, we claim the whole continent. And like I said, I just don't understand. Like I said, we set this up to have we thought we have intelligent people calling in, and we get the same old coons and same old.
And actually, you got super intelligent people tonight.
I didn't call you a coon.
I'm spending my Saturday nights talking to a bunch of coons. A bunch of friggin'.
Oh, put that brother back on. I want to hear some more of that knowledge.
No, man, you're gonna be gone too. Because we're tired of you coons, man. You got nothing to say. Nothing to bring to the conversation. Get the hell out of here.
I listen to you all more than you think. Sometimes I listen and I don't tell you I'm listening. I don't take this show. I don't take this show for light. I listen to you when you're on Dynasty Mirror. I listen to you on different platforms. I've seen you on Dynasty Mirror and I don't even comment. It's people have been born in something and they're looking. And I'm not looking to disturb anything. I just want to know the platform, what y'all doing. It's about repatriation. Bomani said it. I don't have nothing else to contend with you on. I know what you're about. I know what you're about, and that's all. You're saying we're cool, but I know
People are
now that you
triggered,
said
you're triggered.
repatriation,
Hold on, let me say something,
I
bro.
ain't disagreeing with nothing. I'm on repatriation. I'm just
You're
listening.
triggered by the word repatriation, right? We're talking about
Because Bomani laid out what he was talking about, and that's what I'm on.
right.
Now I
And
see
also,
it. I'm not worried.
repatriation is one part of what we're talking about. That's the
That's
end
right.
goal. Us to be able to.
But
Okay,
Kayla,
but
did you hear the
you,
man? He said he supports that.
I'm not against that.
The bottom line is, so why are you go on about it? That's not all Bomani
No,
does.
because he's saying that
I'm
that
not.
made
I
it
just came
clear.
back
He
on to
made that
tell you.
clear. He
I
made that
just
You make
came
it
clear.
seem
back
like,
on to
oh
tell
yeah,
you.
Bomani's gonna sit here for 2 hours. What you're basically trying to do is you make it seem like Bomani's on here to convince people to go to Africa. Bomani's talking.
But you
No.
guys
So why don't you
are.
talk about
It was
repatriation?
less than a half hour ago that Bomani said repatriation, and I've been
Yeah,
listening.
that's part of the
I
program
never heard
for
him
those
say
who are
that on none
qualified.
of his other shows. I never heard it on none of the
Hold on,
other shows.
because if you know Bomani, that's what he's all about. He's like the
Okay,
black part
now
of
I
repatriation.
learned.
So in other words,
So
basically,
I
if
learned.
we can
So I learned
if we can
today,
build in
and I'm not
Africa and
going.
we can settle and build in Africa, we can do it for those who are qualified. Those who
Okay,
can't, stay your ass in
I
America,
agree.
stay
I
your ass in
heard that.
America.
I have not interrupted. I just came back on to speak. I didn't interrupt for how long. I've been just listening and going with it. I didn't say I was against nothing. But when you said coon, that's why I came back on. I've been listening.
I
Don't
think you
say
should
that.
rephrase that, brother.
It just seems to me
Now back
that
to
a
what
lot
I
of
was
these.
saying before I was rudely
Hold
kicked
on,
off.
I was just speaking. It just seems to me that a lot of the guys that come on as Indians, they want us to stay third class citizens in America
Wait a
forever.
minute. How is Indianness a third class citizen?
I mean, you're not a second class citizen.
A fucking so-called African American is a fifth class citizen. You making your down the totem
Okay, but
pole.
that's what okay, exactly. So you prove my point. You want us to stay third class citizens,
How
third
is it a
class
third class citizen though?
Big
Uh,
fat, big
You've
black.
never tried. You've never tried claiming your genealogical
What I'm
roots to
saying is,
America, but
let's
appropriating
be
random
frank.
countries in Africa
Big black.
off
Let
of
me meet
based
you.
off
Big black. Let me meet you.
pseudoscience.
Everybody, let's intellectual. Introduce yourself. Tell us what you are, and then go ahead and speak, please.
I told you, I'm Coon Hunter.
You're Coon Hunter. All right, listen. When we trying to meet you so we can talk, because everybody can't all talk at the
Hey,
same
Bomani,
time.
where do we get these weirdos from?
They're upset because we're pushing
Kala, we're not weirdos.
Oh,
We're
go ahead.
just
You're a weirdo,
We're gonna
bro.
let them
standing in
talk.
You're a weirdo.
righteousness. We're not pushing
You are
black
a
supremacist
weirdo.
rhetoric.
You are a weirdo. You know.
How am I a
You are
weirdo? I'm
weird,
just speaking
weirdo.
facts.
Hey, Kala,
No, you're
let us
speaking facts. Nothing. You pull your facts out your ass. You
These
ain't got
are
nothing.
facts.
You have
Kala,
Kala,
no DNA.
I doubt that you
You
did
are
your
not
own
Native American.
genealogy. That's why you're trying to push Black Americans into making themselves foreign national, invasive species to another land.
Bottom line
But
is this: you said Black American.
Kala, how far did you dig deep into your own genealogy?
Well, I already did my genealogy, bro.
And where does it trace to in Africa?
Yeah.
Why is that so important to you? I want to know why is that so
No,
important to
I
you?
want to know why must you push?
I care what you want to know.
Why must you push Africa upon American Negroes when you yourself can't
I don't
even
care. I'm not putting
pinpoint
nobody on
an
nothing.
African
I'm
tribe? You're
saying
just
this is what works.
globe trotting random countries.
I can care less about.
I listen, Intel. Listen,
I can
Intel.
care
You're
less
gonna have
about
to.
America.
Hey, listen.
What the heck? I
You
don't
can't
care
talk
about
at the
this.
same time, too. So
All I
you
want
talk.
is to
Tell us
money,
respond,
to make money
please.
here and build here and whatnot. My goal is to have an independent communities in Africa that we control from the top to bottom, where we can do business with whoever we want to. We don't have to basically if
Colonialism,
so
huh?
I got a question.
If the United States
So
hates Russia, we could be like,
listen,
hey, Putin, why don't you
guys,
come down to our Kwanzaa festival next year? We'll give you like
you
that.
guys gotta let Kala finish.
hold on one second.
If the United States hates Iran, we could do
Let's
it like
collect
that.
our.
In other words, we're not beholden to anything in the United States. We want to sever ties eventually with the United States. How about that?
Well, apparently
Okay,
not
that's
soon
good for
enough.
you, but I got a question. Since you say that you want to build business, how come you can't do that right here? And
We are
also,
doing that right
you
here.
do know there's
We are doing
trials
that
and
right here.
tribulations that will prevent you from even doing economic business within Africa. You do realize that ooh stuff. Ooh, do you realize? Hold on, wait a minute. Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Hold on. I listen to everybody.
You do realize that.
All right, we're not gonna do this. Okay, we're not gonna do this tonight. Okay, this idiot or whoever stupid ass you want to come on, I'm just going to remove you. It's like, I do not have a problem with people disagreeing with me or sharing their different stance. I literally do not care. Now, what I want to do is to where you speak your mind and respectfully listen to our response and things like that. And if you're going to,
I can't hear you. You're muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, but bring that brother back on. My man was kicking some knowledge.
The thing of it is not about, the thing of it is, if we're gonna talk, we can't have 4 people talking at the same time. Okay, let me see if you can get. There you go, Colin. You're muted. We can't have 4 people speaking at the same time too. So I got it. So if
Funny part is only those two. That's the funny part.
If you keep on doing that, we just have to drop him because we're not getting anywhere. You can't just at the same time too. So I got it. So funny part is only those.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can. Let me see.
Yeah, I can hear
I can hear you.
I can't hear you, Bomani. Hey, Bomani, I'm gonna switch devices.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Let's come back on. Yeah, the
That's
thing of it is, Alquan, I don't mind hearing the brother out, but what he has to do is that he has to just like be cool and like speak, and then when he's finished, he just gotta let Kala respond. I mean, we don't mind answering his questions, and then some questions we just not gonna answer.
You know, Kayla can be very long-winded. You know that.
All right, cool. We'll let the brother back in so he can speak his mind, and then our brother will just add on. So go ahead.
Now, what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted and kicked off, I said that in reality, in the real world, that back to Africa stuff is not practical. Because for one, you literally had CNN. They showed you the FBI raided a Pan-African group that nobody ever heard of called the Uhuru Socialist Party. And none of those individuals were speaking for Black Americans. They were helping and sold out to the Russian globalists to send Black Americans tangibles to random African countries. And guess what those African countries have in store for you? Because they're not on Pan-Africanism, they're on Pan-globalism. They're sellouts to the highest bidder.
So what does that got to do? What does that got to do with the BAIO? What does that got to do with
Stop interrupting me because I'm not finished, Kala.
You know what I'm saying? What does that got to do with me?
How is Pan-African helping you? All you're doing is being a tourist. Stop arguing. Stop.
I hope you guys ain't bringing those blunts over there.
What does that have to do with us?
Why am I getting kicked off, but this guy is interrupting me? Is that fair?
No, you
wait a minute.
He's a host of the show. He's a host of the show. That's the situation. So be respectful to him.
Is that fair? Is that some coward shit right here that I'm seeing?
Hey, guys,
if you came over to Alquan's channel, we wouldn't mute you. We wouldn't kick you off.
I would never go to Alquan's channel. I would never go to Alquan's channel.
Well, you could. You're invited, man.
I would never go in. I would never go on that fool's channel. Never.
All right. Can I walk you down on Pan-Africanism's history? Because we know Marcus Garvey himself was a coon. We know that he was married to a white woman at one point in time.
Marcus Garvey was never married to no white
woman. He was.
Marcus Garvey was never
Actually, Amy revealed in her own memoirs that he was married to a Spanish-Irish heiress in London. He was the single
greatest Pan-Africanist that gave us an incredible
vision. How was he if he sold out to the Klan? He sold out to the Klan. He was friends with Ernest Everett Cox.
You know, one of the simplest things is to have dialogue with enemies. Garvey had the heart to have a dialogue with his enemies.
Why would you want to have dialogue with your enemies anyway? Stokely Carmichael says,
I was in the United States.
I wouldn't choose evil at all. Between the greater evils, I wouldn't choose evil at all. That's what Stokely Carmichael said. So why would Marcus Garvey side with the devil? That's stupid.
Brother, if you're going to ask questions, you have to give time to get answered. Like I mentioned, it is a wise, tactical, strategic situation to communicate with your enemies and have dialogue. I was in the United States Navy, and that's part of their tactics. They know what the enemies do.
Garvey was a Knight of Columbus, and he only wanted to be a Freemason. He really didn't push Pan-Africanism, and it started amongst Black Americans, not Caribbeans.
Where did you get all this stuff from? Marcus Garvey left his operation.
This is his own backstory. His father was a Freemason.
So what's your point, brother? All these things you're making up.
As a child, his father put him through a Masonic ritual by locking him into a tomb.
If all these lies you're telling is true, what is your point?
It's not a lie. It's historically fact.
What is your point, brother?
Well,
what's the
so he
Freemason?
can't put,
Let me ask you a
down
question.
garbage.
Wait a minute, let Alcorn speak his
What's the
word.
Freemason?
Can't put down that
Hey,
weed
Al
either.
Coon and other Coon. What's the Freemason?
You not know what a Freemason is?
Okay,
Have you ever heard of
What is
Prince Hall Freemasonry?
Okay, yeah,
What's the
I
point,
know all
brother?
about
Maybe
that.
you
but what's
are,
the-
Kala. Maybe
hold on,
you
the
are
Prince
one
Hall
of those
Freemasonry,
agents.
without the Prince Hall
Maybe you
Freemasons,
are one of those
these
agent
people built the
provocateurs.
most modern architecture.
Because this is
world
where
since the Black race.
Pan-Africanism gets its roots, is Freemasonry and Boule.
And what? So what?
Uh-oh, so what,
What
huh?
you mean,
And
so
what?
what?
So
That's
what?
against you. Those are your enemies.
Okay, so
You're not listening to what we're talking about. What
Those
we're
are
talking
your
about is
enemies. You always talk about white supremacy, but isn't Robert Pike a Freemason?
So no,
Wait a minute. Isn't the Klan Freemasonry too?
You talking about
listen.
white supremacy? but
Kala
then you
gotta
want
speak.
to
Both of
tell
you
me to America.
both of you cannot talk at the same time. Go ahead.
Or I ask the question: what does a Freemason have to do with you? Do you know that it's different than Freemason, which is
The Freemasons. You want to know who the Freemasons are and
order are you
why
talking
you are
about?
sitting up here talking
Hold
about
on, hold on.
immigrate to
Hold on.
Africa.
You said you brought up
Africa and build a black
Bomani. You know I got him.
state.
He knows I got him.
Wait a
Check
minute.
us out. Hold
Because I can
on.
walk you down your own
Do
history.
you know what the Scottish Rite Freemason is? The
Yes,
Scottish
I
Rite
do know
Freemason?
what a
That's
Scottish
completely
Rite
different.
Freemason.
Hold on. So why would you mention Garvey and not mention the Scottish Rite? Garvey's not a Scottish Rite
Garvey
Freemason.
is a Knight of Columbus, you fool. That's another
He was not
secret
no Knight of
society.
Columbus. What now?
That's the
Have you heard this?
You notice that
He was not no
uniform, that
Knight of
captain's
Columbus. Shut
uniform he's
up.
wearing?
That
That
no.
captain's uniform he's wearing is
Oh,
a
no, so
Freemason
that's in Columbus.
society outfit.
So let me ask you a question. Did Columbus wear uniforms like that? Did Columbus have a uniform like that?
At that time, they didn't have those uniforms.
Oh, so how can he? You just said that Garvey had a uniform like Columbus, but Columbus didn't have the
He
uniform
had a
himself.
uniform from the organization of the Knights
Oh,
of
Lord,
Columbus,
man.
you fool.
Lord, have mercy.
See, this is how
Anything
you're
that the
This is
Knights of Columbus
come
You're
had.
on.
unalerted.
Come on, this is our
Anything
opposition. This is our opposition.
anything that the
How
Knights
is
of
this
Columbus had.
opposition?
Y'all can't all talk at the same time.
Freemasonry came from us. Everything come from us. They got it from
How did it
Egypt.
come from you? It came from
It
Europeans.
came from
fool.
Egypt. They got taught
So
that so they can live
Freemason
on the
came
planet
from
and do what
you,
they're
but
doing.
yet
The travelers,
They got from
Freemasonry
us.
came from you, yet the white man had to teach it to you. And you
No,
got
he
pushed
didn't teach
into
it to
fucking
us.
hyphenated
We learned it
Freemasonry.
after we were subjugated. After
Wait a
you're
minute,
subjugated, once you learn something, you're not learning from him.
Stop right there. Stop right
He's
there.
our servant. He is
Prince
our
Hall, who
servant.
is Prince
He is
Hall?
our servant.
Who is
He is
Prince
doing
Hall?
that.
Did
He
Prince
is doing
Hall
that so he
create
can
Freemasonry?
understand the masonry. He's doing that so he can understand what he did not come up with. He
Wait a
didn't come
minute,
up
did
with it.
Prince
We're not
Hall
getting it from him.
You can't keep.
If I didn't know it when I was a boy and he teach it to me, it didn't come from him. It came from somebody that's like me. It's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem was Marcus Messiah Garvey using masonry, whatever he learned, to disrespect black people? No. So it don't matter you learn it from a white man. Point blank.
He didn't learn it from white people. Fool.
It don't matter. He wasn't
Did
using
the
it
West
against us.
Africans that you self-proclaim,
Was he using
did
it
they have
against us?
Freemasonry, or how did you
Was
use
he
it? Did you
using it
forget it
against
from the
us?
forgetful tree?
Actually, he was.
Was he trying to use it against us?
He was.
Using it against black people?
You guys
Yes,
are unbelievable,
yes.
man.
Okay, I want to hear HC.
Okay, because what he did, he was trying to get Black Americans to get the hell out of here and move to Africa. That's using it against us.
And not everybody is trying to get it. He's trying to get a small percentage of us.
But how come he like yourself didn't just say, "Hey, I'm Jamaican. Why don't I get my people to move to Africa?"
I've gotten some Jamaicans to move. Okay.
Okay,
My
so you
I
say
love Jamaica, but my movement is bigger than Jamaica. My movement is about.
Well, no,
all
it should be.
black
You should
African
see.
people.
You're Jamaican. It should start with your people first. Rock that.
I get tired of
The
ignorant
reason
people
why
telling
that
me
didn't
how I
happen
should-
because Jamaicans told his ass that they ain't from Africa. They said that they were indigenous Arawaks and Caribs.
All right, perfect. Now that you said that, I appreciate you saying that. Some of our people feel that way, just like some of our people in America feel that way. So the Jamaicans.
Because that Middle Passage shit never.
Hey, listen here. It's like when somebody's trying to respond, you just cut them off with something else. I mean, try to have some control because the emotional shit is not going to work over here. I can give a damn about all them people consider themselves native. Okay, what I represent is the stolen black African people that were brought to Jamaica and the ones that were brought here in America, and that's who I'm unifying.
You said you didn't like emotional stuff. Did you?
Listen here, because I'm talking to you.
How come you're not worried about Latin America and the Caribbean? Why Why America?
Okay, like I mentioned to you, are you and that other intel? You guys are like some of the lowest IQ people I've ever had on here. I thought the guy from Nigeria and the guy from Sierra Leone was like literally village idiots. You guys are worse village idiots.
Well, that
You
can't
guys
be the
have
case
no
because
intelligence at all. You guys have no intelligence at all. We're telling you what we're doing, and you're telling us what we should be doing. I'm not here to talk about the things that we're not doing. I'm here to connect with my Black African people in Jamaica, the Caribbean, in America, and any other parts of the Black world. And I'm here to connect with my people that we have on the African continent. That I've shown you all of these trips that we go into, all of these countries that you see going on. That's passing through on the bottom, as you see right there. So everybody, pay attention to those countries. Those countries we have business in. Am I supposed to say, forget that and just sit there and focus about Jamaica? Our movement, just like Marcus Garvey movement, is bigger than our beautiful island of Jamaica, which is incredible and beautiful infrastructure. Unfortunately, we were outdone by everyone else but by the time we were organized and independent, almost the whole island was just brought up by other investors. And that's another story to talk about, because I'm not here to push anything about my own country, Jamaica. I'm here to talk about us together as a unit, a union, a Pan-African union of people connecting to Africa. So the people consider themselves, no disrespect to anybody who considers themselves native. If that's what you want to be, native, and you want to be all about your native Jamaica or native America, that's fine. Do your thing. This channel is not for that. I'm not here to take time out of my work to communicate. I'm here to find other people who understand what we're talking about, the 1%ers. And I'm not here to stress too much of myself. So Big Black, you haven't talked for a while. And then brother Tabula, go ahead and share what you have to share. Those other two, I'll think about letting them back in if we have something that we need to get from them.
I'm just listening. I appreciate being able to be here. I got my cue. Appreciate it.
Well, appreciate it, Big Black. You're on.
Yeah,
And I want you to speak without you being interrupted by these two guys, because all they do is unmute themselves and interrupt. They ask questions, then they don't let you finish, then they ask another question, and we can answer all these questions.
Yeah, I mainly came up there because of the Indians came in, and I'm like, they don't have any end game. They're not gonna do nothing. They claim that this is their land, but they're not. America's their land, but they're not gonna do nothing to, if this was their land, that means they're so-called colonized. So why they're not talking about uncolonization, because they really know this is not their land. It's just a self-hatred of, I don't want to be African. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less.
Say that again. You got muted out. Say that again.
Okay, so yeah, basically they know this is not their land. If this was their land, that means that they're colonized. They're not talking about decolonizing their land. It's all because they don't want to be African. This whole thing is, I don't want to be African, and I don't want our people to
repeat that last part again.
Okay.
No, this is the last part. They don't say. The whole thing is what? Say that like 7 times. No, we gotta drive the point home.
Because they're not talking about decolonization.
No, just the last part.
They don't want to be African. They don't want to
say that. Can you repeat that a few times?
They don't want to be African. That's all it is to it.
And this channel is specifically for
people
who
want to be African.
Want to be into their Africanness, their Blackness, and things. If you're here talking about Indians, Native America, FBA, ADOS, this ain't for you.
This ain't the channel for you.
The title's right there. The big bold letter, Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Where we're gonna build that nation at?
The African continent,
Yeah, and Kala, explain to people what Afrikstan is, and then we'll let these two guys in if they want to come back and now.
Okay, the idea. First, how Elquan goes, I support the ideas of Africa. If I didn't say talk to that idiot whole guy's bad points, but he's, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, the bottom line is that the bottom line is the majority of Jews, do they live in the state of Israel? No.
Nope.
Do the majority of Muslims live in Mecca? No. Okay. But they got a global. You see these commercials with these dirty ass. I'm not. Let me say nothing about Islam. But I still have Arabs. When you see these commercials come up with building a temple in Dearborn, Michigan, white guys on that accept Islam. But these guys are making a push, man. Islam's on the rebound again. So I'm saying like this: if these guys could take a dirty religion like Islam and bring millions of people under their fold, this caliphate. We're going to build an Afrikstan, a nation state, and a holy land for our people, descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. That's what an Afrikstan is. The people who are stolen Africans have a homeland, whether several of them or one. It's going to be territories of geopolitical entities like the Vatican, like any place else, like Israel, everything for the people. The Constitution, the land, everything is going to be based on the people who never got justice from the transatlantic slave trade. We were betrayed by kings, we were betrayed by Europeans, we were betrayed by Arabs, we were betrayed by everybody. We want a place where we can find, like Netanyahu said about Israel, where the Jews feel safe. There's a safe haven. Where bottom line, that's why when we build these communities in Ghana and every place else, we're going to make sure our people are safe. We're going to make sure they have schools, they have clinics, they have all those things they need. Where we're not dependent on nobody. And there's a trade-off because the local community will benefit from our presence there. But we're not going to go over there on some emotional Pan-African stuff and lose everything. And then people look at us like, oh, look, these fools come here trying to find themselves. No, we're going to basically build in Africa and whatnot. If it means whatever it takes, that's what it's going to happen. Because the bottom line is that this is coming. Because we cannot look at our communities right now dying in America. All these people who believe that they were American, I would like to understand, what would you got to say about the Bloods and the Crips controlling South Central Los Angeles, where they could just kill you because you didn't check in? And it seems like the police don't even care. All these communities are run by, they had to shut down O Block in Chicago because it's so violent and everything like that. They had to shut down housing projects in Brooklyn and everything. Oh, the whole section of Black America is so outside. It's not even on the margins of America. It's on the, not in fringes. It's on the margins of American civilization. And you're going to talk about you're a Black American? You show me. You show me the thriving Black community. Every last single Black community, even the successful Black community, are under assault with crime and degradation and everything. And mediocrity and stuff like this. This is why we're saying that the soul of the Black nation in the West has to be transplanted to the continent. We can't all get to the promised land. Moses never got to the promised land, but we will basically build those things. Why? Because when people say, where's Black America at? Where's the soul at? It's going to be on African soil.
All right, perfect. Kala, let me just let Brandon the Hut, and it may be the same person as the other guy before, but let's hear what they have to say. Introduce yourself, please. Brandon the Hut.
Now, why you selling scams, bro? Liberia failed.
Oh, Lord.
There you go, Liberia. That's our great journey. We're going to build Liberia. And what I want you to do...
It failed the first time. Why you trying it again?
Go ahead, because you have to have some control when we talk.
Do you have any resources? Do you have the money? No, you don't.
He talks.
I didn't know we have.
Yes,
you don't have any tangibles, bro.
What tangibles
you working with UNESCO and the socialists? What you talking about, bro?
Yeah, like I said, man. Every time we have these
already
coons
got you on the FBI watch list. So how you gonna take that off?
Okay, who cares? Fuck the FBI.
How you gonna do it? You're a defeated slave in America. How you gonna do it?
Fuck the FBI. Fuck everybody.
Tell us your first plan. How you gonna do it?
No, we're not gonna tell you anything. If you go to our website, you go to our website. If people, check us out. If people go to our website, you tell them we're already doing. There's no first thing. We're already doing it. We're already doing this.
This is a dead end.
Check us out. We're already doing this. You need to worry about.
You've been there several times.
Check us out. You need to worry about how you gonna get your. How you gonna get your land back from the white man? How you gonna get to Native Americans don't even want y'all black asses,
Like he's some kind of police that we supposed to just answer your question. You tell us what you're building, because like I said, the criteria to have a conversation with two scholars that are doing things in Africa and connected and working on some future plans in countries that people dare to step into, like Liberia and Angola. What is your plans? What are you doing? We've been explaining what we've been doing for over 2.5 hours. You explain, you and Al Kuhn and those other people who don't believe what we're doing. Tell us what you're doing to make America, Black America great again, or Indian American great again, or whatever you call yourself.
Oh, we're getting our legal paperwork done. And we're tracing our resources our ancestral lands, our tangibles.
Al Kuhn guy's papers.
Explain to us, what are you doing in Africa besides being a tourist? Wait a minute, one at a time. Like you said, why are you blurting over me? What have you done specifically in Africa? What have you done to be a tourist?
Look at this flyer. I'm going to show you.
I know Bomani has his papers.
This is a tour operation. Let me show you our community that we are building on.
Oh, show us your compound.
There we go. Okay, there you go. All right, there you go. You can check out the website link, and you can see the rest of the information. You can check out the YouTube videos. You can check out the Facebook photos, and you can check them out. We're showing people what we're doing on a consistent basis. Okay, so I'm not gonna get into
taking
more
a photo
details.
op with Africans is not evidence of you having a compound.
I get tired of these coons that live in their mama's basement. I got all these different YouTube.
Somebody else.
I got my own house. What do you mean, bro?
Ain't got no job, ain't building nothing, ain't got no career.
You ain't got no house, nigga.
Can't tell us
I
you
do.
graduated from college or anything. I mean,
no, you don't.
I do.
But see, when the name calling starts, that means everything.
This is name calling, bro. Kala, you never been to my house, and you don't know where I live.
I'm trying to get their paperwork. Can you believe these idiots call themselves all these things and don't even have legal paperwork?
What's with the name calling though?
Yeah, what is with the name calling when you have no evidence towards building in Africa, but selling a pipe dream?
To build Black America.
Okay, where are your tangibles? Where's your farm? Where's your animals?
He's going to take his paperwork to
Where
America.
your workers in Africa, bro?
Say, please, can I have
matter of fact, where's your credentials with the United Nations or the African Embassy?
I've showed you my business website. I've showed you my business website, all the things that we're doing. You have not showed me anything. So
business is exploitation. That's exploitation, though.
Goodbye. If you come back in another name, I'm gonna remove you.
See, you guys don't want to have the conversation, and we gotta.
I mean, tell us what you're doing. You guys are idiots. You talking about you still stuck on getting Go back in your mama's basement and get yourself organized before you have conversations with people who are about building stuff. I don't have time for idiots and people who are low IQ. You guys
they don't even have that paperwork for the Indian land, man. They don't have the paperwork. Al Coon's been around for a while, man. He still got his Indian paper yet, man. They rejected that nigga. He walked up and said, you ain't no Navajo. Get the hell out of here, nigga. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir, Brandon. Just say what the last thing you
Hey, I love how Big Black. I'll be cracking Big Black up, man. He be cracking everything. Yeah, all we need to navigate up here, man. Big Black will be rolling. I be having him cracking up. I like that. He was busting up laughing.
I got my paperwork, and I'm gonna come up here and say, "Hey,
Brandon, I'm still trying to get his paperwork together. He probably lives somewhere in some basement, trying to working with the people trying to beg for reparations." Brother, I'm sorry that you haven't gotten reparations.
Hey, American official.
You're a defeated Negro, right? Then why are you trying to speak on our reparations, by the way?
Jamaica.
Why ain't you in Africa? Why ain't
you ain't getting no reparations, nigga? I'll be the first one to be up there on Capitol Hill. I'll be the first one on Capitol Hill saying, don't give them niggas shit.
What government in Nigeria gonna give you reparations for selling?
I don't want no reparations. We're gonna be all we need is our land. That's all we need.
Okay, where's the land at? You gotta
bro, it's coming, bro. We got land offers all over the continent, bro.
Just having a photo op is not evidence.
Hey,
what's a photo op? Okay.
You can check all the videos and all the things that we're doing. We don't have time.
Oh, show us the receipts. Show us the receipts.
Get your game. I'll show you.
Show us the receipts. Just offering Black Americans tourism and emotional sensationalism is not evidence of you building in Africa.
Don't let me go mace on you. Don't let me go mace on you. You know what I'm saying? Talk about
put mace.
I show the receipts.
Yeah, mace, man.
Yeah,
mace
show us your receipts, bro. Where's your land?
I'm gonna show you the receipts right now, bro, and then you're gonna show me the receipts of you living in your mama's basement, praying that you're gonna get reparations.
Yeah. We gonna cam up. Yo, Brett.
What country you
Coon Al Coon Hunter. Cam up. Put your cam on. Show us what you look like.
He won't show us what you look like.
Come on, nigga.
He's in his mama's basement. There's no lights down there.
Mother's basement. Wow. Is that all you have to offer?
Yeah, because
like that non-existent land and resources in Africa.
And you live in a basement, and you guys play around on computers all day long.
And yet you circle jerk one of the biggest coons in American history, Marcus Garvey, married to a white woman,
the greatest Pan-Africanist.
White woman,
appreciate his work because
sidekick to Ernest Sever Cox, a grand wizard.
That don't understand any of these
things. He's a bussy warrior for Ernest Sever Cox.
Oh man, he says bussy. That's Tariq Morris. Yeah. I didn't even know what that was until I heard Tariq there. Bussy.
He's like one of Tariq's little bitches.
Yeah,
Tariq. Wow, aren't you?
Have you ever
listen
seen
here,
a jail
listen here, whatever you call yourself, Brandon the Hut. Go back to your little village hut, and I'm gonna.
He's making fun of Brandon. He's making
Listen here,
fun of Pan African Strike Back.
listen here, homie. I'm showing you the receipts. Watch on this YouTube page. I'm showing you the receipts right there. Look, these are the receipts right here.
From who? What
These are
government?
receipts. Right? These are. I'm flipping through. It's a lot of videos, as you can see if you can read properly. It's 128 videos over 3 years. We're showing you all aspects of what we're doing.
That's not receipts. Just showing up houses is not evidence of
You
you
see
owning that
our
land.
logo, you see our banner.
Where's
you
the
see our
paperwork?
The paperwork.
Greens family, Bomani Tyehimba live.
Show me your paperwork. Show me the papers.
I gave you the website. You
show me the receipts. I don't want YouTube videos. I want
Yo, bottom line is
what I'm gonna do, Kyle, I'm gonna do another.
I don't want photo ops. I want paperwork
right here. I'm gonna show this.
I want to see passports,
brother. Why would we show you
I
passports?
want to see citizenship. In order for you to,
idiot, you don't have your
building yourself up.
All right, so what we have to do when we have idiots like this, we just have to just drop them down there and talk, because every minute he wants to talk, or he asking me to show him receipts, I'm showing him all of the land videos. Now, beyond the land videos, you know, what we're gonna do is show you our website, Africa for the Africans, and I'll show you our documentation for our Black Star community. And if you don't like reading and you have a low IQ, I mean, don't waste my time, because I'm a serious person. I'm not.
Hey, but Mike, let me say this before you continue. There's an old saying. There's an old saying. If you want to hide something from a Negro, you put it in a book. Sure enough, one time I had a bunch of shady Negroes stay in my house one time. Years ago, I had some money, right? I wasn't trusted. I put it in a book. Guess what? Money was still there. Niggas like, oh, book. I ain't going near that shit, you know? Niggas don't read.
That's serious. So there it goes. So what I'm going to explain to him, just like anybody else, we post our links for the community. We post information. The thing of it is, you have to click and read and look at stuff. We're not going to sit here and go over a whole lot of information. This is not a conference call, or this is not a program for us to talk exclusively about our community in Africa or about any of our Africa tours. The things that we share when we're having a dialogue about Pan-Africanism. We have created incredible topics of Pan-Africanism towards nation, and we're telling people, if you are not building anything and if you're not working on anything, you can't just come on here and question us, because that is an ignorant, stupid conversation. You're not on our level to have those conversations. If you have an ad, or if you just disagree with us, you can say, hey, me and my folks, we're doing this in America. Why are you worried so much about, it's kind of like this guy is a new version of Nakmizi. Why are you worried so much about the 1% of Black people that will go to Africa, live and do business? Why can't you just be here and build business?
It's a slave mentality.
And that's
they don't want nobody to leave the plantation.
That's the thing that he can't speak on. So let me just show him receipts you want me to show him. I'm not going to click on all these pages because I don't have time to do this, and this is not what we do. We are planning a presentation. So this is the layout, our site map, land survey, GPS location of our community, and then you also have other aspect of things where it shows you our incorporation. So I'm going to scroll down. It's just details you have to read. I don't know what else to tell people, because that's the only way you can have an intelligent conversation with me. And here we are. That's our 15 acres of paperwork. I mean, so I don't know if you want me to show another receipt. That's one receipt right there. You're not going to get this paperwork unless you pay for the land. You're not going to get this paperwork stamped unless you take care of the People Lands Commission. And that's the 60 acres, same situation. Then we have a layout for the future. This is written and scribbled, but I'm going to get a digital version of that. But it's something better than what other people are doing. It's laid out and it's explaining our plans on what we're doing. All this stuff takes serious work and things, and that you're dealing with, and you're only working with a very small percentage of Black people that's interested in Africa. But what about all of our Black people that we have in America? Is like the people that are so infatuated about myself and you, Kala, and the rest of us that's doing business in Africa. Why can't you organize the 99% of Black people in America that will not have anything to do with Africa, and organize them on a level where we can do business? Because all we're doing is setting up business in Africa. So you set business up in America so we can do business together and strengthen our nation. And if you can't understand these dialogues of what I'm saying to you, you're not on our intelligent level, and you're not an intelligent person that we need to speak to. And I'm not going to argue back and forth and screaming and yelling at people. Okay, because I would never waste my time to get on any of you folks' channel. It's no point for me to do that. because I know what we're doing is only a small percentage of people.
Yeah.
Do you have the deed? Do you have the deed to the house? And what are you selling? If you're a businessman, what products are you selling? And when that shit gets stopped at the custom board at the border?
I'm gonna show you the incorporation, and after that, I'm just gonna eject you because you're still, yeah, that's just like my brother Bounty Killer said, a lot of mercy. Here
Where's your passport? Right, what country are you building this compound in?
This is in Ghana, and brother, I'm here. This is me right here. It's in front of one of our house.
Where's your passport?
This is me and the brother. Why would I show you? I have a Jamaican and a Ghana I have a Jamaica and an American passport, and I also have a Ghana Ghana non-residential card.
Now, why aren't you living there permanently? Why are you back in the States? Why do you keep coming back?
Because stupid. This is where I run my business from, you idiot. Go get a life and get a business. This is our incorporation. These are.
I'm not an idiot. I'm actually intelligent. I graduated.
You're not very intelligent because I'm showing
you. You're not very intelligent because why are you?
I'm showing you all the things we're talking about, and you literally keep on running them out. What else do I need to show you? You take your time and do your research on me before you have a conversation with me. And like I said, you have nothing to contribute, so you're off. You're off, and I'm not wasting my time talking to you anymore. So you guys are gone. So that's what we do to people. Because after a while, we give your brother Kala. What I can say is that we give people a chance to show their differences and prove something. And we have educated everyone else out there to let people know that these people are not intelligent. They're not about building anything. They're worried about the 1% of us. They're worried about the small 50 to 100 people that I take to Africa, and maybe about 5 of them will move to different parts of Africa. They're worried about that versus worried about strengthening the Black organization, doing things in different part of the Black community, and actually.
Hey, brother, it takes a lot of money. It's just like Black people when they get a better job, they get a better house, and move into a better community, wherever like that. They go hating on them. You know, you got brothers that basically say, you know something, I'm not getting no love from the women in America, so they go to the DR or whatever like that. There's a whole campaign of people trying to stop that. You know, why you going? So it's only a small percentage of brothers who got a passport going overseas, but it's all about psychological. People want you to be in bondage, right? YouTube and the internet has given people who oppress other Black people for weaponized. In other words, basically, if it's only like 2% of us, 1% interested in Africa, right, that's too much for them. Even if 100% wasn't interested in Africa, the very thought that you might be interested in something else besides this miserable thing called trying to be Black in America forever is not enough for them, because misery loves company. You know, they're miserable in America. They're not going no place. They're getting shit on by the white man, and now they hate the Black immigrants. They hate everybody. All they do is sit around, hate African immigrants, hate the Mexicans, hate white people. All they do is hate. And there was somebody says, you know something, we're building with people and doing productive and everything. Instead of saying, yo, look, I said at the top of the show, I said, if you're in America and if you don't like Kala Genesis, right, and you're doing something, I'll reach out to you and say, good work and everything. If you don't believe in Africa, like that, good work. And we support you. Monty said that many times. We're not telling nobody they got to go to Africa. We're saying, leave us the hell alone who wanted to build on the continent. You know, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. You know? Like brother, Brandon the Hut said, why don't you build up Afrikstan and Haiti? So this is where the conversation comes where we can't really have a dialogue with you, because you keep on telling us what we should do. I'm not, you know, just like when people get on here, you from Jamaica, you should be doing this. Don't tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? I come in the lines of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey made the greatest sacrifice. He left his beautiful island to build with his own people in America and try to find other Black people around the world so we can build a great Pan-African movement. And he literally revolutionized what was to be known as Pan-Africanism now, with our interests going in Africa.
If it wasn't for Garvey, there'd be no OAU. OAU, Garvey followers, as everyone saying, went to Liberia, and they're the ones who organized the template for the OAU. OAU was founded in Liberia. You know, with Garveyites that were living there. You know, they said they realized after Garvey's demise, they needed a state to operate out of. And that's why the Stewart and all these other people who became prominent in Liberia got with Kwame Nkrumah and Sekou Toure and Tubman, organized them to form the meeting for the OAU in Senequele, Liberia in 1959. You know, learn your history. You know, if had it not been for the Garvey guys, the OAU would never been formed.
And that's why we got to keep on explaining to people, learning their history. This guy get on this guy get on Coon Killer, Coon Hunter, whatever the hell his name is. He's probably, he actually need to be, you know, someone else needs to be the Coon Hunter, and he needs to be Brandon the Hut. You know what I'm saying? With his little small little village hut there, and probably
he's making fun. He's making fun of Planet Africa.
North Dakota on a
Strike
reservation.
back. I got some of that. They're making fun of Brandon.
Man,
you know, Brandon the Hut.
Man,
you know?
These clowns are funny, man. These guys are. I don't know what is it about me and you where we attract all these people to come. To come.
Yeah, you know, I said like this, man. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because we're bringing this heat. No other show
There's no one
gets
out there on
these
YouTube
people
bringing
off
up what
around
we bring, brother. And that's
besides you and me.
why we have a. And B Hoop, go ahead and introduce yourself and welcome to the call. Let us know what you want to share.
Go ahead, sister.
You're unmuted. Well, let me. B Hoop, when you unmute yourself, let's go ahead and join the call. I navigate. You're on.
Hello, Bomani. Hello, Kala.
Greetings.
Yes,
greetings.
you know, this is the second time I've witnessed an agent provocateur infiltrate, you know, the panel. You know, the first one had the name, you know, Anasa, you know,
not sleazy, not sleazy,
you know?
not sleazy.
You know, from and then you got this guy call himself Brandon the Hut.
Yeah, he's making fun of Brandon Pan African Strike Back.
Brandon is what they
that's
call.
Brandon, that's supposed to be Brandon.
President Biden. They say F you, Brandon. You know, so you know, with a name like Brandon the Hut, you know he ain't gonna act right. You know he's gonna get in there and just agitate. You know, because he's asking stupid questions. This is about another level of freedom that we're looking for. The people that comes to the motherland, they come in here for. They're not, you know, they come in here for another level of freedom. You know, a level of freedom that they can't have in the USA. You know, it's not all about, you know, the money. Although, you know, there's things you can do financially in Africa that you can't do in the USA. So it's smart for most smart people make their money in the USA and spend it in Africa. You know, because you get a greater return on your investment. So, you know, from an economic standpoint, but, you know, it's more than just economics that you can benefit from, you know, by coming to the motherland. You can benefit psychologically, you know, as well with another level of freedom, opportunity wise. If you got the resources, you can do any damn thing you want. It's about building from the ground up, scratch up, you know, without, you know, fighting, you know, Europeans trying to get them to change the system that they have that's dominating you, you know, but like Harriet Tubman said, you know, I could have freed more people, you know, from the plantation if they only knew they were slaves. And people like Brandon, he's a slave in his mind. He's suffering from a great deal of plantation psychosis, and so he don't even know he's a slave, and he don't want nobody else to leave the plantation that he's on. He want everybody to stay on the plantation with him.
Absolutely, navigating. I appreciate you sharing on that, because you're one of the people that you benefit from what we're talking about, because you have made a move, and so you can. It's like you're my elder, and you live there. You have your life more organized. You know what I mean? But someone like myself, even with all the business I'm doing, I can't just like get up and just move to Africa like that. And it's like,
I understand that you're a young man, Bomani. You got plenty of money to make in the USA.
And then you have then most of my money comes from here. I got business here that if I leave here,
makes sense to me. By the time you retire, Bomani, I want you to still be going back and forth. By the time you retire,
I'm retiring. I'm retiring at 50. I'm retiring at 50 years old. I've been in this business for a while. I'm coming up on retirement.
I know you've been in this business for a while. I know that.
And then when I move to the next phase of things, I'm just gonna be managing our real estate and all of our international operation, doing our tours, our investments, and working with what we have built in Liberia and Angola and all the things me and Kala talking about. But we're telling people we're working towards these things, and the fault that they have with us is that the fact that we're not living in Africa and things.
Your greatest achievement is not just bringing people to Africa, and exposing, people to the motherland. Your greatest achievement is those that, those videos, those people that just sit back and check out the videos, because, you bringing them along with you virtually. So you brought a whole lot more people, you know, to the motherland than those that bought plane tickets.
Brother Navigate, appreciate you, man. And also, a lot of people have been inspired, man, inspired by what we have done from as early as, early as 2006, and
Correct.
we're part of a growing movement. So I'm telling people that it's like this is based on a very small percentage of Black people from the African diaspora, mainly Black people from America, like less than 1%. And look at the impact it even have had with the 2019 year of return to where other countries like Sierra Leone, they got a program now for you to repatriate and get your citizenship. I mean, these are things that the more we get involved in Africa and the more we connect, the better it is for our children in the future. And that's what people like some of these guys don't understand. But if you just hold, let me just bring in our next guest, Icon Fire. Set the place on fire, my brother. Sorry, there you go. You're unmuted now, brother.
Hey, give thanks for life, man.
Yes, brethren. Yeah. Welcome back. Last time you was going off on a Nigerian coon, man. I was rolling.
Hey, Bomani, and Kala Genesis. Don't mind that bitch ass stupid Negro Tyrone. You feel me? He's I mean, like, these little Negroes, it's like these little Negroes see a big old organization like fucking like Pan-Africanism, and you as a little man is trying to fight it. I mean, like, how can you be jealous as a big old organization like Pan-Africanism? You feel me? A stupid little Negro sound like he has lung cancer. You feel me? Have a mic in his goddamn throat. You feel me? So a speaker in his throat. I can't take these type of Negroes, man. Listen, why would a Negro be opposing the one thing that support him? It's like, please, my Negroes, focus. You need a team. You need something that gonna back you. You feel me? Why would you fight against it? Same with some little Africans. I hear them talking about opposing Pan-Africanism, but I don't hear them opposing Pan-Europeanism. You feel me? I don't hear them opposing Pan-Chineseism.
Facts.
I mean, like, why is these Negroes so complicated? You feel me? And cowardly. All they do is shoot up their own neighborhoods. Why don't they go shoot up sundown towns? You feel me? How brave are we? Wilding out in Atlanta. You feel me? Wilding out in Atlanta. You got sundown towns in Atlanta. Negroes ain't gonna go there. Because that's white owned. And we have a particular respect for white people. I think we need to treat each other like white people. Stop playing. Give each other some respect. Like that lung cancer Tyrone. Everywhere he goes, he keeps on trashing on Pan-Africanism. Negro, talk about the Chinese, man, and how you oppose Chinese loving each other and working in conjunction with each other. How about opposing that little tiny Tyrone? You see me? How about that? Instead of coming on black platforms opposing blackness. What kind of Negroes are these? You feel me? And we need, bro, all right, Kala Genesis and Bomani. We need organizations to either buy heavy equipment or construct heavy equipment. We need a lot of heavy equipment in Liberia, Black American owned. If you mean, we need Chaco excavators, we need loaders, we need them in a unit where we can organize what you call it, a team with architects and the people that what's the people that surveyors. feel me? We gather a team of surveyors, blueprint makers. That's the um, and then go there, and we maybe make a presentation, like build a road for a community. You feel me? Make a presentation. So maybe the government of Liberia can give us a contract. We already would be having a bunch of excavators there, a bunch of fucking loaders and skid steer and all that shit. You feel me? And then we can just buy up some pipes and lay some goddamn sewer in neighborhoods or on stretches of roads, and build septic for people to stop shitting in holes and all that shit. You feel me? And make people's life better. You feel me? Build sidewalks, and you feel me? And make pleasure for our people on roads. Not
infrastructure.
Infrastructure, land development, that part. You understand?
Right on.
We have a land development agency in the BAO. I want to make that one day our flagship organization. That one day it's going to be an institution. I'm working on that in Liberia, and so therefore I got people, great Africans, tell me the other day that he has people that got bulldozers and stuff like that in Liberia already. So like that, he basically said, "Look, I'm ready to give you guys 300 acres of land in the northern part of Liberia." So we got people on the ground.
Yeah, look, man, I'm talking about bitches like Tyrone. These bitches have a lot of money spending on crackers. You feel me? And cracker business. Tyrone, how about send some heavy duty materials to Liberia? That you can fucking name a road Tyrone, bitch.
Right on. Well, I want to see you name a road Tyrone in Brandon, Kazarian. When you hear names like Brandon and Kazarian, the first thing you should tell yourself is white agent provocateur, because they named themselves that. Yeah. Brandon is just like Sharon or Becky. When you hear you hear the word Becky, that's white girl. When you hear the word Brandon, that's white boy. When you hear the word Kazarian, that's the whole white clan. But then they infiltrate this group, and just
what's wrong with Brandon? What's wrong with Brandon?
Brandon is what they call, President Biden right now. When they say "F you, Brandon," it's white boy name.
Okay,
that's what okay. Although I know some black guys named Brandon, I got some in my family. But I'm just talking about tell you what the going trend is right now.
No, but he did Brandon because he took Brandon from Pan African Strikes Back's picture and making Brandon the Hutt, like Jabba the Hutt. That's what he's making fun of Brandon.
That dude is funny. He got like 3 different accounts.
I know Jabba the Hutt, but listen to his words. He's an agent provocateur because the stuff he says makes absolutely no damn sense. Even Kala is not that crazy,
Hold on, outlaw.
I was trying to get black to laugh at you, Kala, because you said you got him to laugh at me.
Wait. Listen, Negative Freely
That's not my name. My name is not Negative Freely. If you want me to start calling you out of your name, keep calling me out of my name. I call you exactly what you asked to be called.
Oh, sorry, Navigate Freely. That's my reading issue. It's dyslexia. You feel me? But listen, hold on, outlaw. You throwing us off with that scandalous shit, man. We need progressive arguments. You feel me? Talk about how you gonna fucking make some process in terms of we turn Liberia into New York. Since we all have a problem with facilities, make facilities and make Africa comfortable for you, crazy Americans. You feel me? If you have a problem, you can't make nothing here for yourself. You got a lot of oppositions. So make Liberia, make a part of Liberia suitable for African Americans to come through. You feel me? Instead of talking about the dirty roads or what the fuck ever and what the fuck ever. You feel me? If you know what you want. America has good examples for what you want. go and make it there. You feel me? And feel satisfied. You feel me? Get your AC house and get your fucking tar road or concrete road. You feel me? Make it and have your presence felt in Africa. You feel me? We ain't really make our presence felt yet. You feel me? And I think we need to stop the playing, stop the cussing, stop the scandalous behavior, talking about people. I don't care about people. Let's deal with the people that's dealing with construction and progression and moving forward. Yes, we still have to learn history. Because listen, I heard Kala, sometimes we still have to deal with the moral part because a lot of us are very immoral, and the children need to learn things that we like you can't stop teaching morality and consciousness and all that stuff. You can't stop because the tree plant no fruit ripe at the same time. You feel me? So just because you know a lot don't mean things have to stop. You got to stop teaching. You feel me? We can't stop teaching. Teaching is forever because every day a child is born. So all we need to do is continue teaching morality. You feel me? Let me tell you something. We need to invade this education system, like the ministries of education. Let's bribe the bitches. They are greedy anyway. They're prostitutes. You know, black people are prostitutes. So let's bribe them. Start organizations. Infiltrate the education system by feeding them with carrots. You feel me? And let them because they like the carrots. So you feed them with the carrots and tell them what to do in terms of you want black consciousness taught. You want African consciousness taught in schools. You feel me? From basic to tertiary. You feel me? So we can get our people assimilated in terms of morality and Pan-African direction. You feel me? Because the white man had already administered a system of education that spread to us at the same time like an umbrella. So therefore, don't reinvent the wheel. Just immerse yourself into the education system and fucking change that shit to suit ourselves. You feel me? And to make our children grow up with manners and calculativeness and consciousness and upfulness and what you call it, self-love. You feel me? And you understand what I'm saying? These are the things we need to think about and persist on instead of talking folly and stupid stuff to each other.
Yeah, that's great. You know, right now, you know, I live on land, you know, that I don't have to pay no property tax, you know. So, you know, I have my own house in the USA too. But every year, if you got a house in the USA, you either paying mortgage and the taxes come out of the mortgage. But if you've paid the mortgage off, you're still paying every year property tax. And the more expensive the house is, the greater the property tax. So I'm sitting on land, you know, that's no property tax and no mortgage. You know, I'm building, you know, as I go, you know, with the amount of resources I have, and that's a freedom that you don't have too much in the USA. So, and more land, and the weather is perfect every year, every day. So there's great opportunity here, you know, for those that's seeking greater freedom and greater opportunity. So, but those that want to stay on the plantation, they can stay on the plantation, and you know, because everybody shouldn't come to Africa anyway. You know, somebody should stay in the USA, and you know, and some of us, you know, that's conscious should stay there too, so we can be in the living room just in case we need to break up the furniture. You know, so you know, Africa, the USA belongs to us too. We're gonna take it all. We're gonna take our part of the USA, and we're gonna keep Africa for ourselves. Africa for the Africans.
I dropped out. Yeah, I believe Africa for the Africans because I'm an African. You feel me? Africa belongs to us. I think that we should have our black. We dominate the South. You feel me? So we should right now. Black Americans have a good opportunity with the Caribbean and Africa. You feel me? These are the gateways for Black America because you have no dominance in America. So all you have to do is go in the black dominated areas with your cash and survive. You can build your own schools, whether in the Caribbean or in parts of Africa. You feel me? It's easier in the Caribbean where you can send your kids to school in and make them come back in the summer. You feel me? Because they teaching all faggotry in the schools over here. You feel me? They trying to transform your goddamn kids behind your back.
That
You
was the
feel me?
question I was
Over
going
here.
to ask you about the Caribbeans. Is the gay agenda reached the islands? Big time.
No, we kind of arrogant about the whole thing. You feel me? It's hard to you have individuals, but that shit not gonna cut it in the schools. You feel me? It's pure nuclear activities goes on in Caribbean schools. You feel me?
That's good. Yeah.
African schools are wonderful. That's because the people and the children are wonderful. But of course, the schools can be improved. That's where we come in. From the diaspora, we can come here and develop more infrastructure. And infrastructure and industry is what I noticed that's most needed on the motherland. And it's everywhere you go is exciting. There's no hurricanes, no tornadoes. You don't have that stuff.
Listen, about these schools, I'm not satisfied with these schools. Prettiness is not what I'm talking about. It's graduating pure idiots. You feel me? If you have no
I feel you.
consciousness, if you have no consciousness and you have no self-realization, then your school has no use. You feel me? School is supposed.
Afrocentric University is being built right around here right now. That's totally dedicated to an Afrocentric curriculum. To
Where?
create African thinking people
Where?
here in Ghana.
Oh, you in Ghana?
Yes, I'm in Ghana, and
Nice.
Nana Obakesi, is building, with Black Americans with money. They're bringing their billions of dollars here, and they're building a university. It's a legacy project, for African Americans, Black Americans with money. Some Black Americans with big money. Some of them are coming here spending that money, which is great.
That's powerful. That's powerful. So, my brother, this is what I want to try to say to you, right? Let me tell you something. You see, the Ministry of Education in Ghana, it's one entity, right? But guess what?
Well, it's part of the government. Yes, and they can be manipulated, with a small nominal fee.
With cash, they can be manipulated.
But that's the way it works in the USA too.
No,
you don't get nothing with no vote. The people that pay the candidates, is the ones that control them.
Wait, outlaw. Listen, America is just like police. Like how you can't bribe the police. You have to have certain type of real cash to bribe a goddamn American police. So that's the same thing. That's the same thing with the education system in America. You can't bribe the American education system. You can't do that. You feel
Bless you all. May the Most High bless you all. I have to go. It was a great day.
Hey, give us a statement before you go, big man.
Just I'm thankful that you all were here tonight because I've been working, and I'm thankful I got the idea of Bomani and Kala, and I'm going to do my best to make sure when I deal with them, it have to be somebody who's more advanced rather than going back and forth. I see their passion for it, so that's what I'm going to do. But I appreciate being able to understand you all. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. Respect.
Much respect. Blessings.
Of course.
And take care, brother. Good night.
Yes, sir.
All right, brother.
It's good morning here. The sun is up. It's a beautiful day. It's so exciting here. You know, really, it's very exciting in the motherland. You know, I feel safe. You know, and sound, and you know, I can go anywhere. People treat you with respect. You know, and dignity. It's just a whole different world. It's a whole different black mindset.
Yeah,
You know,
that's good. Boom
I
shakalaka
haven't
continue
ran
to
it.
navigate. Hey,
Boom shakalaka.
let me say this. Bomani, can you this girl, sister B Hoop, I think she wants to say something to me. Can you let her on the panel? I tell her I'll be nice. I promise I'll be nice.
Are you sure, Kala?
I'm sure. She does not
Well,
like.
Kala probably
I'm
gonna
not the
be
easiest
nice because
person
he
to like.
The link is posted,
never
Kala.
make
All you have to do
promises.
is click on it and join. The link is posted. I mean, I
He'll
don't know.
be
Yeah,
nice
like I
because
said,
he never
I got
make
about
promises.
she gave this impassioned speech to Mike O, the bushmeat eater, and whatnot. I want to talk to you in love and everything. He didn't hear nothing she was saying, you know. Yeah. Yeah, she got smoke for me. I'm like, God dang, man. She gave Mike all
Well,
this love. Remember that a couple weeks ago?
Brandon is a derogatory word, you know, for white people in the USA too. You
So
know,
you call him Brandon the
Kazarian, you
Hunt.
know, that means straight white.
Brandon the Hunt.
Well, I know the hut
No,
part. You
Brandon
know,
Hunt. He's making fun of
who wants to be an
our
old
guy
big
Pan
fat?
African Strike
Who
Back.
wants to be a
He's
big
talking about
fat
Bruce Lee.
nasty greasy hut? You know, I don't want to be no big fat nasty ugly
He's
greasy
talking
hut.
about. He's trying to make fun of Brandon Pan African Strike Back. He uses picture. That's all. Brandon Hunt. He's making fun of Pan
Well,
African
I know.
Strike Back.
Well, Brandon is pretty crappy. You know, that's even
Listen,
white folks can't, you know, use that as a
The name,
derogatory word. I wouldn't use the word
listen.
Brandon. I would never
Hey,
call myself
the
Brandon.
name Brandon, the name Brandon is a colonized name. It's an English name, but
Yeah.
people's character cannot be judged by their names. So
Yes, they
Brandon
can.
Pan-African, hold on, Brandon Pan-African Strikes Back. I see him as a good dude, a upful dude, a dude that is
He's a good brother. You know, that's why that guy's trying to make fun of him because
yeah.
you know.
And some people are just
Show me your receipt. You got any receipts I can see? That's stupid. You know?
some people
Yeah.
are
Show
some
me your
playful
receipts. You
people.
know? What are
He
you
showed him the
doing?
landies. He showed him videos. He showed him everything. He went,
You
I ain't
got
showing
any
me nothing.
land? You know,
Yeah,
he
you have
asking
to make
silly
fun of
questions.
Brandon because Brandon goes after the Indians too. So
Well, he can stay here. You don't have to come to the motherland. I don't want him right next door to me anyway. That, you know, those kind of Black Americans, you know, I left Africa to, you know, to get away from, you know.
Yeah.
So,
I
you know,
don't
I don't
like
have, you know, I hope none of them come around here, you know. It takes a certain type of mindset, you know, to move to the motherland.
yeah.
You got to be at least, you know, be willing to free yourself from the plantation.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like Native Americans.
Yeah, well, you know, Negroes want to be Native Americans all of a sudden and whatnot. And I grew up with them, and I never had a good experience with them in New York and whatnot. So, they were more racist than white people were. You know.
It's just because it's the niggers I don't like. That's Native American. The nigger Native Americans, I don't like those ones. The Native Americans is okay to me. They all right. They've suffered a lot. You feel me? But the black Native Americans, I don't like them bitches.
Yeah, they're fake. They're fake. They won't do a DNA test. They won't nothing. They come back 100% African and commit suicide.
They got 1% Native American. Like, god damn, nigga, like you can't even see that.
I always wonder
They're
why.
like $2 Indians. Remember that, Kala? $2 Indians.
Yeah, $5. I'm Native American, man.
No,
Nigga,
it's
please.
$5.
These fake Indians.
Well, there's slave castle dungeons peppered all along the west coast of the continent of Africa.
It's
So, you know, they
$5.
cannot say we ain't come from here because there's too much evidence to prove it.
Yeah, you got a bunch of coons. You got a dumbass Dane Calloway, that idiot that's literally just online tricking people. It's like I go around here in my neighborhood or wherever in my state, and none of my black people I roll up onto, say that they have anything to do with any Native American.
Oh,
You may run
that
into
guy
one
is psycho.
you may run into one or two people that talk that shit, but it's just it's like really it's just really an internet phenom.
It's an internet movement.
Internet movement,
Yeah,
exactly.
I never listened to that dude. No. I see him. I just keep on moving.
Dumbass Calloway, Dane Calloway, dumbass.
Yeah,
Dane
I know
Calloway.
who you're talking about, but he's too weak for me, so I don't waste my
I
time.
mean, he's really nobody. He's just somebody that's scamming people so he can make money from his books, his videos,
That
and things.
that dude sound like a crap baby. Seriously.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's kind of like people they run these little these little scams and just use their own people to just like they'll come up with something tomorrow and then that's how they make money.
I'll tell you what, Bomani. I'll tell you what. Negroes, typical Negroes, anything to avoid Africa, they will take it. I'm telling you, it could sound like the most lunatic stuff. As long as it's something to disconnect you from Africa, a lot of Negroes gonna jump on it. So that's why these people be listening this crazy person called even Tyreek and Dave Conway. Only all the Negroes that is disappointed with. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. It's just financing. It's just financing and looks. Why a lot of people don't want to be on Africa side. It's just because Africa is not on the winning side yet. They are a bunch of hypocrites. They all just watching the who is winning in this earth. You feel me? And that's why they're trying to avoid Africa. They're ashamed of their motherland because it's kind of undeveloped and that type of stuff. A lot of people, that's what it is. You feel me?
A lot of it is developed too, and it's exciting. A lot of it is developing, but it's a big continent. The continent of Africa can put all the major countries in it, and fill up. This continent is huge.
That's why I look that way.
Tariq, he still has like two toes in Africa. He's not fully on board with the Indians. He said he believes the slave trade happened, but he doesn't think it happened in the numbers.
He believes the way is he believes he was one of the ones that were already here because he won't call himself African. Or not all of us were. He's telling the white guy, Italian guy. Italian guy said, "Are you trying to say the transatlantic slave trade happened?" He goes, "Sir," with his lips, "Sir." Not all of us were.
Don't come to Africa because that's mostly everything here in West Africa is black people.
Hey,
if you don't like black people, stay in the USA with the white folks. If you're in love with them.
Hey, Dave Conway said, the Americans moved the Americans from America to Africa and populated Africa. Don't that sound like crack baby shit?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Say anything. It's called say anything.
That sounds like
say anything. It's like throw shit against the wall, hope it sticks. Yeah, that's all it is.
That's what Brandon does.
No. Why you saying Brandon does that?
Him and Dane Calloway went at it with each other because Dave Calloway tried to get him fully on board with the whole Indian thing, but he still he keeps a tippy toe or two in Africa because he knows that ship is going to sail. So they had an argument about. Now Dane Calloway said that
I got to fight
never existed, and just
hold on. Hey, 1 second. The Ghana American bro. Ghana American bro. What you talking about Pan-African Strike Back, Brandon?
The one that just left here.
He's talking about Brandon the Hut, which is basically the guy name that you call with a T.
He's not talking about Pan Strike Back.
Brandon the Hut is Tyrone.
Navigate don't know our circles.
Well, he's not Brandon. His name is not Brandon. It's Tyrone.
His name was Brandon on here.
Well, he got about four different YouTube. He kept on coming in, and I let him talk, and then we had to keep on kicking him off because he was just like asking us all kind of crazy questions.
Well, next time you come in as Brandon, you got to get rid of that alter ego because that's no damn good.
Hold on, bro. He a troll. He another crap baby like Dave Conway. You feel me? A lot of them, their parents went through a lot of shit. You feel me? and they the
Kazarian,
outcome.
that Kazarian, he's another one. You know, how could a black man name himself Kazarian?
Yeah, because
crazy.
That's the Jewish name, right? That's the Jews' name.
Yes.
The Khazarians. You
The
feel
white
me?
Jew from the
Yeah,
Caucasus Mountains, you know.
Yeah, that's the white Jew's name.
Get down.
That's crazy.
We got comments up here. Let's see what this person say. We can read these together and go through them. All Tariq ever wanted was the Zimbabwe government to give him some free land and a mansion. And when that did not happen, well, the rest is history, as they say. Oh man,
they'll give you the free land, but you got to build your own damn mansion.
I know he was in Zimbabwe, but the thing of it is, what I want to tell people before we jump in is don't take it personal. It's not simple as going anywhere in Africa to do anything. It's you have to just put a little more work into it. Just because you got money or you got influence or whatever, that don't mean nothing. You got to come on another level. So even when I'm telling people the tourism business work, we're there in Africa, and next thing you know, people getting to know us, and next thing you know, we're there doing things. So and that's me in Africa being successful, and the great Tariq Nasheed, this guy that's supposed to be this high ego person, can't even make a move there in Africa. And that's what I'm telling people. We got to take our game to another level, because it ain't all about, or I'm a big black strong American, and I'm gonna go to Africa, and then you give me what I want. It's a serious situation. Our people in Africa are dealing with a whole bunch of stuff, colonization, and some of them don't. Some of them their own.
And also, let me ask you something, Bomani.
Go ahead.
I'm getting tired of black people who haven't did shit in America and everything. Instead of going to Africa, socializing and getting to know people and everything, they want to basically do. They don't even look at the country GDP. You go to a country like Sierra Leone, GDP is $3 billion, and they think they're gonna build a world class beach resort and shit. I'm like, dude, do your homework. People over there need rice. They need the staples. See if you can do that. Like I told your brother Amari. I said, he's in America, right? I'm going to be a kingdom. Nigga, why don't you grow some rice to feed the population? Do something simple, and everything if you want to connect with the continent. You don't have to go there with some big, grandiose plan. That'll come. And you have to basically see, because you got these African bros on the continent stepping the game up. IT. Now, I saw the article where we have an internal brain drain going on the continent, right? You have black tech companies that can rival Google and Amazon, right? But they're getting bought out by the Google and all stuff like that. So critical infrastructure is being go up. Because why? Because they're able to pay the local people twice as much as an African tech company there. So therefore, or they can see, well, doesn't Amazon operate globally? Sure. But why is it that other people still got their critical infrastructure in place? So Amazon's not no real threat to them, and all stuff like that. But Africa never developed a critical infrastructure linking to all the cities and everything. So when you got Amazon and all these other people, the main logistics and everything, and Google being the main advertisement, and you got we don't have a mass media on the continent and everything. So they got to rely on CNN, BBC, and all stuff like this. That's these people colonizing us without even saying they're colonizing us, and they also, what they do is they put a blackface on it. Like, can you say the SABC is a black-owned media in South Africa, even though you see the station manager is black there? No, it's still white-owned media, but they got black faces up there.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on the continent.
Damn. So I'm wondering who owns Nollywood?
Well, Nollywood is the whole thing is
actors are black.
But the whole thing about Nollywood, man, like I said, I don't want to diss Nollywood, but the films are substandard. It's like they built a studio called Tanaba, right, in Calabar. Beautiful. The guy had a vision. It was supposed to be a theme park studio, everything. The Nigerians, they rather go to Dubai rather than go to Tanaba. If you see Calabar, they had the mountain cable cars going across. None of it's working now. Monorail, they had the monorail there. It was supposed to be a theme park and had a motion picture studios, but the Nigerians, for the most part, they got to start loving Nigeria. They would rather spend their money going to Dubai and the West than building their own country.
Hey, Kala.
Yeah.
Mr. Genesis. I want you to see if you could advertise more how to join your join the BLA? Like the
Yeah,
BLA?
it's easy. All you do is download the app. I made it easy. Download the app to your smartphone, the BAO Global Pipeline. Download the app and you sign up for the website. You ask you a couple of questions, and you're on. You make a profile picture and everything like that, and you can join the groups. You can create your own group as is approved by the administration. Create your own groups and everything like that. You can do blogs, you upload videos, you can share pictures and everything like that. You can do a whole bunch of stuff that's free. Some people say, yeah, I like to write blogs. You can publish professional looking blogs and then everything. Share them throughout Twitter. It has links where you can share it to Twitter, Instagram, anything like that. So it's a real good site. And the whole thing is, I create the site, I pay for it and everything. I'll ask for people to join and contribute. Get to know people and stuff like that. So and then you understand what we're going. We got several different groups in there. We have a chapter for each country. We got groups of people. I talked about Zambia guy yesterday, and I was asking him how the BAO Zambia chapter is going. He said, "Yeah, he's getting people to download the app in Zambia and stuff like that, so you can connect with people all over the continent, communicate and stuff like this." So it's what slowed the BAO down was YouTube, right? Everybody's going to YouTube for their information, and they're not communicating because it's easier just to look at a video instead of communicating on our own. And I ask you a question. What if tomorrow somebody shuts down your YouTube site? What are you going to do? So we got to have our own social media platforms. It's in that case. That's why in our site, you can upload what you want and everything like that within reason, and you do what you want and communicate.
So it's a social media site, practically.
It's a social media site.
Damn.
It's a social media site, just like Facebook, Twitter, anything.
How do you get
And
this?
so you can link with other people on the continent, get to know people. And so you download the app on the App Store, BAIO Global Pipeline.
That was too fast.
So it's an app,
Global Pipeline is the name of the app?
BAIO Global.
PAIO.
Yeah, Global Pipeline.
BA.
B with a B.
Oh, BAIO.
Like you see in the thing, BAIO.
Global Pipeline.
BAIO Global Pipeline. And all that asks is two questions. Are you African American or Black African descent? If you can't answer yes, I don't want to hear. We don't want to hear no. Well, I'm a native. No, I'm Black. I don't consider race. You're not in there. If you can't say you're Black African or African American, you ain't in there. That's what we start with. This ain't for people who say they're indigenous and I'm Black American. One guy said I'm Black American. Guess what? He didn't get approved.
What about
That's the
Native
whole thing.
American?
So it's you're
About
Native American. You got to go to a Native American site.
Oh shit.
I don't want nobody that basically can't say when they come on, are you African American or of Black African descent? Not no Arab African, not no white African, anything. I had this one white people try to join. I'm sorry. However, like I told Bomani today, I'm gonna give it 2 more years because, like I said, I want to do. We've been doing STEM and Sim City stuff years ago and whatnot till YouTube came along, right? Till the Pan African movement started getting popular on YouTube, right? BAO social network was the only place people would come to. And we used to have Sim City groups and whatnot. We used to do smart city building, AutoCAD and everything. You see some of our designs in the land development agency where we do sketch drawings of new cities and stuff like that, and building and stuff like that, and that's the stuff we want to get to because I go to the city AutoCAD on different YouTube sites and everything. It's all white boys in there. And a lot of these guys be pitching their ideas to different countries like Hong Kong, China, and next thing you know, they get a multi-billion-dollar contract to design a new city. You young guys, Arab, Asian, everything like that, design the cities as a hobby. I don't see Black people doing that. That's what tells me, are we really serious about this Pan-African thing? We got the technology here. Africans are held back by the fact that they don't have data like we do. They don't have internet access like we do, or they have internet, but the data sharing is a problem in Africa because data is so expensive.
Yeah,
so they can't be on internet for hours at a time as a hobby.
Liberia needs a new city, right?
Yeah, we would love to build a city state in Liberia, the coast and the interior and stuff like that, and Angola too. Like I said, I want to make Bomani City the prototype. We need industrial parks. We need great Africa about that, building industrial park. And and there's also when you start stepping on that level, there's international funding for that. you showed that you could create a municipality with a tax base and stuff like that, and industries. You could build industries and everything. You got investors, foreign direct investment, and we could be on our way because you're providing jobs. Also, I would like to see more Black people on YouTube, on inside. Africa has all these different stock exchanges. Where's the diaspora on the trading floors, right? Raising capital for projects on the continent.
That's
Where's the
what
African Americans
that's
opening
what
out
I'm
banks on the
talking about.
continent?
That's what I'm
These are the
talking
things
about.
that we want to do in the BAO. Infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a good lane right there. That would help. It definitely would help. Let me ask you a question, Kala. Like if let's say for instance, if you was like, for instance, like maybe the president of Liberia, what would you do? What would be the best thing to do the jumpstart, infrastructure as far as like more electricity or not even electricity, but just jumpstart.
Well, like I said, I had a guy a month ago when the project fell through. Right, I had this guy that's Cape Verdean. He was a partner with a Liberian senior mine, right? Mr. Jackson, right? And Mr. Jackson's been around since the Tolbert years, right? And here's a problem. Here's a problem. And I'm telling people that keep inboxing me, talking about, oh, I know you, the man in Liberia, get me connected. This is my issue, right? I told him, I said, if you want that, he wants to build this. He has this project where they could take garbage and turn it into fuel and make electricity, right? And he said he wanted all he needed was a guarantee that the Liberian Electric Company would purchase a certain amount of tariff from him, right? Then he could secure the funding for the project and then go ahead and start building it, right? And they could basically, and I told him, I said the problem was not the generation of electricity, but the distribution. He said he don't handle distribution. Distribution has to be a thing where people, can easily access electricity. Even if you have it so where people paying as like a pay go, they would put their card in and they could do it, monthly from their house and everything, or online, pay for it and everything like that. So not the traditional electricity where you're getting a bill and everything like that because people want to make their money. I say he didn't have a distribution part of the thing, manager thing. But I said, well, you can still do that and everything. But I told him, I said, what you have to do is go to Liberia, right? I got my guy in Liberia, found him a place that opened up an office, right? Invest in the country, right? Get your name known, right? Go around town, pass out T-shirts and put up billboards, such and such. I forgot the name of his company. The country goes, we're coming here and everything. Sit there and be socialized. He said he put the Liberia twice and nothing happened. I said, yeah, but you cannot go to Africa. You cannot do Access Africa on a remote. But Monty has the thing. He has people on the ground that do work for him. I said, you have to have an office on the ground, right? And then basically you don't have to be there, but these people can work for you and do that, right? When people see that, they know you're serious. So Bomani having an office in Ghana is critical. Why? Because his business is seen locally. He has a presence. A lot of people want to
I
invest in
agree.
Africa,
I
but they
agree.
don't want to go there and put boots on the ground and open up offices, hire local people, be socialized, and be seen in the media that you're here for the long haul. And then they want these big government contracts, particularly Black people in America. They just want to go get on a plane and meet with somebody, think they're going to get a big, lofty contract. And they wonder why the Lebanese and all these people are cleaning their clocks
Yeah.
because the Lebanese have a presence there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Sense.
Can I answer that question too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. To me, jump starting an economy is you can't. I don't think you can fake jump starting an economy, or you can, you feel me? But this is how I see Liberia, right? Or Africa, or Caribbean, or America. No emphasis is placed on trade for young people, like mandated trade. You got to make your young people useful. That's how I see it. You feel me? So I'd make sure I implement trade centers all over the country for children 14 and up to mandatory go there maybe after school or between school, and you gonna be in you gonna it gonna get intense as you get older. You feel me? So by the time you graduate, by the time you may be 20, you may have a profession in one of these fields, carpenter, plumber. So I think even personally, I think even who is going to study doctor, who is going to go college, you're going to learn a trade even before you go to college. You feel me? So even the doctor should have a trade to go back on if he plans to do that. So
Exactly.
so
That's
I'm
how Liberia, Liberia was founded like that. You had people who were doctors that went to Liberia, but they also had blacksmithship school skills. They had farming skills. They had several different skills. And people who built Liberia had several skills before they went there.
yeah,
They were blacksmith,
right,
woodsmen. They were professional and everything because they
exactly.
knew they couldn't make a whole lot of money in their profession, but they could sustain themselves by owning a farm and stuff like this. So it was a different
Exactly.
lifestyle.
So that's what I'm trying to say is like you got to find a way to for the system to maintain itself, not just try to shock the system in terms of I don't know what type of thing you're gonna do to fucking make the economy really flow. To me, the economy will only flow if everybody is useful. You feel me? So we need a lot of seriousness in terms of how the kids operate. You feel me? You can't be graduating idiots. You feel me? You can't be graduating useless people. You feel me? So that's
Hmm.
why I told you have to find a way to deal with the young people in terms of nurturing their brain for survival. You feel me? And for progress. So that's how you're gonna have a industrial complex. You feel me? So all of these people gonna have carpentry area, they're gonna have mechanic area, they're gonna have the plumbers area, they're gonna have all different areas because that's an industrial complex. So you're gonna have a lot of different blocks of of different industries in terms of who you understand. So you have a whole street.
And let me ask you. Let me say this background. Let me say this.
Yeah,
Let me say this, brother. Here's a problem I see in Africa. Right? People will say, "Oh yeah, don't bring the Western mindset." But one of the Western mindsets I bring is, why can't we bring African pay scale up to like at least 75% of what they make in the West? You know, if you got somebody who's a skilled electrician and he's putting up a building, right? Why is the Chinese and everybody walking away with all the money, right? And they're paying Ghanaians not even enough to freaking sustain themselves. Skilled labor.
I can
We
tell
have to
you.
have an African skilled labor union,
No, I
and
can
stuff
tell
like
you
this. So
I want to say something. You know, we don't appreciate each other. You feel me? That's one of the main things. That's why I don't like Christianity because our God is supposedly white. So we only have respect and we only see when we see white people in high positions, we actually think they belong there. You feel me? We actually think we the black people don't deserve nothing. You feel me? So there is no people, the ordinary people don't think that black people should be placed in royal standard. You feel me?
Plantation
So,
psychosis.
huh?
Plantation psychosis.
Yes, and Jesus psychosis, Christianity psychosis, where because Jesus is white and the niggas over in Europe is white, then we have a little admiration for the little bitches. You feel me? So that's why we operate with because they even taught us that black is bad. So that's why we up. That's why even the Africans is fighting against naming themselves black because they all see black as bad. You feel me? And see white as I have a new definition for the color white. It's nasty and it's an ugly color. You feel me? So when I say white, it means nasty and ugly. You feel me? And dirty. You feel me? So that's my new definition for white. And black is beauty. You feel me? So that's how I see it. And we need to start defining ourselves and we need to start acting in terms of we need to start treating each other as royalty. You feel me?
Right
And
on,
stop,
right on.
stop treating each other like we are nothing. You feel me? I believe the kids should be placed in royal standard. You not. I believe we need to stop them from walking on dirt. You feel me? Because our kids need to be walking on fucking nice carpets. You feel me? Pretty
Well, the
fucking
Africans
carpet.
they treat me like royalty. They treat me like royalty. The children, the old people, the young people, everybody is so wonderful, nice.
Where?
This is a totally different world.
Where?
Here in Ghana.
No.
But Bomani knows all about it.
Listen.
Bomani was coming here long before I came here.
Hey,
So
big
Bomani
man.
knows how to people.
No. Don't
it's a little bit.
that.
Well, it's a little bit. It's a little bit of both ways. But
Yeah.
go ahead, brother. Say what you have to say.
Hold on. Wait. Don't believe that hypocrisy and that facial behavior that you think, boss man. That's just facial.
I live with them for 3 years. I'm living here with the people. I'm living here with the people on a daily basis.
Okay, all right. Is there dirt road there? Is there
dirt road?
Yes, I ain't talking about the dirt road. I'm talking about the quality of the people.
Bro,
I ain't talking about the dirt road.
Hold on, man.
Because they walk on the dirt road don't mean they're not wonderful people.
Outlaw, wait. Let me explain something to you. Outlaw. You feel me?
Yes, I call him outlaw, man.
All right, hold on, wait. It's just a figure of speech. So what I'm trying to say, right? He's an outlaw because he left America, so he an outlaw. I like that shit. You feel me? Anyway, this is what I'm trying to say, big man. Don't see things for face value. You feel me? Listen, the government of Ghana is not treating the people like how they're supposed to be treated. There should never be no goddamn dirt road for nobody to walk on. You're not treating your people with discipline, spending their money on frivolous stuff and making our people walk on dirt road. What about the East? What about the West?
That's true.
What about the North? What about the South? You feel me? You got 30 million people. You should have 30 million royal people and 30 million royal treatment for these people. You can't Kumasi, Accra. Accra alone don't deserve shit. You feel me? And Accra don't have the shit that it needs. You feel me? For our people to live royally. You feel me? Let me tell you something. We don't look at our people like royalty. We look at our people cheap and black. Like we say, black is not beautiful and we deserve to be ashy and all that shit. No. You feel me? Things can be better.
If you cannot protect what is yours, if you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours. If you can't protect your resources, the economics that your land generate, if you can't keep that, for your people, it's not going to be for you. Most of the
what are you talking about, Navigate?
That's generated in Ghana goes to Europe. Europeans control the economics in Ghana, not the president.
So that's what I'm saying.
It's not the president's fault that there's more dirt roads than necessary. There's dirt roads everywhere, but I agree there should be less dirt roads here. But if you don't have the resources to build those, they build roads here.
What about where the president? What about the president of Ghana flies on a private jet on these stupid conferences that get absolutely nothing done? And people are complaining. Well, Managoli of Tanzania didn't do that. He said, "I ain't wasting money going on these trips and everything." He took this money and developed this country.
Hold on, 1 second, hold on, 1 second, Kala. 1 second, please. 1 second, please, bro. These little Negroes in Ghana stop everything about Kwame Nkrumah, who was proving to the people that they should be treated royally. See me, he built all type of factories. He built dams. He built all type of shit, and a lot of them they abandoned it. What care do you have?
A lot of stuff being built right now as well.
What?
There's a lot of things, a lot of being built. Roads are being built. Industries is being built. Ghana is one of the fastest growing countries on the continent right now.
No, it's actually Rwanda, bro.
But you're gonna have traders. You're gonna have Negroes. You're gonna have people that's gonna go against the program everywhere. We got plenty of clones in the USA too that goes against the black community.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, and you can't compare Rwanda with Ghana. Rwanda is one.
No, I'm not comparing Rwanda with Ghana. Because Rwanda, they cooperating with the Europeans.
No,
more
it's a small country. Hold on, it's a small country. It's not hard to feed.
So everybody's doing well. It's cooperating with the European, but yet you see in Ghana, right? Not taking shots to Ghana, right? They went to the IMF 18 times. Rwanda hasn't.
Listen.
Well, they was told to go to the IMF.
I'm gonna ask you something. I'm gonna ask you something.
Ghana is just like living in Black America. You only can do what you are allowed to do.
I
The Ghana president, if he's not allowed to do it by the Europeans, he can't do it. And they control everything. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours. Just like in the USA, one thing Black Americans do is what they are allowed to do.
All right. Look here. What about Kantanka cars? Why didn't the government invest intensely in Kantanka cars? Why are you bringing in foreign cars to be assembled in your country?
I just answered that question. Because that's what they're allowed to do. That's what they are told to do.
Allowed by who? Allowed by who? Allowed by who? So in other words, Europeans are coming down there.
Zimbabwe. When they
let me ask you a question. Navigate. See, now you're going off on a tangent. Now let me ask you a question. He showed me the policy where the Europeans actually said that in writing. You have to do this. Does it exist somewhere?
No, I understand what he's saying, Carla. Let's not be beat around the bush. You know how strong the IMF is. You feel me? You know how strong these crackers is. They have a lot of strings. You feel me? To pull.
Wow.
You feel me? They have a lot of strings to pull. So I understand what he's saying, but there are moves that you could make. You feel me? I'm telling you, you have content.
They make those moves. The Ghanaian presidents and all other African presidents, they make all the moves that they're allowed to move their people forward. But
Bomani, remember we was discussing the Bangdung conference? Remember we were discussing the Bangdung conference a month ago?
Listen,
why is it the Asians can rise above this stuff and the Africans can't? They put all those things in place. The Asians kick them out of Europe.
Carla,
you have Asian superpowers. China is a superpower. North Korea is a superpower.
Hold on, outlaw. Wait, hold on.
And a lot of other Asian countries is a whole lot more powerful than Ghana.
Wait. Carla, don't do that. China was never colonized, bro. They was invaded.
China was colonized. China was colonized. And Mao Zedong kicked all those people the fuck out.
Let me speak. Hold on, let me speak. China was never colonized.
Indonesia was.
Colonization means you change a people's language and make them do what the fuck you want them to do. China has always maintained.
Okay, I'm not even talking about China. I'm talking about Southeast Asia, Jakarta, Indonesia. What country colonized Indonesia for 350 years?
The British.
Yeah,
the Netherlands. It was the Netherlands.
The Netherlands.
Right?
Same thing.
So basically they fought a war, and then it takes out after they were done, they took down every Dutch statue, everything. The language, they wiped all the Dutch out of Indonesia when Indonesia got cities like Bali now, because they're free. That didn't happen in Africa. South Africa, they had a fake movement with Nelson Mandela and whatnot, and they still got Cecil Rhodes statue still sitting up there.
Africa is complicated, man. Serious.
It is, and that's why Icon and other people. That's why people have to give us respect and proper props for literally just making the move that we're making. You know, because one of the things, and I'm not like getting frustrated about it because I understand the challenge, and I'm telling people like, y'all sit here and talk all the stuff about us while we're trying to do this kind of movement. It's like it's only a small percentage of us is even making any inroads in Africa, but we have a whole bunch of people here. 99% at least that's here. Is like, why don't y'all focus on trying to get them to do some stuff here? And that's why sometimes I have to go this off on some of these people. It's like I have this one.
It's very complicated.
I have this one troll in here. I've been educating because Kala, she's trying to say I say Black America filler. So why are you wasting your time dealing with me? And I was like, first of all, whenever I say things, put in proper perspective, and things like that. And I'm telling people all this emotional stuff when we criticize and we say certain things, they got to get over it. Last I remember, none of us are winning anywhere, and none of us are. So what we need organizing what we can organize. Like that coon that came on earlier today, he said some of my people or some of our people in Jamaica don't consider themselves African. That is true. Some of our people in America don't consider themselves African or Black. That is true. But am I worried about that? I don't give a hell about them. I care about the ones of us that understand we're stolen, we're sold, and we're who we are. And let's organize and build together. And other than that, I'm not here to say 100% of us, let's get together and figure this out. There's people there's like 100 different groups of Black people who don't consider themselves anything to deal with the things I'm talking about. So I'm telling people what we're talking about is what we're talking about. It's a big bold banner up front. I'm not talking about Jamaica. I'm not talking about America. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about us building our Pan-African energy towards nationhood. And that's a serious thing as far as us doing that. So anybody that don't like our tone, like where we're about, don't waste your time, because you can troll. Like, it can't stop you from.
Let me tell you, Bomani.
Find the people who are really ready to do this.
Bomani.
Yes, that's why I say the real power. The real power is not in skin color. The real power is in the mind. You know how people think.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And I'm like Bomani. I want to be with those like-minded people.
Let me tell you, Bomani. A lot of us Black people are living hypocrites. I'm telling you, we just want the winning side. That's all. That's why they're on white people's side, because they don't want to. They want to be on the winning side. They don't want to fight. They don't want to They don't want to build nothing. They want to grow. They don't want to win nothing, because they know that they want to
sacrifice nothing. Yeah. They only want comfort on the plantation. They'll throw each other under the bus for a few extra dollars to spend. Yeah. For comfort on the plantation.
Yes, yes. That's why you
have some people in Africa want comfort too. That's why they settle for these IMF stuff.
You're right.
So it's everywhere, man. Check this out. The British, the Belgium are still in the Congo. Why? Because there's a lot of Congolese and whatnot who benefit from their system. So it's not just Black America. It's everybody's looking for the most dangerous Negro. Let me say it. The most dangerous Negro in the world, anyway, is a comfortable Negro. He's more dangerous. Right. The comfortable Negro. Once he got his little whatever like that, he don't want to mess nothing up. He don't even want to think about this. He think, white people start hearing about this going to build in Africa. That's why they want to stop this. White people might get mad at us. That's all. They're scared of white people.
Yeah, every minute these people about white people. Last time I remember, white people are not sitting around worrying about what we're doing, because they have their own problems and they do what they need to do. They've already put things together systematically where they're getting paid at. Like we're talking about Kala, we're talking about the greatest criminal empire that ever existed. These people are getting money from the state, the city. When you get arrested, when you pay taxes, when you don't pay taxes, when from your child.
They even get money right now. They get money right now. We're on YouTube and Facebook. We're on YouTube and Facebook, and they get money off of that shit. Like, we're on big niggas on Twitter.
Let's focus on how we can put our resources together and make some moves. And that's all I'm saying to people. Like, all this emotional stuff, I'm not with. That's why I don't waste my time getting on YouTube other than show my videos of us in Africa, because it's like most people, all they sit around. It's just like the haters that they get their tickets for football, and whether they're watching it on TV or they're in the stands, they just got nothing to say and nothing to say. I mean, which is funny, because that's how it is. You have sports and you have shit talkers. You have the people playing the sports and people talking and stuff. And I'm telling people, we're in the game.
These are spectators.
When you're in the game versus being a spectator, that's actually the ideal word, spectator. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. So I'm telling people that what we're talking about is us being in the game. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or funny to people, but you're just not on our level, and we're not looking to waste too much of our time. And I tell people, if you want to learn things about Africa, you can come on one of our tours and things like that. The tone is different. We're doing a real talk show here, so our tone is a little bit different. You know what I mean? When me and Kala doing business, this is our nighttime program and things like that. But I'm telling folks, like family, if we don't take this serious and start organizing our resources instead of us talking about we're Indians and all that other stuff, we're gonna be in some serious trouble. Last I remember, everywhere else consolidate our power. And what Kala was saying earlier today, we were talking about the Bang Down conference.
I want to say something also.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Bomani, I want to say something also. I want to ask you if you could do a program. I'm begging you. We need some eyes on Burkina Faso and Mali. We need to do it, bro. We need to free our people. We need to support our people.
In Cameroon. No one talks about Cameroon because carnage going on in Cameroon. Yeah, tens of thousands are dying. No one's saying anything.
Yeah, and Cameroon.
Cameroon is prime some of the prime real estate in the world, right there, Cameroon.
Hey, listen.
Right on the equator.
You know that a coup just happened in Burkina Faso. See me? And you know the friend, we even need to support the people in Niger. You feel me? Because they got an Arab president. You feel me? And the people in those places need our eyes. You feel me? We can't just act like they don't exist. We have to put focus on them, try to get some of them to come speak to us, all that type of shit. You feel me? You understand?
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this, okay? Now we have a lot of brothers like JT the Bigger Figure, some of the brothers they call it Dine Show. They're in Burkina Faso, and a coup breaks out. You know when coup happens, right? All bets are off, right? First thing they do is go into the central bank and say, "What's in the bank?" And they start allocating funds in their pocket or whatever like that. They say, that's what the military does, and they freeze everybody's bank account. So you stuck in a coup. Imagine if you had a community over there. We could say, okay, you could resort to because the coup could happen in any country in Africa at any time.
The capital have the prettiest name, man. Prettiest name in the world. Is the capital of Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. Let me tell you that. Prettiest name in the world, Ouagadougou.
Ouagadougou.
I actually like I actually like Abuja. That's a beautiful name. Abuja, Nigeria. I think that's a beautiful name. Abuja.
And it's nice. I want to go to Lagos, though. I still want to go to Lagos. I want to have that experience of millions and millions and millions of nothing but black people all around. Lagos. I want to have.
What's the capital of Mali? Bamako.
It's Mopti. It's Bamako.
Bamako.
It used to be Mopti. That's Bamako.
Yeah. Yeah, man, we need to support our people, man. You feel me? They in a crisis, and France is there secretively invading the people's country, bro.
France is never gonna leave Cameroon.
Went to the African Union and ECOWAS.
France is the
What's ECOWAS all this?
Let me tell you something, man.
So we shouldn't build an Afrikstan. We gotta rely. That's what I'm saying. We need our own security on the continent. We need our own territory.
Yeah,
all this shit can break loose at any time.
What about the United Nations? What about all these entities? I mean,
no, we can't talk about the United Nations.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying for the people who are listening. We have to, because that's what people are gonna ask. What about these entities? Because you're talking about internal civil unrest in Africa.
The World Health Organization is bought and paid for. The IMS is bought and paid for. The United Nations is bought and paid for. So they are dictated and controlled by the superpower. That's it. So the United Nations might have all the nations.
Thanks for telling us something we don't know. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about why we feel the need to build infrastructure and security on the continent. Because of these organizations fail.
Not in the United Nations.
Yes, we need weapons of mass destruction. And all weapons of mass destruction is not kinetic. And Africans have enough brilliant minds, to come up with some deterrents.
Yeah, check this out. The African, what the weapons of mass destruction of Africa are? Illegal guns. That's been 500 years. The one thing that can stabilize Africa is the importation of guns and firearms. That's the weapon. That's the equivalent of nuclear weapons in the West.
Hold on.
No, I'm just that serious. It is the truth.
Hold on. Hey, hold on.
I think Boko Haram's wreaking havoc. They got weapons.
Hold on, Outlaw. The Africans are so weak. If any one of them make anything that can kill anybody, they'll kill him.
Yes, guns is not going to do it against superpowers with hypersonic jets.
No, guns allow Africans to kill each other. That's the whole thing.
Listen, the Africans are not making anything to conquer nobody. You feel me? They're not making anything to conquer nobody. You feel me?
Africans got to learn to feed itself first.
All they make is
food shortage.
All they try to make is toys. They ain't trying.
Food shortage is a weapon of mass destruction. All they do is cut off Africa's food imports and whatnot, and the country will starve. You know,
But the
because they got
land in
all kinds of
Africa should be
weapons, things
able
like that.
the land in Africa should be able to feed the
Well,
world
nobody in
many
Africa,
times
nobody,
more.
yeah, should be, shoulda, woulda, coulda, but nobody's doing it.
Well, that's where we come in, you know. But just food, you have to be able to protect and control that. You know, me myself, when I think about Africans, you know, getting weapons of mass destruction, I think about, you know, something like biological weapons, something that
No, the weapons of mass destruction for Africa is books, learning, you know, learning how to build stuff. That's the
well,
weapons of
that
mass
too.
destruction Africa needs. They don't
Psychology
need
is
no
a good
freaking
weapon.
weapons. They don't know
If
psychology
you can
nothing.
manipulate and
Africa needs to know.
control your enemy's
Africa needs to
mind,
know
you
how to
can
build
that's a
factories.
weapon.
Africans needs to know how to build factories and build industries. That's their way out. Not no
Africans
getting a
need to know
nuclear
how to
weapon.
protect what is theirs. Africa needs to know
Wow.
how to protect
Listen,
what is theirs.
Well,
listen.
can't,
If
well,
you
can't
can,
both of you be white
Is
at the same time?
yeah, well, let's do all of them at the same time, man.
Yeah,
You
let's
see
do them
me?
all. We got to protect what is yours. If you can't protect your wife, she's not your wife.
Damn.
It's basic, you know. So you know,
Yeah,
we
but that's
can
not
build
telling us
all the unity that
that's
we
not
want. But
telling
look
us
what happened
anything
to
though.
Gaddafi. Gaddafi, they just bombed the hell out of him and just took his gold and his oil and his
Oh,
diamonds.
actually, it's like it
When
was
he
his people that rose up against
demolishes
with the
Luke.
aid of the U.S.
Yeah, the U.S. the one that
Yeah,
did it. Shoot, I never
so the bottom
forgive
line,
Obama.
actually, it was an Arab Spring. It was an Arab Spring. Actually, it started in Egypt, like the Arab Spring,
The
then
Arab
spread to
Spring was
Algeria
financed and
and
directed by
Tunisia and stuff like this.
Obama.
And then all of a sudden, it
Oh,
went to Gaddafi. People like, "What you doing?" and everything, and it spiraled out of control with Benghazi and all the stuff like this, you know. And so the whole
Gaddafi got
thing is,
killed on purpose. They did
what
it
I'm
on
talking about,
purpose. They knew exactly
yeah,
what they was doing.
what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to say is this: over we can have the conspiracy theories and all stuff like that. We get that, you know. But the whole thing
Hillary
is
Clinton
this
said,
right
"We
now.
came, we saw, he died."
Yeah, we know all that, you know, bro. You singing to the choir. You're singing to the
And then
choir. You know,
Obama,
we
you know, he
know
tried
all
to
that.
lament, you know,
We,
his
we know
advantage.
we hold on. We know all that, you know. But the whole thing is this, though. What we're talking about is Black Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, right now. I said the thing is Sub-Saharan Africa right now is to be food independent, build industries and everything, stop importing and all the stuff like this. That's what the Africa
I
needs to
agree
come
with
out of
that.
this, you know. And so
So we
all this
need
stuff
people to
about
come that
getting weapons and
build
all stuff like
infrastructure.
this, you know, that's not gonna build nothing. That's not gonna do anything.
We got some Black Americans here, you know, doing some farming, you know, but it needs to be on.
We
We
need large
got Black
scale
Americans
farming. We need
in the
large
UK that
scale
really
farming.
know how
We
to
don't need
farm.
subsistence.
I even had some in my
We
family,
don't need
but
somebody
you
with an
know,
urban. I
because
see people
some
going
of
to
my
Africa and they're
family
doing
members
these
used
little
to
farming
have farms.
projects.
They used to know how to do that. I never was a farmer, but I've seen some. But my family members that was farming in Florida, I think those ones that really knew how to do it is dead. I'm not sure, but you know, I used to see rows. I used to see acres of nothing but collard greens. I said, "Good grief, how the hell they do this?" You know? But I was from the city, so I wouldn't know. But we got Black Americans with all the skills that's necessary to come to the continent. And we got to pool
No, you
resources.
need
We got the resources. We just don't.
what you need is, like I said, you got bros like Bomani, all that. You need what you need is this. When you have farming, right? You need to have a farming system. My brother, Great African, was telling me that they basically in his farm in central Liberia, he says they have several people that have excavators and something that plant seeds and everything that the whole farming rice community uses.
just slide down
You know,
too.
stuff like that. And also they have
Sounds great.
combines and stuff like this. And so
Sounds
therefore,
great.
when the rice is harvested, it's centralized planting. And so therefore, you can't just farm on your own.
Liberia is a
Farming is
prime
not
place
a
for Black
serious work.
Americans to go, you know, to do
Yeah,
things like what you're saying.
so what
Liberia is perfect.
let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. So the idea that this, but the thing is, though, you have a government in Liberia that really is, and like in Africa, that doesn't take this stuff seriously. Yeah, people that want to do this stuff, but if you don't have government participation on a high level, because they rather import everything because they're bought off by foreigners who import to them and everything, there's very little you could do. So what I'm saying is this, though, if we're going to do business in Africa, you know, what you need is this start with a social thing. You make your presence known and everything, and to show you can do economics and everything, and then
And be a
hopefully that
benefit
will
to the
translate
people.
into. Let me say this right. Then last step is once you basically say look what we're doing and everything, then the government will give the political will to basically say, okay, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you this funding, because there's money allocated to this stuff, but it goes to foreigners in Africa. The foreigners got the organization, the social network, and also they're backed by their own governments, to do business in
African
Africa. So
governments
we
have
don't know how the
limited
Chinese.
funding. Chinese don't come here asking for
Well,
Africans to
actually,
Africans
a
bring the funding.
lot of the stuff, a lot of
Chinese,
stuff that you see, stuff like that, is they give the money to the African Development Bank, right? They give the money to the African Development Bank, right? But that doesn't. It says African Development Bank. It's euphemism. That doesn't mean it goes to African contractors. You still got to qualify. That means you got to show that you can do the stuff, and you got to have your paperwork and everything right and organized before the African Development Bank gives you money, funds to do this stuff. So what happens is road projects and everything ends up going right back to the Chinese. Chinese give the Africans the loans. Their contractors come in, do the work and everything, and they take the money. And Africans are left on the hook for paying back that loan that they siphon back in the process. So
that's correct. That's correct.
So Africa
They
has
don't have no
130
control
billion,
over the money.
130,
African
130
governments
billion
have
dollars.
limited
100. Hold
economic
up. Let me say this, bro. Let me say this. 130 billion dollars goes into the continent as far as investment, right? Yeah. But 230 billion dollars leaves the continent every year. Leaves the continent. So Africa has a net loss every year, and it's because there's no
You can't protect what
infrastructure
is
set
yours
up.
is not yours.
No, you don't have the infrastructure. You don't have the roads, you don't have the transport, you don't have the shipping, you don't have the logistics, you don't have all the
You
stuff
don't
like
have
that,
the
the
security.
banking, you don't have all that
You
stuff
don't
in
have the
place,
security.
And those are the things Africa can solve itself if they work hard to do it.
Well, that's right. Those basics, Africa is working hard to solve, but security is still a number one issue in Africa.
There's nobody threatening Africa right now other than Africans
Because they're
and our apathy.
cooperating.
And our apathy. That's what's thing.
They're cooperating. Well, look what happened to Gaddafi when he said he was gonna sell his oil, for gold. He's not gonna sell his oil for the US dollar anymore. They bombed this country and murdered him and took his gold. He stopped cooperating. As soon as you stop cooperating, you're in big trouble with these
There's
Europeans.
more to it. More than that. You think you give the white
Basically
people
that.
too much power, bro.
Is that how exactly
Well,
happened, Kala? Because you're
I
a
don't have to
scholar
give
too.
them
No,
power.
it's not exactly what happened.
They have the
It's not
power.
exactly what happened.
Navigate. Are you clear about your facts on the situation that happened? Because what we like to do, we like to confirm information because we don't want to.
I'm clear.
If that was
I'm
the
clear
case, then,
about my facts.
if that was the case, that was the case. That was the case. Then why was the case? Then why did the United States get that? Why did the United States always about get their ass kicked in Syria? It is not that easy. It's not that cut and dry. The Europeans did this. They don't have the power like they used
The
to have.
United States didn't get their ass kicked by Syria. It was a lot of politics
The United
going
States
on
is
there. That was a lot of politics, and then the Russians came in,
had to
because
pull out
the
of Syria.
Syrians asked them to come in. So it was a war between Russia and the USA, and the politics
And
was going on.
so the bottom line is you simplify everything, and that's not really what's going on, bro. You keep simplifying
Well,
everything.
you got to go. You got to get to the bottom line. The bottom line in Africa is
No,
that
I
they
think you
don't
gotta do some.
control
You gotta
economic
do some more
resources.
research, bro.
The Europeans do. They have limited control over their resources. Limited. That's the bottom line.
Lord have mercy.
It's more complicated, yeah, but they have limited control over their resources, and they stay in debt. You got to read the book called "The Confessions of an Economic Hitman."
That book was a farce. It was basically a farce. It was already debunked.
You got to read
That
the
book was
Willie Lynch letter. People say that's a farce
Willie Lynch
too.
never existed. Willie Lynch never existed. Willie Lynch never existed.
Well,
Family,
I'm not talking about whether it existed. I'm talking about the science.
Let us let our guests in before we continue. Because I know you guys are gonna keep talking. So let us let our guest B Hoop in. She's been trying to get in for a while. Sister, unmute yourself and go ahead.
Greetings, brothers.
Yes. Greetings. Welcome to the call, and just share what you want to share.
Aquaba.
And so I would like to say to navigate freely, that statement you made about a man that cannot protect his wife that isn't his wife was the greatest statement I have heard in a long time.
Madai.
Big ups to you.
Madai.
I don't think that's what he said. I think he misunderstood what he said.
No, I heard exactly what he said. And as a matter of
He
fact,
said if you
Kala,
can't if you say you can't protect your wife, she ain't your wife.
that's
That's
just what
not
I
what I
just
said.
said. Did
You
you
heard what
hear?
I said.
I heard what he said, Kala, but thank you for trying to give me understanding, but I understand completely. Um, Kala, I have a question for you.
Said
Why are you despising small beginnings?
I never said I despise small beginnings. You take it to the extreme. I said, yeah, we need more than subsistence farming. You took it as he hates it. Every time I say something like, Kala hates this, when like, God, I'm a loving person. I don't just hate stuff.
Well,
You know,
Kala, I don't think that you hate anything, but you talked earlier about your tone. Tone, as a matter of fact, if I say, Kala, how are you doing today? My tone represents I'm actually concerned. But if I said the exact same statement, Kala, how you doing today? You would be like, oh my gosh, sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you talking to me like that? Because tone represents and it gets across exactly what you're saying. So when you said, brother, we don't need small farming, we need someone already established, already big. In that case, Kala, why should we represent and why should we invest in BAIO, who is a small beginning, when we can just take our money and our investment and go with Acon or someone else who's already developed? Why would we want to invest it? You're a small Wait a minute, Carla. I'll give you a chance. Please be respectful. Why would I want to invest myself in your very small beginning with a very small following when I can just go with Acon or someone else that's fully developed and start investing in that? The reason why we're interested in what you and Bomani are trying to do, well, Bomani and you on board with Pan-Africanism and this nationhood and building Africa, is because the reason why we come on this show and the reason why we come to learn, some of us may not be fully investing yet because we are taking our time to see exactly what you guys represent. It's great to get an understanding. Those of us who have been coming a little bit more frequently see that in the beginning, Bomani puts out flyers and things of that sort, linking us to the website to do more learning. That's all fine and dandy. Some of us do that. Some people may need to hear from you guys exactly what's going on and get a little bit of education. Yes, you may not have time to do that, but that might be the reason why you should maybe get some other co-host on the show that will take the time to teach those who need to learn. And that way, those who are wanting to get a better understanding of what you do and observe and watch and see if it's something they really want to invest in will have that opportunity to be taught and not belittled and insulted. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to show disrespect or have smoke for you, Kala. I just feel like sometimes you kind of come off overly arrogant and aggressive in your process and your deliverance when you have an opportunity to even teach your trolls, and maybe you can even get the attention of your trolls, and they can gain understanding just based on you teaching them. And sometimes I do. Some of these people you don't even need to waste your time with. That's understandable. But be I encourage you to be more discerning of who you insult and who you decide doesn't deserve to be taught or more informed about what you're doing. That's all. Because there are people here looking to invest and wanting to connect and wanting to learn and maybe have businesses or ideas that they want to implement and help this initiative grow. Blessings to you guys.
Wow. Good speech. Okay, well, this is what I want to say. I appreciate what you were saying. I don't really disagree with what you're saying. And about the small beginnings and stuff like that, I say, okay, I'm all for people doing that. But what I'm saying is, when we talking about a Pan-African movement, right? Africa has a choice, right? Are they going to basically let the black person who has a small farm, right, a garden, an urban garden, like we say, right, planting seeds with a garden, right? Or are they going to basically say, you know something, we need to stop importing tomatoes. We need this Italian company, like you got Italians who are now growing tomatoes in West Africa and stuff like that. I did not know that tomatoes weren't indigenous to Africa until Great African told me. And so therefore, the Italians are making paste. Ghanaians, they're manufacturing tomato paste in Nigeria and stuff like that, and importing them, exporting them to for local market, and exporting them to Italy. And I didn't even know that tomatoes weren't indigenous to Africa. I thought like this. I said, so when I said, why is Italians coming there growing tomatoes? Because they have this skill and expertise. And I said to myself, I know I'm from North Carolina. I come from a farming background and stuff like that. I knew black people in America that grow tomatoes on a commercial scale and everything like that. I'm saying, wouldn't it be better if that sort of person was enticed to go to Nigeria and Ghana and grow tomatoes to compete and on that level? But what we have is, for the most part, and I've been observing this, that we're not getting those type of black people from America that could do and compete with the people who's winning in Africa on that level. We got people go to Africa, and I have no problem with people going to Africa doing it. They're living their best life. They're having fun. They're enjoying themselves. They're happy and everything. I wish them luck. But when we start talking about Pan-Africanism and stuff like that as a geopolitical movement, right? I said that we have to step it up a bit, and we need to start looking at commercial farming and big scale farming. How that might be done, where we're going to get the funding for that, and who's going to support us, that's another issue. But what I'm saying is that's where our mindset, our end goal should be. It does not mean I'm knocking anybody that's doing anything less than that. It's just saying that if we're going to compete and be taken seriously, because Africa is moving into the thing where they're basically telling the Western world, stop telling us what to do, stop telling us what to mine, stop telling us what type of power plants we could we have a situation going in Uganda right now where the West wants to dictate what Africa does and everything. And so therefore, these are sort of challenges on a major scale that Africa is going through. And so what I'm saying is the black people, if we're going to be taken seriously in the Pan-African world, this is not 1960. Africa is developing. And so therefore, they're going to need development partners. And we're going to have to basically step our A game up and become part of the liberation of Africa. And we can't do that.
You should be a stockbroker, Kala.
What?
You should be a stockbroker, Kala. You'd make a really.
I'm not in stock, but I do say navigate. Let me finish. I do say that we have a lot of brains in Black America and stuff like that do commodities trading and stuff like that. We should have our own commodities brokers and traders and mercantile exchange in Africa.
We will when you get the investors to invest in it.
Well, like I said,
create a stock market.
The thing is, though, is okay. That's we want that in the future, right? But what I'm saying is, we have to discuss that, right? And so when I have a conversation, right, I want somebody that just be browsing the show and be like, you know something? Like I have people in the BAO that do all this stuff, right? I want somebody to be like, you know something? I would like to be. I got a lot of people at BAO that want to do real big projects. You know, I mean, fiber optics, everything, but they want to get to the continent, right? But the means to getting there and the connections on the ground and everything is because Africans have a hard time taking us seriously as far as like when they take other people seriously, because we have not been able to do what the other people do. Other people are coming back and by the governments. Chinese are backed by the government. They're not smarter than us. They're not more skilled than
That's
us.
why we got to think outside the box. We have to think outside the box. There's millions of Black Americans in the USA that have 401k, on their job. We got to find somebody that can negotiate with some of these corporations, to allow these Black people that have 401ks, to invest, in part of their 401k, in African stock.
Navigate. I'm sorry.
We've discussed that for years. We discussed
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but Navigate. Kala was speaking, and you often talk. You often talk about.
He's not gonna stop.
Excuse me, Navigate. That's okay. We understand that he's very long-winded, but you also always talk about how he interrupts you. Let him finish.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So this is what I'm saying.
Thank you, brother.
This is what I'm saying. Thank you, B Hoops. This is what I'm saying. Okay, all these things that we talk on that level, right? We cannot come with the whole conspiracy and stuff like that because Africans basically write us off as, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear it. Now, what we have a situation now is we have Africans who live in America who are organized, right? They still want our help, right? But they're going around us, right? And meeting with the sort of people in America and even in Black America, right? To get stuff done, right? And so therefore, I'm saying the Pan-African movement is in real trouble. That we, as in the West, we talk about Pan-African. Africans want development. And I said there should be a synergy between the two. Now, if we can't bring the people over here, like you had said about the 401ks and the pensions and all stuff like that, the stocks and and we can't, if we basically turn our back on that sort of connections that we have right in our own cities and everything like that, then we're no use for Africa, So therefore, what I'm trying to say is this, though. We have Black people, Black Farmers Association. We have all this stuff in America, right? We have the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. And I asked a question weeks ago. I said, how many grant writers do we have here? People listen to these shows and everything, and they're lawyers and everything. I said, okay, can you basically look into what it takes to get the sort of funding? Because the United States gives out billions of dollars a year to people who want to invest in at-risk countries like Africa. You got Belize that got like $2 billion last year, negotiated by Belize Americans and everything. And I'm saying to myself, now you got Africans who are in America who are basically going around us, tacking into these things to bring back to their continent. And so what I'm saying is, if we as Black people in America, right, don't get in on this stuff, we're going to be left behind and become irrelevant in the Pan-African movement. That's why the title of the show was, are we going there for business and excellence? Are we going there to fail, or failure? And so what I'm saying is this, though, if we're basically going to do farming, let's do it to the highest level. Like what Mario said, let's do everything to the highest level. And so what that means that we have to basically say, something, we haven't been doing things right and everything. Because I got a lot of people from Liberia, and Liberians are now that we went for the war. They returned to Liberia, and they're doing big things. They tell me there's some Black American friends that they have. They come over there, and they're not sitting around waiting for Black America to liberate them. They're coming over here, and their kids are being born here, and they're getting their education, and they're returning back to Liberia, doing all kinds of business and stuff like this. And so I'm saying if we want to be in on this, right, we can't act like we're the saviors and everything. We have a lot of influence in Black America, but the same influence that we have in Black America, they have access to now. You got Africans who are now heading HBCUs and on the HBCUs got endowment. Endowments invest in different countries, and stuff like this. $300 million endowment in certain countries. We're going to invest in building schools and stuff like that, invest in treasury bills in Africa and stuff like that. If we're not in on those institutions, we despise our own institutions, and we don't do that stuff like that, then we're going to be irrelevant in the future. So that's why I said, we talk about Black African infrastructure. We have to get step to that level. That level has to be achieved, and the Pan-African world has not done that. We've shunned things like capitalism and all stuff like this, and we shunned the people that could do all these things. And as this, and Africans are saying, look, we need these things. We need people that could do venture capital. We need people that could do industrialization and stuff like that. We need supply chains. We need all this stuff. But what we're putting in Africa is not suffice to basically justify them keep dealing with us in the future. And that's what I want to say.
Okay, Kala. Well, that was navigate, because I believe he was
interesting. I was just trying to support what Kala was saying. Really.
Yes, he was addressing.
I honestly think that you would be a great, a stockbroker, and I think you'll be a great negotiator. I think we should, be trying to function on every level, not just the highest level, but on all the levels. From the lowest to the highest.
Let me say this. Look how the Indians operate, right? This is what they do, right?
Kala, Kala, we gave you more than 15 minutes to get out your point, and you made some really good points.
And I
think it's time for Navigate to be able to address you, because he's not as long-winded. Go ahead, Navigate.
Yes, and like I said, we should function on every level, from the small backyard farmer here on the continent, to the highest level, of industrial farming, because it's possible. That's one of the biggest secrets, around the world, that this continent, can feed the whole world. I guess Ghana alone has the resources, the land and the underground natural water, to irrigate it, and year-round sunshine. You can grow anything here. And then, why I have all kinds of ideas that I'm going to do. I'm going to have a greenhouse. I'm going to grow high-end flowers. Why should the Chinese come over here and grow orchids and sell them around the world? I can build a greenhouse, and learn how to raise high-end, flowers and make money. Because even Africans buy flowers, all over the continent, for funerals, weddings, hotels, and the continent is one of is where the future is. Most Europeans know this place has all the resources, and this is where the Chinese recognize that with their Belt and Road Initiative. They bringing in the resources. They're not asking the African governments, to finance them. They're giving the African governments the finances, and doing the work. I've seen them build roads here myself in person. When I first got here, you see one Chinese, supervisor standing there, with a bunch of Africans doing the work. So we as Black Americans, I believe that people like Kala, can organize, and have enough courage, to go to some of these corporations and negotiate, because here we are, Black Americans on our 401k, we're financing and investing in all kinds of things, that have nothing to do with Africa. At least, on my 401k, I can have one piece of stock, that's going to invest in infrastructure on the continent. But somebody got to negotiate this kind of stuff, but I say we should move from all ends. You should be coming from all ends, straight at the problem. And and I also think we can be independent. The more independent you are, the better. The people in the USA can come up with the resources because they are more easily you spent and utilized on the continent than there is in the USA. In the USA, they're not going to let you build too much of infrastructure that's going to empower Black people. They just not going to let it as of today. Now that might change in the future. So, in the meantime, between time, we Black Americans should keep their ears and eyes open for that crack in the system, that they can exploit. Because I think, security, freedom, and justice for Black people and Africans all around the world, should become by any means necessary whatsoever, by hook or by crook.
Yeah, I like Kala's plan. Especially the buyout the contracts. The people with the contracts and take it from foreigners and do some type of business with the countries where we keep the trade in-house, right? And I see where Navigate Freely is coming from, because we do need to protect protect the soil. And I also see where Kyle's coming from, where he's saying that basically to make money takes money, right? It takes money to make money, right? So I think with all that fused together, but as soon as we start making money, we definitely need to start protecting what's ours.
I agree with you, Big Black. And just to address Kala and Navigate. So this is just my opinion, but I believe that in order for us to raise up our youth and people to build infrastructures and maybe build airports and hospitals, some of the people in the comments are saying that, oh, what Africa needs is more hospitals and not your homes to be built. Well, that may be true, but if you're going to establish yourself in a country, you need to have a place to live and lay your head and rest so that you can go out and build these structures and build these airports and build these hospitals. So, it's not an issue with building your own home or building a home for you to stay in and your family. It's preparing yourself to have a place to rest and live so that you can then build the country. Most people, when they go into a land or you move into a place and you start to work, you just don't go there and work. You find a house, you find a home, you find somewhere to stay so that you're comfortable and that you can go out and work and build your land. But my opinion is that it may take us to start small, and maybe we want people who are engineers and of that sort and that caliber and who have those skills. But sometimes it takes us to get the capital so that we can train these people and send them to school to do that. And we may need to do things like capitalize on the commodities in Africa, like palm oil or okra or cassava, and invest in that. We may need to do things like have our small businesses is in America or wherever we're at, in the Caribbean, in the UK, wherever the African diasporas are, to build our homeland. We may need to have small businesses. Like I started a small business where I do a pop-up restaurant, but my focus and my future agenda is to have a manufacturing and distribution center. But I can't do that until I get people to understand or taste my product and use my skill of cooking to get people to know where I'm at and what I'm doing, and then build on that. And then I can go to different restaurants and say, here, would you like to buy this in bulk? And then that I could establish preparing myself to become a manufacturer and then a distributor. And then maybe I can then go to Africa and say, okay, how can we start to establish trade? I want to use some of your products, like your spices and this. How can we build that? But it starts with those little small things. America, they use tobacco, they did everything so that things that people like, they use entertainment, they use all of this to start building this capital. We just have to do the same thing.
I agree,
Greetings to you, brothers.
B-Hoop. I do, but I do want to say, which brings it back to which was touched by Navigate and Kala trade, as far as markets, stock exchanges, right? Do we have any in Africa? But I think there's one in South Africa.
Yeah, we do. Because what you call, you have the COMESA, the Community of East African Stock Exchange. You got the African Stock Exchange Societies. Matter of fact, 10 years ago, a partner of mine named Devon Bell out of California. He put together this thing called the Onyx Stock Exchange, right? And he taught me about electronic currency and stuff like that. And he wanted to build a stock exchange, a black-owned, African-American-owned stock exchange, but he needed a country to host it. And I was trying to negotiate with Liberia as far as like a stock exchange. There's all kinds of, like, let me give you an example. And not just national. Your local city might have a local stock exchange, right? Where local companies invest and stuff like that. A stock exchange is just simply a public entity that basically have a promissory note of stock and everything. And a trading floor is just simply where people come and they buy stock, they trade stock, and they hold stock and stuff like that. And stock exchange is not hard to operate, but you have to have the laws and everything in place. So when people basically want to cash in their stock and everything, or their bonds, whatever, the laws are in place to do that, right? And when you do that, right, and you have a good stock exchange, what happens is you get a credit rating. Poor's and Standard & Poor's and all these other people have credit ratings that says, okay, your stock exchange is solvent and the people trading on it, and you get a credit rating, which basically allows for people to put money into your country, saying you're going to get a good return on your investment. And so Rwanda has a stock exchange that's small and everything. Kenya has a stock exchange. And what they're doing is they encourage their people, right, to invest in. A certain amount of stocks with Kenya has it so that, let's say MTN comes there from South Africa, like 20% of their stock goes to Kenyan investors only. South Africa has a thing where part of the Black economic development thing, where some of the stocks of the South African railways are reserved for Black ownership. They can sell it to whites and everything was reserved for Blacks and stuff like that. Having a stock exchange and stuff where companies could come in, securities companies come in, investing in stock exchange is a good idea. Now, I would say that what you need is a Black-owned security companies, right, to invest in different African countries, right? And then if you have a business, whatever like that you could basically scale and you need to raise capital, you could take your idea to the stock exchange and everything. Let's say you got contracts lined up and everything. You got everything. You can list on the stock exchange, right? And then the next day, your stock will be worth 100 times what it's worth. And some stock, what they call penny stocks, take a little longer. They're more risky. They take a little longer. But that's the whole thing. We have not seen Black people from America. I have not seen yet. Well, there was a couple of years ago. There was Ghana stock exchange just recently, which is new, started doing mortgages, right? They had to train the entire population what a mortgage is and how to pay it back and stuff like that. They require 20% down, stuff like this, and they basically do it. And Ghana stock exchange and mortgage was actually doing good for a long time because they would give out loans and stuff like that, and they to people that want to buy houses and stuff and build houses. And the people learn how to pay the loan back and everything. Once they pay the loan back, they can get another loan and everything. And so Ghana's mortgage companies that were listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange was doing pretty good. So all those things right here that we in the West take for granted, mortgages and stuff like that we already know how to do. Mortgages, real estate, and things like that, 401ks, pension funds, and stuff like that. There's not, and Africa needs a workforce, right? Which they have people, a full-time workforce. If Africa could basically create its own skilled workforce and build industries and everything and create a middle class and everything, middle class have what? A savings. They have life insurance. They have all these basic things that puts them in the modern world, okay? And then with that, banks and all this stuff like that can have the solvency to make loans to farms, to industries and stuff like this. But, right now, what we have in Africa is too reliance on the IMF and all these other things. We have to make Africa solvent, its currency solvent, to basically say that we could do this. And the only country right now that's really solvent like that is South Africa. You know, their currencies, you know, is took in a tank, but it's still better than the rest of the currencies on the continent. What we really need is a continental currency. You know, that's what we really need. You know, continental currency and stocks. And like I said, I don't see black people from America for the most part going to Africa, and I don't see nobody on the trading floors. You know, I want to see the African American investment groups, a Pan African investment group, investment group. You know, bring in $20 million, right, worth of capital, and listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, listed on the Botswana.
Investment is not alone. Investment is not alone.
You know, so what I'm saying is this: so when you become a player and you're investing in these countries and you're getting a return on your investment, then then the countries will basically say, "Wow, Black America generates billions and trillions of dollars a year. We have savings, we have bank accounts. Black America, the equity in Black America's home ownership is like almost like $1 trillion worth of homeowner equity. We have a lot of wealth in Black America that's not tapped into. We have 401ks, we have pensions, you know, we have income.
Yeah,
you know,
401ks.
If you make a measly $30,000 a year, right? Do you know you're in the 1% of the world population? Less than 1% of the world makes $30,000 a year. That tells you the position Black America is really in.
Yeah. And all the 401ks are, you know, investments are controlled, you know, by the Europeans, you know, and we need somebody like Kala, you know,
controlled by the thing. You got black people, you got black CEOs of different places of investment. You got to start listing them. Which 401k? Which things you talk about? You talk about Payne Weber. You talk about Charles Schwab. You talk about Fisher Investments, Fidelity. All these places invest all over the globe in emerging markets.
Yes. And most of them, you know, invest in European industry, in European endeavors.
It's not about European, bro. They go where they're going to make money. That's what they do.
For them, not for Africa.
No, but for your 401k, who if they're a business, that's what they do. You know.
Yes, I understand that. But you can make money. And you can make money and invest in Africans, you know.
Africa needs capital. You know,
that's where the investment comes in.
If they invest in a power plant, and South Africa wants to build a new power plant, and the power plant is going to electrify a new section of Johannesburg, and the people, it's going to be a 50-year, a 20-year bond, right? And they're going to pay that bond back. The investment companies will basically splice it up into 20 different parts, right? One company finance $1 million, other people finance $1 million, right? So South Africa energy company will have the money to build the thing, right? Over the years, right? That investment will be worth triple what it is after it's paid back. You know, so in other words,
but I was thinking more on the lines of investing in something like agriculture, you know. Power.
First thing you need is energy. You need energy and utilities. That's the first thing. And then the next thing you need is water supply essentials, you know. And before you could do agriculture, anything, you need electricity. And that's what happened when the Zimbabwe or Nigeria invited white South African farmers to Nigeria to do farming, right? They said they kicked out of Zimbabwe, so they invited them there. What they found was, you know, the infrastructure they had in Zimbabwe was lacking in a part of Nigeria. They said, look, I don't have electricity and all the stuff like that I need to get this farmer. So they had to do makeshift electricity, and they had to get the state to build.
Electricity is necessary for big time irrigation. Yes, you know that's primarily what electricity.
You need everything. You need basically lights for chicken coops. You need farming and stuff like this. You need around the clock irrigation, you know, stuff like that. All that requires power. All that requires power, electricity, and stuff like that. You have to have all that thing. So before you start,
but places like Ghana, you know, can. But that costs more than electricity. I was thinking about solar, but solar is more expensive than electricity.
Solar is not sustainable.
Not as reliable.
Building anything, you know. Solar is not sustainable. You need real power.
You need real power
to do any sort of industry.
You're correct. You need real power, you know, to do certain things, but primarily The other kind of power you need is kinetic power, like diesel and machinery. That's the kind of power you need, as well, primarily.
What you need in Africa is real. And also, what the key point I'm trying to make tonight is this: if you're going to invest in Africa, when our Black people invest, they need to focus on specific regions. It's important. It doesn't make any sense, but everybody's all over the place, right? If everybody's concentrated in one area, right? You could build a power plant, which you could do, build communities, build farms, everything in one particular area. So therefore, you could have somebody say, okay, we're gonna build a power plant. If all the communities, Black communities in Africa and Ghana were within a 20 or 30-mile radius, or 20-mile radius, you could build a hospital. Every hospital in the world, in the developing world, the goal is to have a hospital and clinic for every 20 mile within a 20-mile radius. So that's doable. But the thing is, if you build a community over here and somebody build a community over here, okay, where are you going to put the hospital? Where are you going to put the clinics at? Where are you going to put the ambulance services and everything? Where people, if they get bit by a poison snake, you can rush them to emergency room. It's too far, If somebody has an accident, they have an arm, they're going to bleed to death. And so therefore, all these things, that's why in America, everything is broken down by city, county, and everything. I do healthcare systems, right? Every county has to have a certain amount of clinics, certain amount of primary care offices in a particular area, so people have access to this. And that's why when we talk about building in Africa, it makes no sense that everybody's all over the place. We should concentrate. The diaspora should concentrate on certain things. That's what the Indians do. That's what the Chinese did when they built Chinatowns. That everybody's concentrated in one area so they could basically have the same services and stuff like this. And what I was gonna say about the Indians before, right, was the fact that what Indians do is this: they'll have one alpha company that comes in, family, that'll invest in the country, right? And what you don't see is the fact that they'll get the major contract, let's say build a steel plant, whatever like that, car plant. But what they'll do is they'll have a secondary wave of people coming after them, suppliers, hotel people who own hotels and everything. And next thing you know, you got the whole Indian community, and they're all working in conjunction together. We Black people in America, we're going to Africa. Everybody's just doing their own thing. There's no company. I'll say we got this company that's the major company that's investing in Ghana, right? This guy is basically investing in this processing plant, right? What he should have is allied businesses with him. People that could do his plumbing, people that could do his stuff. Somebody that might want to basically do banquets. Somebody can do this. Somebody that might want to own a car dealership. That's how all the foreign communities do when they come to a country. They'll have one company that's the main company, and then the rest of them are just secondary businesses, tertiary businesses. That's like a support system, and that's how this social network is arranged. You see that with the Koreans, everybody. They have one company that does manufacturing, and then you'll have a bunch of small shops and everything like that following them. We haven't been organized like that. As far as like going to Africa, from what I've seen, everybody just doing their own thing. And there's no, okay, who's the main African-American business in Ghana? Nobody knows.
Well, I just want to see everybody get plugged in. I don't care. Just keep plugging them in, them in.
We have to be organized.
We'll reach a critical mass sometimes.
The whole time.
But if we can't get nobody like Kala to get it organized, I want to see everybody just keep plugging in. And then by the time, Kala get everything organized, it'll be easy.
Well, like I said, all I can do is just basically, I have the BAO social network. I have different chapters for each country, and everything. People can link together. And I strongly suggest, if you're going to live in a country, if you're from America and everything, that everybody should be on the same page. If not, we live in the same vicinity. It should be, if you only got like 4,000 people live in Ghana, it makes no sense that everybody lives in every stretch of the country. I
think we should start thinking outside the box. The way if we're gonna do this, because we have plenty of opposition. So I think we're capable of thinking outside the box to get our economic financing situation worked out. I really do. All we got to do is have enough people that in the right spots to have the courage to do so. you know. And in the meantime, between time, we all gonna have to do what we can do. Because that's what my mother used to tell me. She said, "Son, just do what you can do because that's all you can do is what you can." And I think somebody like Kala has plenty of skill set. I think you even have some skill sets you're not even utilizing.
Well, I appreciate that. The whole thing is all I could do is just present it and tell. Like I said, that's why I got with Bomani, because I see what he's doing. I just hope that that people. Well, as I look at these people, like the girl talked about, she got beat up in Ghana because she was trying to buy land and all this
Yeah,
stuff
I
like
seen
this.
that.
There's no real coordinated effort. You got Brother Bomani. Brother Bomani here has proven that he can get you land, that you could be part of a community and everything. But everybody wants to do their own thing. They want to. They think they're moving to LA, and they don't understand they're moving to Africa. That you need to be among your own people for security and just make conversations. It's like the Chinese, everybody else do.
Well, the
And you
Africans
struggle.
are our own people. I lived the whole year.
They're our own people, but the same thing. Let me give you an example. When I moved down here from New York, right? I was in a different state and everything like that. And all of us people from New York got together. We just formed our own little thing and whatnot because, the people that already here, the black people, African men like us, we couldn't get in certain things and we couldn't get in thing. So us people
I
from New
feel
York
safer around Africans than I do Black Americans any day.
well, I wouldn't say that.
Black
I know my own
Americans can
people.
be off the chain.
I know my own people. I wouldn't put my own people down like that.
Well, I'm just telling the truth. It's dangerous in
well,
Chicago. It's dangerous in New York.
Is that really the truth?
That's Black America X. That ain't the real
It's
Black. The
dangerous.
real Black America.
It's
people.
dangerous in the hood. I've lived in the hood longer than you've been alive.
Not every Black person is even if they live in the hood.
Not every Black
hood
person.
mentality. Not everybody got the hood
but it's here in Ghana. There's a whole different mindset. It's safe.
Well, I'm around Black people in America that's safe.
Well, yeah, that's some all Black people in America is not dangerous. You got to watch your back.
Well, you
really got to watch your back.
You got to watch your back every place you go to.
It's even more so in the USA. Now you come to Ghana, come to Ghana, Kala, and stay for a while, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. That edge that you got on, it will be off. I know.
Well, like I said,
I had my 9mm when I was in.
Me personally, I don't fear nothing when I go. I walk any place.
Well, I don't fear either. I like to be ready.
I don't have any real natural fear of anybody, So, and stuff like that. I don't fear. One thing I'm never going to do is fear my own people. That's not going to happen. I don't care what kind of community I go to. I'm not going to fear people that look like me. I don't care if I die.
I'm not going to be stupid either. When you get too many Black Americans together, drinking and smoking and trying to have a good time, somebody going to act stupid.
Well, like I said, that's why I go around Black people that I know and that don't act like that.
Well, here in Ghana, you can go around perfectly strangers. You can have thousands of Black men and women and children out having a good time, no police, and ain't nobody going to act crazy.
Oh,
that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is, going back to like when Kala says you got Black America X, and you're right, but at the same time, we got to realize that the system that we're in, the capitalistic system that pretty much formed.
Yes, I realize that's what I'm talking about. The system formed a mindset, in Black Americans that's dangerous.
So it's it's not that cut and dry, as far as like, you're dealing with different type of social engineering systems, one in Africa and one in United States where.
Yeah, I feel a whole lot safer here. Women and children can walk down the street, and the Black American woman that's complaining about, she complaining about being misused and abused, that the African guy, grabbed her by the face and made her look at him, while he, because it's a different culture. Black women, they used to go coming around being boss lady, and African women in Ghana, they don't go around acting like that, primarily, and so I guess he just, he didn't beat her up. He just grabbed her and handled her, against her will and let her go. And so that's not good either. That's not good.
Well, like I said, I don't condone putting hands on women
I don't
and
condone
stuff
that
like
either.
that. But
You know,
but I'm just like,
but it's been exaggerated a little bit, and she's coming back to Ghana. You know, she hasn't given up.
no, I
She's
would say
coming
don't
back
give
as
up
is
either.
a
But
cultural thing. You know that women, here, they don't step to men like that.
yeah, well, it is what it is, man. I'm like this. Somebody said that was her lover. She tried to use him for land and whatnot. I don't know the situation. I can't speak on that. She
Now you
seemed like
talking
a
about
genuine
Prince.
person and
Prince, you talk
everything.
about the Prince. He was on the show. Talking about that one black woman. They gave him some coochie payments. You know, but hey, African culture is not used to all of that. As far as male female dynamics concerned, not here in Ghana. From what I've noticed. Hmm. But it might be more. It might not be fair. It's kind of misogynist, but hey, that's the culture. Men run is a man orientated culture here. Primarily. Although do have queen mothers, but the queen mothers, they don't step to the men like that either. If the queen mother got something to say, she'll whisper it in the king's ear, or talk to him in private. But she ain't boss woman. Like every black American woman, damn near, is boss woman. There you're gonna hear nigga please, but here in Ghana you'll hear yes please, yes please, and yes please sound a whole lot better than me than nigga please.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like I said, that was her story. And we didn't hear the other guy's side of the story, but when I hear that case, real estate, just scam people out and stuff like that. They were doing all kind of nefarious stuff and everything. But
Everywhere.
black people keep giving them their money and everything like that, and they're getting land and like I said, I don't feel sorry for nobody to get scammed out of land. When we got a person right here, Brother Bomani, got land and everything, and we're on here every day. You see who we are. We're here in the United States, but people still rather choose to go to these people and everything like that because they're gonna basically think they're gonna get a shortcut and everything. Everything black people do is we think it's gonna be a shortcut. If we were basically concentrating and building up Gaddafi community and everything like that, we could build our own industrial parks, commercial parks, everything. You have all that there. Then you could still go to Accra or any place you want, but you got a base to operate out of on the African continent. But people don't want that. Everybody wants to do their own thing. Everybody wants to live their life and be individual.
Not everybody.
And stuff like that. Everybody want to live their life. Nobody wants to take the work and be in a disciplined community. And then we talk about a westernization. You could be westernized. Westerners are individualistic, and Asians, when they go to places and whatnot, they more community. They work together. They have their own social clubs. And they work together. Black people in America or not. It seems to me like even though we call ourselves Pan-Africanists, when we go to the African continent, there's no pan. There's no unity. Everybody's doing their own thing. Everybody's unorganized. Disorganized, and people look at that like. I had a friend of mine from Namibia. He told me. He goes, this was like 10 years ago. He said, yeah, we got some African Americans here, but what you guys ought to do is build your own enclave like the Chinese are doing, He goes, because the Chinese are building their own enclaves and they're so concentrated they can work together as a unit. He said, then you can compete, but he goes, but black people in America they're there as individuals and they don't even know each other and they don't even associate with each other. And they don't end up building anything because you're always going to build with people that you come from.
We're living right next door to each other. Steve Coakley Jr. is my neighbor, and I guess his father, Steve Coakley Sr. If not, look him up on YouTube.
I like Steve Coakley, but I didn't agree with some of the stuff he said back in the days, but
And he was hanging out with Khalid Muhammad, Steve Coakley Sr. Right. That was his crew in New York. And it's primarily Black Americans, mainly Jamaican Americans. There's more Jamaican Americans in our community, than almost anything else. I just know plenty of Jamaican Americans. A Jamaican American woman just opened up a new meat store in the town. You know, so it's, of course it's the best one in town. You know, so but hey, and she's building. I can see the house that she's building from my window. You know, and so you know, and there's lots of building going on here. There's lots of Black Americans. That's primarily who it is, and a lot of them is Jamaican Americans. You know, so everybody is not trying to. But I don't spend all my time just hanging out with Americans. You know, I didn't come here, you know, to spend all my time hanging out with Americans. I would have stayed in the USA for that. You know, I've lived in a community of nothing but Africans. You know, a couple of them, one for a whole year and the other one for a whole year. Where I'm the only Black American in the whole community, and it was very interesting. I enjoyed it. It was great. I felt just fine. It was a breath of fresh air, you know. So, and you know, and the Black Americans that do decide to come to the continent and live, that's a whole total different mindset. You know,
Yeah,
really,
like
most of the ones that come here.
like I said, but the thing we were talking about tonight, that's beautiful. I wish them all go to the Congo, go to Kenya. But what we're talking about tonight is we're talking about building. And
yes, we're building together.
And what's the future of the Pan African movement? Just people just basically just go to the continent, just live and don't do anything, retire. Or we're actually trying to compete with these other people that's trying to take over the continent. You know, that's the question we have.
Well, you know how Black Americans are. They always trying to figure out a way to make them some money. Oh yeah, and you know, and some of us at times, you know, bite off more than we can chew. You know, but you know, I see plenty of Black Americans, you know, trying to make money. I'm not that adventurous right now. Only thing I want to do is just make enough because I'm 65 years old. I ain't trying to chase no money. You know, that's for you young folks. You know, so if I do develop, you know, businesses, it's not going to be for me to run. I want to develop some businesses, you know, that I can use Africans as interns, you know, and they can use the infrastructure that I built to make money. You know, at that level, you know, this is the level I'm at, you know, but I think you got the skill set, Kala, you know, to move at a higher level, you know, if you choose to, if you have the courage, you know, to go knock on some of them doors or give the opportunity where, you know, Black Americans, you know, you just put on social media, you know, just connect here and, you know, and, you know, if they want to have something, you know, added to their 401k, you know, another investment, you know, because when I had 401k in the USA, you know, they gave me a list of options, you know, but those options, they chose all the options.
Well, Navigate.
You're back. You're back.
Yes, it seems like you should consider possibly. You're right. Kala does seem to have, you know, once we were able to really hear what he's had to say on a very calm level, it was very enlightening. And he does seem to possibly have more skill set where he could probably do some training or things of that nature, or even him and Bomani invite people to come on the show who are grant writers to teach people, or maybe do some type of seminar or get some type of training going so that these people are then educated on, or we are educated on, get an education on grant writing or different things like that, so we can implement this into the initiative and then further build Africa. And so you should probably consider maybe having a meeting with Kala and Bomani so that you can offer your skill set and then contribute to the cause.
And B-Hub, I just want to say this. I thank you for jumping in, you know, in the conversation, because you kind of slowed it down and actually allowed us to see, you know, here navigating Kala and, you know, better. And, you know, these guys
I wish I had a voice like that. I wish I had a voice like that.
These guys are masterminds, and you know, you brought the conversation to a nice pace where, yeah, these guys are masterminds. And I'm listening, and I'm learning, and they're definitely on the right track, you know.
Well, thank you, Big Black. I appreciate that. My thing is not to take over, but to just to offer some assistance because I come here to learn as well. I really believe in this community and really want to invest and join in the initiative. And so, any way that I can be a help, I'm here to help. But this is Bomani and Kala's panel, and I'm just a panelist or a viewer or spectator or whatever but Bomani would like to call us, just offering, my opinion.
Well, absolutely, sister. Appreciate it. We have a new guest in. Let's introduce, welcome yourself, Jughead.
Jughead.
Good morning.
He don't have a jughead.
Good morning. Good morning from London, Sister B Hop, my Big Black. Kala, my brother, loved you. Navigate freely, my brother, love all of you. I'll join late. I do apologize. I'm at work at the moment. The time now is 9:20 UK England time in the morning. I'm at work. Do extra time, bit of overtime. Where the recessions are, every penny counts. Yeah. The title of your broadcast, Bomani, unorganized or excellence. I mean, it's a poor topic we used to raise because right now we're in a serious situation. Everyone's come to Africa. They recolonized Africa slowly. The Chinese, it'll be India in a decade, but soon. Both will have 2 billion each population and looking for new lands to conquer. The way they're looking to Africa. So while they're doing that, what we're going to do, we have to, as Bomani stipulated in the title, organize, prepare ourselves because they're not waiting, bro. They're not sisters. They're not waiting. These new colonizers, they're not waiting. They're forging ahead into our land, our motherland / fatherland. There are like predators. They focus on our resources for their future. So what are we going to do about it? So as this is B Hop said, we have to, unite, pull our resources, and start building. I agree with Kala. I joined the BAIO 18 months ago, and I think we should all join and start pulling our resources and make contributions because that's how it takes finance to build our black Singapores, our black Echo Atlantics, our black Dohas. It takes money. So we're going to put our money in our pockets and start forging ahead. That's what it's going to take. Finance, collective finance, powernomics, not niggernomics, powernomics, not niggernomics, blackonomics.
Powernomics.
Yeah, not niggernomics.
I like it. I like it.
Facts.
Not niggernomics.
Group economics.
So that's why I'm a little safer now. Let me mute myself now. Let someone else come in. I'll keep it short and concise. No long diatribes. Short and concise.
Well, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Big Back, Kala, or Navigate. Anything you want to share?
Yeah, I was listening to Khaled and like some of the uphill battles going back to when you was talking about how the Indians coming in and they come in 2 waves, right? The first wave is the business and the second wave is the groups that support the business with trade and get things rolling. I guess the challenge that we have as American Africans or Africans in the diaspora is I think it's first of all the people that are going to do it have a Pan-African mind, so it's going to be a few of us to do it, and then also it seems like it's an uphill battle, but it can be done. But I correct me if I'm wrong. These groups that come in, let's say America, dealing with using the Indians for example, they get a lot of backing from like companies from India, right? As far as like the government and loans and things of that nature to set their first wave and second wave. Am I correct in saying that, Kala?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And that the challenge for us is this, like Black people in America, like I say, in 2 years, right? If the BAO doesn't kick in this other, I'm gonna have to start reaching beyond the Black race. I'm sorry, and I set up a platform which we can incubate this nationalist movement. We got everything from STEM to finance, to everything, land development, everything for nation builders in the BAO, right? But still, we got people dragging their feet, Oh yeah, they're playing games. They're not forming study groups and stuff like that, and think tanks and everything around the BAO social structure. And so therefore we're not organized, and so therefore these other people, they're basically organized to the highest level. They got their own susus and everything. All these little things, the susus, the lotteries, all these things are a thing. So when they spring on you and whatnot, you're like, damn, the Indians are something else. No, they're organized. That's just something that the black man does not really want to do, is being organized. And then they got the support of the government, because the government knows to the lower probability they're going to be successful because they're organized. Right now, nobody wants to put anything behind us because we're all over the place on the continent. Nobody wants to listen. Everybody wants to be the chief. We got too many chiefs and not enough Indians, and so therefore we don't have that thing. Like, let me give you an example. Eugene Jackson in South Africa, Blacks Without Borders. Everybody, when he went to South Africa back in the mid 2000s and everything, and they made Blacks Without Borders, they should have been the alpha, right? Everybody else that's black in Southern Africa should be under his counsel, under his thing. We don't do that in Black America. We give ourselves fake chieftain titles and everything that mean nothing, right? And then when it comes down to actually being organized under a real a hierarchy and everything, we don't want to do it. We'll give ourselves titles like Nana, Chief, and everything that mean nothing. I mean, it means something to somebody, but when it comes down to actually saying, look, we need to organize ourselves. Let's make Eugene Jackson the chief, what do you call the Grand Poobah of South Africa, and say, look, he's our head as far as business in South Africa. That's what the Japanese do when they go to foreign countries. They'll have one guy that's the top guy, the biggest investor, or the biggest wealthiest person. Everybody goes to him for counseling and advice and support and everything. And then you got people under him, and you got people coming up. That's how these people operate. We don't operate like that. We basically, oh man, he's on his own. I'm gonna do my own thing, and everything like that. I don't see. I don't know how the African community operates in America, but I'm sure there's so like African Americans, where everybody's doing their own. Africans are more unified in America than we are when we go to Africa. But I don't think they haven't really made any inroads as far as like major industry in America to like the Indians have, to basically see what their community is all about. I know if they did, they probably would. I know Nigerians in the oil industry in Houston work together, and stuff like that, so we don't basically have that when we go to Africa and whatnot. It's like you call yourself African, you call yourself a Pan-African, you got to start doing it. Doing it is the fact that, okay, if you guys are trying to win in Africa, he's trying to win in Africa, let's work together. Let's see what he has to say. But we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't showcase. I said a couple of years ago, there was an African American investment group that went to Uganda with $350 million investment. Osheju Jackson is in Uganda, for a time. Why he hasn't interviewed them? Why has they given them the internet spotlight, saying, look, this is a major group right here. We should all be behind their initiative in Uganda, and stuff like that. So that's what I'm talking about. We could talk Pan-Africanism, but we practice Negropeanism and Europeanism, individuality. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So
yes, we see what you mean.
Well, perfect, Kala. Well, what do you think, man? It's time to close out. Last words.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say our last word, and I gotta go to bed. The Indians and these other people, Chinese people, these people are organized, and we're gonna basically compete with them. Or if we're not serious about competing with them, and we just like running out, let's keep doing what we're doing. But if we're really serious about competing with them, and I know we can and everything, let me give you an example. Remember the guy I was talking to yesterday, Matt? I was talking to you, Bomani, the guy Matthew. He owns my building where my office is at, right? Matthew. I go, Mr. Matthew, I want to be like you when I grow up. He starts laughing and whatnot, and he has all these Indian people there. He had a whole community of Indians there this afternoon. I'll tell Bomani about, and they all support him. He owns like several buildings in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, office buildings, And so he has he goes, oh yeah, Mr. Matthews, my uncle, and everything like that. They have a support system. He has Indian community around him, a support system. You know, he knows the guy that owns the gas station. You know, they all know each other. You know, they all have different things and everything like that because they all come from the same homeland, India. They all stick together. They marry each other. They do all these things. And I said to him, because Matthew's a good guy. You know something? He would not be where he is if it wasn't for black people. All his contractors, his HVAC guy, his people who do his roofing, everything are black, you know? And he utilizes the black community here, right? Because we got all the skills. He won't pay the white guy. He pays them good, but he knows the white contractors don't rape him. And so he got black guys, black people doing all his contract, his flooring, his when he does office building, he cuts them up. And let's say the office building has like 12 office spaces. He goes in and cuts them up and make it 24. You know, and he has black carpenters and everybody doing the work for him. And he said it was a big synergy. He said, you got the black community I get along with, and all my contractors that build everything. The guy that did my windows on my house or not, he was my brother-in-law's friend, right? I said, he did his windows. He said that contract was worth $75,000 I made off that contract. You know, put all brand new windows in the offices. And so he was like, yeah, I've been doing windows all these years and whatnot. And the one guy, Larry, told me about him, and I got the contract just like that and whatnot, you know, and I got a big contract. He goes, I'm grateful. So what I'm saying is this though, plugging into networks, plugging into people, business, social skills, and networks and everything. That's stuff that we have to do. You know, we basically, if you go to a country and you got contractors in your books, in your everything, and you're ready to do stuff like that, you could step to the Chinese and say, you know, I know you guys are building these 2 buildings, but we want this. You know, we put our bid in on this. And then some of those millions of dollars are starting to flow back into our pockets and everything, you know? And so this is what we have to do, but we have to be organized. You know, we have to be organized. We have to be organized on a high level. You know, like other people. I'm watching other people. How they're not smarter than us. They're just organized, okay?
Appreciate it, brother Kala. That's what we're doing, brother. Reorganizing the operation.
All right, brothers. Y'all good. Y'all take care. Good night. I'll see y'all. Well, next week we won't be on because I'm gonna be away and Bomani's gonna be away. So, you know, we'll see if we can sneak one in Tuesday night. But next Saturday we're gonna be off.
Well, I'm not hooked on the sound of my own voice, so you know, I don't even like the sound of my own voice. But I'll get with you guys again some other day.
All right, cool, perfect. All right, so family, last thoughts or final thoughts before we close. Jughead, Big Black, navigate.
Yeah, thanks, Bomani, again for having this space for us. Learning, I see. Now I'm starting to see a lot more the vision of you and Kala, and I'm liking it. Liking it a lot. But again, wish I could have more time to talk with my brother Jughead. I enjoy talking to him and navigate freely. You know, I enjoy talking to you too, brother. But thanks for allowing me to be on your platform. Everybody take it easy. Have a good night.
Absolutely, brother. Always good. Always good connecting with you.
For sure.
Big Black, respect, bro. Should I go next, Bomani?
Yeah, absolutely.
Big Black, my brother. Love you too, brother. We'll talk soon, face to face. I promise you. Navigate freely again. If I had the Holyfield, the real deal, out of Africa, doing it for real, no BS. Some navigate freely, the real deal. Big up to all 3 of you, and I promise you, we will get there. It's a struggle because right now we have misleadership, cowardly, retarded misleadership. But that's no excuse. We got to forge ahead. Brothers, take care, love for the UK. We'll meet up soon. Bless and love. Take care.
There you go. Navigate freely.
All right, take care.
You have some good stuff to share.
Well, I just want to say good night and thank you for allowing me on the platform, and I sure hope Miss Hoops come back, you know, again, because you know I just like listening to her talk. She not only sound good, but she thinks good as well. And that was wonderful. And I don't like hearing myself speak, you know, but I can listen to her all day. So
Absolutely.
Have a great night.
Listen to a jam all day. That is what's up. So yes. So family, thank everybody for joining us, and we're gonna close out with some good music from our website, yeah, and Sons of Africa.
Shining bright forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright forever and ever. Oh, Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa. Remember where the pillars of the pyramid, Sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile, Sons of Africa. And all the star systems them in the sky, Sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa. And we say, Marcos, Mosiah, David, Sons of Africa. Kwame Ture, Sons of Africa. Stephen Biko, Patrice Lumumba, Sons of Africa. Sekou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa. Kings of Europa and Asante, Sons of Africa. Mensa Musa Danga Timbuktu, Rwanda and Kenya and Danga Congo, Ethiopia, Kemet and Nubia. Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa, Sons of Africa. Remember where the kings, pillars of the pyramid.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
It was a sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From examples of Ghana got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. They can having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, cold bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun, cold bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun, cold for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Sun, cold for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Stand cold.